presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Let's go on down to a roll call, and then we'll go on to an invocation and then continue on from there. Again, thank you very much, everyone, for calling in this morning. Roll call, please.
Good morning, Honorable Elmer
Present. Dr. Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer
Present.
Begay answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present, New Mexico.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Kenez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kenez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kenez Bakrati did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon is present in the chambers. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland's present. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable
Delegate
Carl
Slater,
Slater.
present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, Conference Chair.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
And present. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Wanika answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Here.
Honorable, I'm sorry, go ahead. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable
Here.
Edmund Yazi answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen,
Present.
excuse me, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I
Honorable,
am here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 15 delegates present and who answered roll call.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, we do have 15 members present this morning. So let's continue on down. We do have next on our a proposed agenda is an invocation, and I just had the staff has told me that Honorable Thomas Walker has did the invocation this morning, and we thank him for that invocation, praising, blessing not only the day but also blessing the nation here before us. So thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker, for that invocation. So with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Are there any recognitions at this time?
Speaker.
Yes. Good morning, Honorable Freeland.
Good morning, Speaker. I do have a recognition this morning. Shantai, colleagues and staff. Adot Shiche. Thank you for that prayer. Speaker Damon and my colleagues, I'm very honored to give this recognition this morning. This morning, I would like to recognize a World War II veteran from Herfinau. He turned 100 years old, and he, of course, is a very distinguished gentleman out of Herfinau community. Stephen Harrison's his name. He has a very distinguished record in the United States Navy. He was aboard the USS Texas battleship. He was a second-class seaman enlisted in May 17, 1944, and was discharged May 25th, 1946. He participated in the invasion of Iwo Jima and Okinawa. He was born on March 6, 1922, and he turned 100 years old recently. And we're very honored and distinguished to have Mr. Harrison celebrate his 100th birthday. We wish him the very best continued this day forward. Acknowledgement to him and to all of our World War II, Korea War, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq veterans, peacetime, all of our Navajo veterans. Mr. Harrison, we thank you for your service. We thank you for your leadership. We're so thankful that you're able to share this 100th birthday with us. from Herfinale chapter, Herfinale community, and he's a very distinguished gentleman out of the community. So, Speaker, I just wanted to acknowledge that this morning and give thanks to Mr. Harrison and his family, of course. Thank you, Mr. Harrison, and your family, and your service to this country and to the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland, for that recognition. That colleagues at this time, are there any further recognitions? He said he. Going twice. Going 3 times. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on with that, and on to item number 3 on our agenda this morning. Review and adopt the agenda. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Manuel Rico to read the agenda into the record. Then we'll go ahead and ask for a motion in a second. If there's any amendments after that, we'll go to the floor. With that, Mr. Rico, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is the agenda for the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting via telecommunication. Window Rock Navajo Nation, Thursday, April 14th, 2022. Proposed agenda, presiding chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There are 3 journals dated March 10th, 2022, March 17th, 2022, March 24th to the 25th, 2022. 5, receive reports. There is 1 report, Report A, report from the Naabik'íyáti Sexual Assault Prevention SAP Subcommittee on the United States Department of Justice consultation written report on efforts to address the unacceptably high rate of violent crimes in Native communities, including the rates of missing or murdered Indigenous persons, presented by Honorable Amber Knazba-Crotty, SAP Chairwoman, and an Action Plan Advisory Group. 6, old business. There are no old business. 7, new business. New business A, legislation 0013-22. B, legislation 0033-22. C, legislation 0038-22. D, legislation 0043-22. E, legislation 0045-22. F, legislation 0047-22. G, legislation 0059-22. H, legislation 0014-22. I, legislation 0048-22. J, legislation 0049-22. K, legislation 0052-22. And L, legislation 0062-22. 8, close the meeting, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Halona?
Thank you very much with that. Motion by Honorable Halona,
Second, Wanika.
second by Honorable Edison Wanika. Good morning.
I got a amendment, Speaker. Also,
With that, colleagues, we go to the floor this time if there's any additions, deletions, corrections, or recommendations. Honorable Otto So at this time on the main motion.
very much. With the motion in place, second in place, I know we have a series of legislations on the agenda here today. Just to try to conduct business a lot faster today. There's 3 items on the agenda that I see is pretty much a position statement and just things that we could push through, move forward. And I would like to propose a consent agenda for 3 legislations. Legislation B, F, and H. The legislation number as follows: 0033-22, 0047-22, and 0014-22. Those legislations are not money or funding request legislation. So I think those we all stand on supporting these legislation among the 24th Nomination Council. Then the money legislation will just leave as is and address those one by one. Thank you very much. That's my motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So with that, for the record again, colleagues, Honorable Otto so has raised a motion for items that are currently on the agenda to be put into a consent agenda item, which would be new business number A. And under that, new business number A is currently under your current recommendation or proposed agenda. Item number B, legislation 0033-22, which is an act related to the RDC Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting Acadian Infocom partnership with the Navajo Nation to the construction and operation of broadband fiber optic communications across the Navajo Nation, sponsored by Honorable Chairman Rick Nez. Second one's item number F 0047-22, an action related to SC and Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting approving the college application to the Bureau of Indian Affairs Living Language Grant, sponsored by Honorable Slater, co-sponsored by Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison Winika. And last, item number 8, legislation 0014-22, sponsored by Chairman Daniel So, is an action related to health, education, human services, resource and development, the Budget and Finance Committee, and Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting and recommending the passage of United States Senate Bill 1740 titled Schools and State Budgets Certainty Act of 2021. That, colleagues, is there a second?
Second by Charles Newton.
Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Good morning. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Any comments, questions on amendment number 1?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning. The floor is yours on amendment number 1.
Thank you. As Speaker, I'm not sure if this would be a separate amendment, but because we have council scheduled for next week, I'd like to see if we could add to this amendment to put new business before receiving reports, only because, you know, a lot of these legislations are dealing with funding and we do have council scheduled. This is the last NABI before council. So I'd like to get some advice from you, Speaker, on whether this should be a separate amendment or whether we can go ahead and include this amendment onto, or not this amendment, but this request onto Delegate Otto So's amendment.
Thank you very much for that request, Madam Chair. Usually it just says, as we have in the past, keeping the consent agenda items together as one amendment is recommended. So I highly recommend, Madam Chair, if you could raise that after this, and I can go to you and put you in the queue at this time and come to you to propose that amendment number 2.
Thank you, Speaker.
All right, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 1?
Chair,
Yes.
I'd request to modify to include 4822. It's passed all committees unanimously and has broad support. Thank you.
Well, with that, good morning, Honorable Slater. Adding on, it looks like that's item number I, legislation 0048-22. There's a request to modify Honorable Otto So, and that's an action related to RDC, Health, Education, Human Services, BNF, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and then ultimately to the Navajo Nation Council allocating $29,216,453 in CSN to the Navajo Land Nursing Home, Inc. for the construction operation of the Veterans Nursing Home, approving the Navajo Warriors Home expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC subsection 2501 to 2508, co-sponsors by Honorable Slater, co-sponsors by Honorable Keon Begay, co-sponsors by Honorable Paul Begay, co-sponsors by Honorable Nathaniel Brown, co-sponsors by Honorable Helena, co-sponsors by Honorable Vince James, co-sponsors by Honorable Chairman Rick Des, co-sponsors by Honorable Stewart, co-sponsors by Chairman Daniel So, and then co-sponsors also by Honorable Edison Wanika. That Honorable Otto So is requested modified to add that into the consent agenda.
Biga, good.
Number I, Madam Chair Charles Newton, are you good with that?
No, Speaker, because this legislation did not come before Law and Order Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. That, moving back to the main motion, amendment number 1 as the main consent agenda items. Any other further comments or questions, colleagues? Going twice. Going 3 times. That's good, board. On amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer or did not vote.
Elmer
Excuse
Begay
me.
votes green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Okay, start share.
Honorable you votes. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 14 delegates that voted in favor. Presiding Chair not voting.
Speaker Damon, Delegate
Yes.
Daniel So request to speak.
Okay, with that, thank you for the vote colleagues. With that, 14 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Chairman, good morning, Chairman Daniel. So we'll put you in the queue. I do have Madam Chair Charles Newton in the queue prior to yourself. So let me go ahead and go to Madam Chair first, and then I can go over to you. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Good morning. Honorable Thomas Walker for the prayer this morning and the meeting that we had. Speaker, I would like to ask that we move the report after the legislations. What I worry is that we do have a lot of legislations that are requesting funding. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions based on that. Those legislations that are coming forward, we do have council scheduled for next week, and these legislations have to be heard in order for it to make it onto the council agenda. So at this time, Speaker, I'd like to request that we move item 5A, receiving reports, after legislations. We do have 3 legislations that have been approved for consent agenda, and there are some, I think, of the legislations again that are going to be questioned, and information is going to have to be shared on them. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, colleagues, Madam Chair Charles Newton raises amendment number 2, moving item number 5 on our agenda, which is receiving reports, which is item, there is 1 report under there is 5A. That would actually become the new 7A, correct? Which would be after new business.
Just move new business to new item at 5.
Okay, so it's just new business to item number F. I mean, new business to item number 5. Yeah. All right. That, colleagues, and that what that is entailing is just, as Madam Chair Charles Newton indicated, listening to the reports after we go through the legislations. Is there a second? Can you hear me?
Also, a second.
Honorable Otto, second. That, colleagues, we do have a motion on the table. Amendment number 2, which is removing the reports after our legislations. Is there any comments, questions at this time, colleagues, on the amendment number 2? Twice. And 3 times. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell
votes green.
Halona votes
Green.
green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote
Honorable
green.
Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote Dr. Shea.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present. Oh, I vote green in favor. Keha. Vote please.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote?
Yapi Sada, this is Delegate Amber Knez-Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 17 delegates that voted in favor, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, motion carries on that. Amendment number 2. With that, let's go back to the main motion on the agenda. We turn the floor over to Chairman Daniel. So, Chairman, the floor is yours.
Yeah, long as it's so happy, and I was sitting at the nostalgia to tears in it. I missed the opportunity this morning to ask for a moment of silence for a former colleague, former council delegate that represented Ojo Encino and Councilor. He served 2 terms, and at some point, I'd ask for that. I know that our communication staff are working on a press release to that effect. I do want to offer an amendment. A few weeks ago, we didn't get enough votes to pass 0257, and that was a much more comprehensive approach. And I see 3 legislations on the agenda that are related to ARPA funds. And I'm concerned that we may be piecemealing our approach, and we may end up expending funds that are not directly related to water, electricity, and broadband. And I'd rather we use it as a comprehensive approach. And so I would motion to delete legislation 043-22, 0049-22, 0059-22. We have to come back together with President to lay out a new plan. And I feel like by deleting this off the agenda, that would be, these 3 would be items that can be discussed at a later time. With that, Chairman, Seth Damon, that would be my motion. Thank you. Speaker, did you accept my motion?
Yeah, yes, Chairman, we're just trying to get the language together here before I recognize it. DG. DG and J, right? Yeah. Oh, just so it's different on there. That, colleagues, there's a recommended, or there's a motion in place for amendment number 3 to be put forth, and that's deleting legislation 43-22, which is an action related to the Resource and Development Committee, BNF Committee, and Naabik'íyáti Committee, and ultimately to the Navajo Nation Council approving $437,947 out of the CSN to purchase a new motor grader for Sawmill Chapter and to purchase a new backhoe for Red Lake Chapter, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC subsection 2501-2 to 2508, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. Second one is item number G, legislation 0059-22 is an action related to Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $38,500,000 of the Navajo Nation's fiscal recovery funds to Untitled Telecommu LLC, approving the Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds for the expenditure plan sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton. And last but not least, the item number J, which is 0049-22. It's action related to RDC, BNF, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and ultimately to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $500,000 from the CSN fund for an assessment, removal, and clean up the old residential units in the community of Navajo, New Mexico, approving the related expenditure plan in accordance with 12 NNC subsection 2505A, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. That, Chairman Daniel, so is a motion. Second is by Honorable Slater. And this is amendment number 3.
Speaker, I also have a question for Legislative Council.
Y'all. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. The question to Legislative Council is if deleting items off the agenda will still permit them to move forward to the full council session. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. I'll see that. With that, there's been no action on this, so I would not, well, I'm gonna turn the floor over to Office of Legislative Council looking for further action. Huh? Well,
It's on the agenda, so.
Thank you, Speaker. Give me just 1 second. I want to consult with staff. Give me about 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can I say something really quickly?
Thank you very much. With that, let me go to, while we're waiting for the response from Office of Legislative Council, Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, this time on Amendment 3, floor is yours.
Speaker, it's not specifically speaking to the amendment. I was just going to ask or request. I know that Chair Daniel So did ask for a moment of silence. And I thought maybe, I know it's out of order, but maybe we could have honored that, giving Dana some time to get the answer to the request that has been made with Amendment 3. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I should have clarified that in the beginning. I'm having staff getting together that information. So so we can go ahead and recognize that moment of silence after we take this action. Madam Chair Charles Dillon.
It was just a suggestion. Thank you, Speaker.
All right, you're welcome. That back to Madam Chief Justice, Ms. Barbara, Legislative Council.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 3 Office of Legislative Counsel attorneys in here trying to make sure that we're doing this appropriately. Neither the code or the rules specifically speak to the authority to remove a matter, a legislation that is placed on the on an agenda, to take it off, and whether that is an action. The one thing, so so this is going to be an interpretation. What the code does say that, let's see, a legislation, so I'm looking at 2 NNCA, 2 NNC 164A12, it does state a legislation that does not receive sufficient vote for passage by a committee without final approval authority over the matter shall move forward to the subsequent assigned committees or the Navajo Nation Council. That's as close as we get, but then the question is, what is the authority to delete something that is placed on an agenda? And there's no authority in here to allow that, but there's no prohibitions against it. The one thing that is clear in your rules is if you look at 2 NNC 164A9, it does allow, it states that the Naabik'íyáti committee may develop proposed amendments to the council or may refer a resolution or memorial back to the appropriate standing committee. So the clearest way to do this in your rules would be to refer these legislations back either here or at council. So I apologize that there's not a clear answer here, but there is not a clear answer in the rules. So that's what I can tell you, Speaker. We're still looking through this, but if we can find something else, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. I think that also this is something that's precedent or making new precedent. One is that we are just reviewing and adopting the agenda at this time, so we're not actually making any action on a proposed agenda. So in this action item, we're not actually proposing that the agenda is not approved yet. So items could be moved and deleted at any point, and they would be not taking any action by the committee. I think that's one thing that was spoken in the past. And the second is you referred the items to a vote. Well, these items will not be even given a vote if they're deleted off the agenda. So there will be no action taken on those. So and the agenda has been posted in 24 hours in advance, but these are just proposed agendas until the committee takes full final approval of the agenda itself. That, colleagues, deleting legislation 0043-22, legislation 049-22, and 0059-22 off the agenda at this time. Any other comments, questions?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton,
Yes, Madam Chair, floor is yours.
speaking to Amendment 3, which does affect a legislation that I do have on the agenda. I would like to, just for the record, state that, number one, we have been piecemealing from the very beginning. There are several projects that have been approved using FRF funding. So, we can't say that this is a piecemealing, because if you look at the entire ARPA legislation, there's a lot of projects from different communities that have been added, and that, in my mind, is piecemealing. Number two is with the legislation 0059-22, it did go through the proper procedure in terms of going through the FRF requesting. And this legislation was ready after the 0059-22 was lost by the one vote from council. So I think, we keep at council, we keep giving the president the benefit of the doubt. We say that, we want to work with him, when in actuality, he has never worked with council. And it's like, we say that each time, that it's, he's going to work with us, he's going to work with us. And then when it comes to that point, we make it very clear that, Speaker, you're not muted.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair Charles.
And when the legislation does come forth for council to consider, we make it very clear that he never worked with us. And that's what I mean is we keep giving him the benefit of the doubt. And it's like, at what point are we going to make it known that we've given him every opportunity, every chance to sit down and to, to try to compromise in a lot of ways. And I don't see that coming from the Naz Leiser administration. So in terms of making the argument that we need to sit down again, using the term again, I think is false. It's misleading the public. We never sat down. It was a legislation that was given to council to consider. We were not, we were not asked for our opinion. I know certainly, the chapters, there's so many mixed messages coming out from chapters right now. Some saying that they're good with what was proposed, some saying that they were misinformed. That also came out as well. So I think in terms of asking to remove this legislation, we have many small businesses that are ready to go. And the original legislation to divvy up the ARPA funding, it didn't happen. And so I think that, if we keep putting this money off, we might as well just give the entire money to the people, because we at leadership, we can't even, come to an agreement on which projects should be receiving funding. So I appreciate the request, the amendment that has been made here by Chair So. I don't know who seconded that amendment. I just got the motion made by Chair So, but I can say, colleagues, that number one, the whole ARPA money, it's already piecemealed. There's several, as you can see, there's the defunded CARES, and then there was the projects that we approved where citizen could be put back into the funding. Those projects have been included. We're already piecemealing. And so I'm just trying to assist a small business in getting funding to help the Eastern Agency in providing broadband services to the people there in Eastern Agency. So I'd like to ask colleagues to consider keeping this on the agenda. And I would even encourage my colleagues, to start submitting your your request for using this ARPA money, because it's been over a year now and we haven't spent, aside from the piecemealing and then the hardship, there's no clear, point of direction that has been provided to this council. And if we keep sitting on this money and keep pushing it off, our people are going to suffer in the end. So all I'm asking is that this legislation and also the legislations that are being sponsored by Shana, Honorable Wilson Stewart, I'm not speaking on his behalf, but I think that these are ready to go. They went through the proper channels and they should be considered for funding just like any other legislation. Because even if we do approve, like for instance, legislation 0048-22, where citizen funds are going to be used, that money we can take from ARPA and we could possibly, put that citizen money back, which technically again is piecemealing. So if it's a matter of, removing the FRF and saying, let's use citizen money, then, that's all it takes for it not to be considered for FRF. So I just want to just try to encourage my colleagues, we really need to start spending this money. And here are, it's one idea, and I will be making an amendment to this legislation because our Head Start does also need funding as well, and they were affected by COVID too. So I say that money is there. We need to start spending it. If we keep sitting on it, waiting for, us to sit down with the president, we might as well just give it all to the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, moving on down, we go back to the floor again. I do have Honorable Kiambier and then Honorable Stewart in the queue. Colleagues, this is on the motion. We are on amendment number 3, deleting legislations off the agenda. So that's where we're at, colleagues. Thank you. So let me turn the floor over to Honorable Kiambier.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yate, Shantana Flinigi, Deep Binibi, good morning. I apologize for missing some of the voting in the prior amendment. But Di Koto Anita Bahao Ziki, Ado, the opera funding Hatniniki, the Quidishi Bahanasi, and that on the hit. Because John Latte na olta the Nabit can add me, that's the intention of it. What a kohala in hijo the nen linigi stop it did any of us can introduce legislation to spend it the way we wish. But I don't think that should be a sound decision to do that. Again, we have an office that's established. It's not being utilized effectively. Though they're not approaching the council to say that regarding this amendment. But specifically, I just want to make a comment as well regarding one of the legislation that's going to be to be deleted off again. That's referencing the telecommunication. Yesterday, I had two of my colleagues attending the broadband meeting in Blanding. There's a bigger area that needs to be discussed on behalf of our Navajo Nation. Yes, I do support Navajo individuals, but what's the appropriate process? As you know, that there's an individual that was appointed in the Mr. Chris Pacinti's position ko Mr. Charlie kat aja tahnanes da ado danda at the meeting in the opera office. Miss Nez idri point elia or point elia to aja a koko. And then you know that we've been pushing for broadband across the Navajo Nation. Ako kodo shisazido. I believe that we really need to sit down with these individuals rather than just appropriating more fundings to broadband. I'm not really sure how we need to plan. And the nation does need a good, solid plan to expand broadband on the Navajo Nation. Is there any exit report that was done by the previous director? I mean, can we get maybe if anything, how and what we're being planned and what we're being developed? Because we can just say that this can be done, but we don't want to get ourselves in a situation that a lot of these companies may not have some ability or approval process with the federal administration, because any telecommunication has to, that needs to be some form of a communication with the federal agencies such as the FCC and others, especially these funding that we're appropriating. The Quigosh in has any infrastructure dealing with broadband and internet that let Mr. Charlie's office, the broadband office, the regulatory office, and the opera funding office really put a solid, informative proposal to the council to see what is the best approach. Because Navajo's first, Navajo's priority is this the only one? I mean, I believe if there is, let's give an opportunity to, if that's the case, let's give an opportunity to others of our Navajo people that are also in this business, that are willing and want to help the nation to be considered as well. Let the regulatory office review a lot of these information, and then they can go through all of these and say that, okay, this is the situation with this company, this is the situation with this company, and this is the situation with this company, and this is how we provide the information for you to determine if funding should be appropriated to these companies. Because we're looking at the state level and we're even looking at the county level. So yesterday, landing the Adam, Miss Sodo, Mr. Brown, and I'm sure they heard a lot of information about broadband, about how we need to deal with the state government, because the Navajo Nation lies in 3 states. We have to deal with their plan as well. Even though they were a nation, they need because a lot of their funding comes. Then I always say that a lot of these progress or funding requests has to go through legal review through Department of Justice. Review that's one thing I've made recommendation of all of my meetings and every meeting that I've been attending, to say that we don't want to get ourselves in a situation. I don't want to get myself in a situation, even though that broadband is an issue for the Navajo Nation, but we want to make sure everything is proper, that everything is reviewed, and everything that funding that we allocate properly be utilized. If you could just, be reasonable and understanding to say that let's give him about let's him and his office, and then the opera office. Let's give them a month to say, okay, how is it that the nation should be able to put a package together for us to support? And I sure like to still make a recommendation that it should be a standalone legislation. Broadband, Nikki, it should be a standalone legislation. Package that way, okay, because Eastern Agency, Western Agency, Fortifying Agency, Northern Agency, and even Central Agency. You always hear me saying that even in the upper funding, $1 billion, I mean, I kept saying that Low Mountain needs a cell tower. No, not even a penny was being allocated for Low Mountain in the 257, in which I'm okay that it was defeated. But in the Kwaki, that's that's a bit candy cushion, and I'm not saying that short. I'm in no way, I'm not saying I'm not supporting the legislation. All I'm saying is just let it get it through some more reviews and let Mr. Charlie make a report to the council within a month to say that who's willing and who's are able and who are properly be able to do what needs to be done, because even companies that's been doing business on the Navajo Nation, they still have a hard time getting clearances. They still having a hard time getting approval through the BIA and the Navajo Nation Land Department. And then the process of it, just because Navajo Nation is a priority and first they need it, but they still have to go through certain proper process. Even funding has been appropriated to them, because I sure like to get their help to see if they will be able to establish a cell tower in Low Mountain. Could we have these be reviewed further by the NTRC office and the Opera office, and then they make a recommendation to the council that it could be a standalone legislation, nothing but broadband, cell tower, and any telecommunication process, because we're talking about 911 process. We're talking about FirstNet. We're talking about public safety, and we're talking about E-rate. That's another thing. There could be some matching fund that could be available by the federal government through some of these lower costs in connecting our school, and even some of the devices that we're being asked to review and see if our Navajo people can utilize and present. So those are some bigger areas. I think that if we're just going to say that we need to spend this money, yeah, we do need to, like yesterday or a year ago, but I think that we still need to have it go through the proper process in order to get these legislation for the Navajo Nation Council to be considered as I mean, when it does have gone through, it releases the Office of Legislative Council, Department of Justice, the Opera Office, and even through the Navajo Telecommunication Regulatory Office. Maybe they will be able to provide us some good guidance and help us develop this particular plan for Navajo people. Speaker, and I do reach out to you for your leadership. You know that you've been attending some of the meetings that we've been conducting, even with the counties like Donna, we're not just, this is just not Arizona, but it's New Mexico and Utah County officials. The next where we probably be meeting with is the sheriffs, and then even the medical teams, and then also we still need to sit down with each of the state governors. We still have to meet with them on the progress as well. So again, we're talking about communication, connecting our Navajo people. So Chairman, if it would be considered as well.
Thank you, Chair Honorable Kalambige. That, let me move on down. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours.
Good morning, Silla, Chair, Aaron, the colleagues, and Osanagi, so Aro Kodogi Eya on this amendment to remove the three legislations. Put our chairwoman Charles Yahazi get out these legislations. They went through their process or up to this point now. I've got Ishbin to replenish those funds back into the FRF or the ARPA accounts from those accounts into the CSN or UUFB. And like has been stated too, we've been sitting on these funds, trying to work through what we need to for our communities and the nation to better use these funds that are given to the nation and how we can better provide services to all of our communities. And these are areas that these legislations are going to do for the time being. When these legislations, we all know the process that legislations take a while to get through, and that the funding even takes a while again to get through. Only the approve the it's going to take another 10, 20, 30 days, Nana, for that funding to finally be put through. I don't think that with the quotes and everything be done again. These are areas that we need to consider. And I think that's one thing that these legislations are doing is when they're requesting to use either these funding or any other funding, that's what its purpose is for. That we can't say, okay, well, we have this funding back here, we'll replenish that when it gets here. But that's what we need to do at the time being. And that's why we have Office of Controller, that's why we have Budget and Finance, Budget Management, to help us in those areas to make sure that everything will be accounted for. And then we use the other funds because of these legislations. So I'm requesting again in support of today's chairwoman, Charles Newton, to keep these legislations on and hear them out. They still have another step to take as well. Quarter Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. Moving on down, Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for your comments on the motion. I think with respect to the two that are offered by Delegate Wilson Stewart, I appreciate you advocating for your communities, and I've read the legislations. The one relating to heavy equipment, there was an opportunity that the council moved forward to purchase heavy equipment, and it's unclear why we're setting another round of heavy equipment purchases for the nation, because this is going to be precedent setting, meaning that every delegate is now going to rush forward to purchase heavy equipment for their regions and should be entitled to if this moves forward. There was an opportunity to take care of this previously, and I'm not 100% sure why we're going to be doubling down on that again out of CSN. Additionally, that is an ARPA eligible item, and in the legislation it says it'd be reimbursed. So we're back ending what funding out of the remaining funds for this purpose. And as a council, I thought we determined we wanted to move forward with a comprehensive package instead of piecemealing. And I will disagree that we passed one legislation to allocate ARPA funding, and since then we have only passed one other one, which was for the hardship. So we haven't exactly been piecemealing. We've put together two comprehensive plans to spend about $1 billion, and there's about $1 billion left. So I don't think we're piecemealing at this time. Second, with respect to the home site legislation, I think it's all well and good, but it's another item that could be handled by ARPA. And I hate to say this, but your vote could have been the deciding vote in getting that through, and you would have had $41 million, of which you could have used 500,000 to spend on this project and maybe even get it farther along in the stages. And it would have provided an excellent opportunity for all of us to do community planning and community-based projects. On the Yoftik Telecom legislation, Delegate Charles Newton said that this was for Eastern Agency, but when you review the expenditure plan application, only mentions Mountain, which I assume is Navajo Mountain, Shanto, Oljeto, Denahotso, Mexican Water, Red Mesa, Aneth, and Tiznaspas. And then it contradicts itself later where it says, this project will finally bring reliable high-speed broadband internet and cellular service to every remote community in the Navajo Nation, but only lists the 8 that are high above that. So I'm hearing Eastern Agency, I'm seeing chapters that are only in Northern and Western. And then within the application itself, it says to every remote community. And it certainly is not covering any of the remote communities within my district or Delegate Kealan-Begay's district or Delegate Freeland's district from what I can see. I think the nation should not move forward on any big broadband expenditure plans until we have a broadband office in place or an entity that's been set up for longer than, looking at the incorporation documents, I think it was July of 2021. And this is nothing against the company. I think there's some very esteemed people involved with it, but this is a massive undertaking. $38.5 million is huge. And we as a nation need an entity to provide oversight over that. This is not consistent with the broadband plan advisement that we received from Magellan Advisors. We paid good money as a nation, and with this legislation, we're essentially just throwing out all the planning that we did. So for those reasons, I really don't think it's a good idea to move forward on this. We can incorporate it into a larger ARPA proposal, but because of these internal contradictions, because of the lack of a broadband office to oversee and have an accountability mechanism within the nation for how the funds will be used, I don't think it's prudent. This is just a really huge amount of money. And it looks like it's only going to benefit a few chapters. So for that reason, and I guess the last one I'd say is that one of the biggest things that the advisement that we received as a council and as a nation was to, invest in middle mile and to own the assets. This is a transfer of money to a private corporation for their benefit. We're going to expand their user base, but we're not even investing in the company. So none of the profits, none of that's going to come back to Navajo. We're just giving money to a private corporation to start up. They're a startup. And that'd be fine if there were benefits coming back to the nation and we had accountability that there will be the deliverables actually funded. So thank you very much, Speaker. I think we should move forward with this vote and just see how the chips fall.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We are on amendment number 3. Motions by Chairman Daniel, so seconds by Honorable Slater. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Let me go back to Chairman Daniel. So if there's any further comments at this time.
Speaker, can you put me in the queue, Freeland?
Thank you, Cecilia, Chairman Damon, Ados, and thank you for your thoughts. And again, it's basically those aspects of having a plan. The other is in this aspect with the thoughts of coming back together to do a comprehensive plan. As we talk about it, I want to talk about it in a positive manner that will benefit our people. And I'm really, and I echo, and I do agree with everything that Honorable Vice Chair Slater put on the table in speaking about this. particular amendment to delete these three legislations. Yes, they've gone through the process, but in this aspect of ultimately using ARPA, it's kind of like a doing a curve and then getting back on the road. Those aspects, I really, let's be straightforward and say these other aspects is not conducive to what we all voted on. 257. And those of you folks that voted against it are now starting to use a different avenue. And even in the aspect of building competition, but to fund a private company, that's not building competition. We're funding somebody that'll collect fees from the Navajo people. And the return on that appropriation just doesn't equal to a good service. And many times I've touted Starlink. Everybody's not even jumping on that. Starlink, we invested in it. We could get enough funds to send up our own rocket, our own satellite. We would own the satellite. Now that's going to the future. The fiber optics, the ability of these companies, one or two strands, is that what they're going to install? It's one or two strands. Those are straws. And we have the ability to have perhaps a 24-inch pipe in the ground if we do it right. And so that's the reason I'm really thinking we got to take a second look. And I appreciate the fact that we voted the way we did on 0257 because it brings everybody back to the table. No matter what, it behooves the executive branch to rethink their approach. It behooves us as legislators to rethink our approach and to just hold hard and fast to what we've done. I really feel like we need to come back and give it the comprehensive look. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to colleagues on the council.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll go back to the floor. Honorable Freeland, good morning. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker. Colleagues and staff, good morning. Honorable Daniel, so thank you for that, Che. That's just listening to your words and your sentiment really is valuable and very much appreciated, and bringing everyone back together. And I totally agree with you on that, Che. Colleagues, I wanted to let you know that I did drop a legislation yesterday in relation to the proposed FRF funding that's still remaining. It's a plan that really addresses the overall picture and the overall concerns that you all had related to 257. Everything that you mentioned in 257 that wasn't in there should be in this new plan. Equity was a big concern. And one of the things that was brought up was chapter projects. There's critical COVID services that's in there. Addressing public safety, cybersecurity, a breakdown of Department of Health, economic development, areas of concern in regards to the critical COVID services. This one is so important. I don't think we bypass this critical area of hardship. It's been designated, or it's been stated that our enrollment numbers are going up, and we could have as much as 434,000 or 430,000 plus Navajos enroll from a little over 404,000. So the initial allocation that we made of 567 million is not going to be suffice to cover those additional enrollees. So we need additional money for hardship. So the plan is going to call for an additional 120 million for hardship to include everyone else that has not gotten a check yet. So it's adding additional money for hardship. Of course, the two to be determined factor is completely out of the picture now. We got listings, and what's different about the infrastructure piece is that Division Community Development, the FRF office, as well as Division of Water Management will be the I don't want to say the physical agents related to water and wastewater. The broadband has an additional 20 million. Home electrical has 100 million, and then the housing was left at 50 million, as well as veterans for 50 million. Housing manufacturing as well, of housing manufacturing component, bathroom addition, and then of course a component for the Bennett Freeze and NPL at 15.5 million. This is a different approach. I think what my Che talked about, comprehensive and meeting in the middle, is so important. It's time for us to come together as a council, Shanata, and really push forward a plan that will benefit everyone. And this addresses your concerns as well. I want to ask Speaker if we could have a leadership meeting on this tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow, and have it put on, if we can, on the spring session agenda as an emergency. This is a good plan, Shanata. I wouldn't have dropped it if I thought it was good, wasn't good, but it addresses everything that was brought up from 257. It addresses the hardship. The hardship is really something that I think we overlooked and none of us really thought about. We have more enrollment and we don't have enough money to cover those no new enrollments. We need to do something about that. And it's adding an additional 120 million for hardship as well. So that's my compromise, my proposal, Speaker. If we could have a leadership meeting tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow, and have my colleagues look at all of these numbers. Dana has all the information. So I just wanted to put that out there in relation to what my Che, my honorable distinguished Che, Honorable Daniel So was mentioning. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Freeland. Go back to the floor on amendment number 3. Colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions? Are we ready to vote? Oh. Elmer Begay, Elmer Begay, floor is yours. Colleagues, we are on amendment number 3, which is deleting legislation 0043-22, 0059-22, and 0049-22 off the agenda.
Speaker Delga Begay.
Yes, Honorable Elmer
Can you hear me?
Begay.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Chair West. Other members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Other Chair Do. Kato amendment Yagito. Other Ayatasido. Chair Do. Other date I think regarding this the amendment, so I think I've been working with the chapters, the 5 Southwest chapters. It took a long time. But first of all, we don't know if we can start talking about broadband. We came to before the former director of telecommunication regulatory, and we wanted to know how we could initiate a plan, how we can go about it. And they just told us that they know that we need to work on a proposal. We don't know how to do that. So through that, even Naabik'íyáti, we know that Navajo Nation don't have anybody that's knowledgeable in broadband. So we had to think outside for a grant. So that's how the Telecommu chapter and the Southwest chapters got together, and we got a grant. And the BIA, through the BIA, there was a firm, a consultants firm that we selected. They did feasibility studies and then did the assessment. And for the 5 chapters, after that, they went back and BIA awarded that this is it completed successfully with this grant. So it gave us a design build plan. When we came back to Navajo Nation, to the departments, and so what do we do with this plan now? It's a construction ready, and all we need is funding. Where do we go? Then they told us that you can apply for these grants over there. So nobody even said, we'll go ahead and get the application for you. We're going to go ahead and apply for a grant. Nobody knows. So we had to do it on our own. We had to get that same consultant. They got that NTIA grant proposal. And then that's how we submitted it. After that, we had to go through Arizona again. Arizona had another grant, and we gave it to them again. We did a presentation before them. And then Arizona Commerce Authority told us that you're the only Indian tribes in Arizona from this area that is applying as a last mile broadband and wireless internet services. All you need to look for is your PSI, that is service providers. Who's going to be your service provider?
Point of order.
So right now, I'm trying to say is that anything that we have to do right now, I think we need to. This is broadband. We're talking about broadband. So we need to listen to the new the division director. I think we need to listen to them before we could start putting some legislation together.
Honorable Elmer Brigade, hold on real quick. I think there was someone raised a point of order.
Yes, I auto.
Honorable Otto, what's your point of order?
Speaker, can you hear the meeting to why the comment should be to the deletion of the 3 legislation that's being deleted on this amendment? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, again, we are on amendment number 3, and we're talking in reference to deleting legislations 43, 49, and 59-22 off the agenda. That, Honorable Elmer Brigade, floor is yours.
Speaker, this is Naabik'íyáti. You can understand Naabik'íyáti. So what my point is that I think we need to justify the projects just like how my brother mentioned that we've been in this area, because there's people that live in remote areas, and we need the broadband, we need the wireless, so we need the person that's in there now to have a meeting with them, see what their plans are, see what they're capable of, if they could help our community. So we've been going around, and my brother's been leading some of these board of supervisors from different counties to get that. So my main point here is that we're talking about taking out the broadband off the agenda. So I think we need to give us time to maybe there's a reason why I'm voting green on it. We need more time on this broadband. So even so speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. That, colleagues, we are on amendment number 3. Are we ready to vote? I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Only twice. Only 3 times. Let's go to board. On amendment number 3.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Kale votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez is, Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, excuse me, Honorable Edmund Yazi, screen.
Thank you.
Honorable Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable
I'll vote green.
Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Knez-Balkrati. I'll vote green, thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Vernon votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 14 delegates that voted in favor, 5 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Chairman Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Yes. With that, colleagues, on the amendment number 3, 14 in favor, 5 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. That, moving back to the main motion, Vice Chair Smith, you are
Thank you.
up on the deck. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Damon and Naabik'íyáti committee members and those that are listening on board. I'd like to make an amendment 4 on the agenda here. I'd like to bring back 004322 and 004922. Those have gone through BNF and there was action done on that. However, it was sent back to question and see if it was ARPA. We haven't received any information on whether it was ARPA available, and that was tasked to Department of Justice, I think, and we haven't heard that. So I don't know if this is available for ARPA under that criteria that U.S. Treasury has. So my amendment is to replace 0043 and 0049-22. That's my motion.
Vice Chair Smith, in keeping the, I guess, committee continuously going and moving forward, I want to advise that your motion was just voted down. So I just put that out for advisement, colleagues, by a vote of 14 in favor and 5 opposed. I don't know if we do get a second on this, if this is continuation, and colleagues, if we do get a second on this motion, which is acceptable, but I just advise the continuation of debating this would be a concurrence of adding on to what Amendment 3 has already been debated on. So with that, Amendment number 4 by Vice Chair Smith is to add back on legislation 43-22 and 49-22. Both are sponsored by Honorable Wilson Stewart. That is there a second?
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, good morning. Floor is yours.
Yeah, day Speaker, thank you. Question of privilege is, Speaker, on the Zoom, Delegate Vice Chair Smith voted to remove these items. Can I get clarification? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, on the last amendment, amendment number 3, the sponsor of this amendment, amendment number 4, which is Vice Chair Smith, did vote green to remove both, or did vote green to remove 43, 49, and 59 off the agenda. That, colleagues, is there a second on amendment number 4?
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, seconds. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 4? We'll go to the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. If I could have staff review the Budget and Finance Committee report. This legislation was tabled. So it wasn't, I think Vice Chair was our pro tem and signed the committee report. So Budget and Finance took action, but it also was tabled for more information. So I'd ask the motioning party if you can amend your motion and to, instead of adding on legislation, if we could receive a report on the updated status of ARPA projects that are considered eligible, so that we could move forward with these items when it comes to ARPA. So the whole committee is informed in terms of what is available through ARPA, what are the next steps, how are projects moving through the process, how will this committee and council prioritize within our timelines. If I could make that request for a modification. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Just talking with staff here. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, there's a request to modify by Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and that's to modify your motion to, instead of adding on legislation 43 and 49-22, but just add on a report to the agenda and asking for an update on what projects are eligible and not eligible or ineligible under the ARPA funds.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Damon. On the modification, I'm not too clear on exactly what the modification is. I did chair the Budget and Finance on this 2 legislations, and it was tabled. However, that did entail an action, and that's why I placed this back on the agenda, because we're not the final authority regarding the legislation, and it still goes to NABI, and then it goes to council. That's why I made this motion to add it back on, because we did discuss this. I haven't heard anything from the office or the Department of Justice regarding the clarification if this is ARPA available. If it's not ARPA available, then we delete it off the agenda. My question is, does it still move forward? Because there was an action item and I signed a committee report on that. Speaker.
Application and we're sending it to DOJ.
Okay, so you're staying with your original motion, correct, Vice Chair Smith?
Yes, for now.
Okay, thank you. With that, moving on down. Madam Chair Charles Newton. Floor is yours on amendment number 4.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess I'm a little bit confused. As already was stated, the vote was already taken on this issue. And what if it's a matter of going through the process correctly? My legislation did go through the process correctly. So if we're going to argue that it's gone through the process, then I think we should include my legislation as well. And if we do that, we're really just going in circles now with the agenda. The vote was taken. These 3 items were removed from the agenda. They're not removed completely. The way that I took the vote is that we have the opportunity, to talk. That was the request that was made, even though I voted red for removing these 3 legislations from the agenda. So I think as a matter of fairness, if we're going to argue that the legislations did go through the proper procedure, then I'd like to place my legislation back onto the agenda because it also went through the proper procedure. It was vetted by the FRF office. It was signed off by DOJ, and it was signed off by everybody that needed to sign off on it. So I just want to make that clear. I don't think it's fair that, certain legislations be added back on because the argument's being made that it went through the right process, because that's kind of insinuating that my legislation didn't go through the proper process when in fact it did. So I'd like to ask council that if you're going to consider adding on these 2 legislations, that you add on my legislation as well. If not, then I'm okay with going back to the drawing table and having this discussion. But I think as a matter of fairness, I have to argue that my legislation should be put back onto the agenda as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair, sorry, to the sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, we're just talking with staff here, and I was just seeing if there's going to be written approval or written consent by more than a majority of the delegates that needs to be done in order to bring back, if there was a modification, just due to the fact that this is the same amendment, would be the same amendment, but just in a reversal format. But that's only at council. So with that, Madam Chair Charles Newland, are you asking then to this motioning sponsor, Vice Chair Smith, for a modification to add on legislation 0059-22 back into this amendment?
Yes, if we are saying that the other 2 legislations went through the proper process, then I'm also making that same argument. So I'd like to request that my legislation be added back onto the agenda for consideration of Naabik'íyáti today. Thank you.
With that, Vice Chair Smith. There was a
Thank
request
you,
to modify.
Thank you, Chairman Damon and the Naabik'íyáti committee members, and also sit for requesting to place that on. The reason why I put these two back on board is because it went through. I'm not saying that yours is not appropriately done correctly or anything like that. I'm just saying that it went through Committee of Budget and Finance, and we were waiting for an answer from Department of Justice, and wanted to place that back on board so that if it was the answer does come back from Department of Justice, then that would be available for the committee to decide whether it should be taken into the route of the ARPA funds or the route that it's taken right now. That's why I just went ahead and put in as the two that went through the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm sticking with that. Thank you.
With that, then, so you're accepting the motion, Vice Chair Smith, on modification.
No, I'm sticking with just the two that I'm motioning second on the two legislations. That's what I said.
All right. That back to amendment number 4, adding on legislation 0043-22 and 0049-22. We do have a motion. We do have a second. Let me go back to the floor. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate it. And thank you, Vice Chair, for clarifying the information that still needs to be discussed and provided when it comes to ARPA eligibility. So to be clear, that's what I heard when you requested or motioned this amendment. And so my request for modification was then to get that information from DOJ in the form of a report so that we're clear if this project is eligible or if there were some challenges or recommendations. And that was my request for the modification, because what I'm hearing from the motioning party is we don't have the information if this legislation meets the BNF tabling directive to get an ARPA eligibility, if it's been submitted and is eligible. That's what I'm hearing is why this legislation is being asked to be put back on the agenda. And what I'm suggesting is then if that's the case, then a report would be the best way for the full committee to be updated on what DOJ has reviewed and what type of projects have been considered ARPA eligible. So I'll clarify that was my motion for modification. And Speaker, if I could make that second request with a clearer understanding of what the motioning party is on why the motioning party is motioning these legislations to be added back onto the agenda. I think it's more appropriate as a request for a report. Thank you, Speaker, my colleagues.
With that, the request to modify Honorable Vice Chair Smith, and this would be an updated report from Department of Justice to see if items that are in these two legislations are actually ARPA eligible projects. It would be a report instead of adding on legislation 43 and 49. Vice Chair Smith, the request to modify.
Thank you, Chair. With your leadership and guidance on this, if we go that route, then what happens to the two legislations? Do they just sit idle here with nothing yet until we get the report? And then after we get the report, could it be modified to put it on if it doesn't meet ARPA? But if it meets ARPA, then is that the avenue that would be taken for the sponsor to take it through and get it vetted as all the other ARPA requests are being done? Is that how that's done? I just need a little clarification. I understand the question and the modification from Honorable Crotty's request. I do not debate that. I just want to get a clear understanding on that. So what happens on the behalf of this Chair Damon?
Oh, to answer your question, Vice Chair Smith, it wouldn't be up to, it would be up to this original sponsor, and in that case, it would be up to the sponsor of any legislation to want to move forward on those, whether they are if they were eligible or ineligible. It would be up to the individual who is sponsoring that. It would be up to the individual to go and make sure that these would be ARPA eligible projects and would go through that process. It is up to the council, though, or the committee or any committee members to recommend to bring back a legislation like you are doing at this time. So if we get a report, what's going to happen is we will just get a report. And after that report, if there's time for these items to be put back on the agenda, if that's what the sponsor would want to move forward with, then that's something that can happen. But it would be up to the sponsor of that individual legislation, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Damon and Naabik'íyáti committee members of Navajo Nation and those that are listening on board on Amendment 4. Thank you for that clarification and understanding of behalf of how this would be taken in consideration of the modification. Also, this is put on its report and we get the answer, and be up to the sponsor on his behalf to move forward, whether it's eligible or ineligible. Thank you. I'll go ahead and accept that request from Honorable Crotty on the modification.
Okay. Thank you. With that, then what the modification then is, as this recommendation is to add an updated report from Department of Justice on ARPA eligibility of legislation 0043-22 and 0049-22, which will be new item number 6B. With that, Vice Chair Smith, you're good with the modification?
Yes.
Okay, with
Yes,
that,
on the
as a second, Honorable Stewart.
Yes.
Okay. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? This is adding on a report.
So, ready to vote.
Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, it's a chair.
You ready to vote?
Oh, that's a fun. I mean, that's a fun chair. Oh, I couldn't know how does it. I don't mean I had to drop my 7 to 8 million. Picking off right now. When I have to drop that one too. Oh, see, but I need a question from the legal Dana's office. And I do it now. Thank you.
I think Ms. Barbroff can answer that question when you talk with her here later on this afternoon when you meet with her, Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, is there any other comments, questions then on amendment number 4? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
I'll go
Honorable
green.
Key Allen
I'll go
Begay
green.
Jr., how do you vote?
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay and Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. both vote green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty, and I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Presiding Chair, Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. That honor
Delegate
voted in
Daniel
favor.
So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. That changes the vote to 14 delegates in favor and 4 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. On amendment number 4, 14 in favor, 4 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, let's continue on down, back to the main motion on a review and adopt the agenda. At this time, are there any further comments or questions on our agenda this morning?
Speaker Damon,
Good
this is
afternoon.
Charles Newton.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess I was a little bit confused with the last vote. We removed Amendment 3, removed D, G, and J from the agenda, and then Amendment 4 put back on D and J with the question of whether those projects are ARPA approved. Yet my legislation that is ARPA approved through the FRF office, and it was signed off by all necessary parties, is not going to be added on. I guess I'm a little bit confused. And then the delegates who voted green to remove now suddenly are voting red. I'm sorry, they voted green to remove, and then they voted green to put back onto the agenda. This, I think, is, and I'm glad it's being posted on Facebook right now, because it really does show, how delegates can flip-flop like, a fish out of water. I just don't understand how a legislation that has went through the proper channels could be removed, and then 2 that are still questionable could be added back on. Is the purpose to hear the report and then not require these legislations to go through the proper channel? Because I do want to make it clear, the legislation that I'm sponsoring did go through Department of Justice. It did receive the necessary signatures, and yet this council voted to keep it off the agenda. I guess I'm just a little bit confused, and I understand that there's still a lot of personal I guess feelings that are still, I guess, directed towards me. I understand that, but this legislation is supposed to help smaller communities, and I appreciate Delegate Slater always jumping to correct me on certain issues, on certain matters, and calling me out every time I make those mistakes. I will say that the legislation is to help smaller communities. And I've stated on the record time and time before that I support small businesses. This is one way when a small business reaches out to a delegate after it's gone through the process and asks to sponsor the legislation. I was quick to do that, because I've stated on the record that we do need to help our small businesses. I didn't know that there was a requirement on what we can and cannot do with small businesses, but I do support small businesses 100%. And if a small business has gone through the proper channels and just needs a delegate to sponsor the legislation, I'm willing to assist. I'm willing to help, and I'm willing to do what I can to get the legislation through. On that same note, I am also willing to, I guess, as much as it pains me to say this, to give President Nez another chance to sit down with council and to really talk about, what the community needs are. Now, I know that, people are saying right now that, that we need to sit down and it's been a year, 1 year. How do we tell the people that we can't, and leadership, 24th Navajo Nation Council, we cannot agree on how this money can be spent? I was in favor of the equitable argument. I voted green for that. I was in favor of giving to the chapters, even though I had reservations. I was in favor of that. I feel like I have a very open mind when it comes to helping the Navajo people. But I'm just a little bit confused as to how we can put 2 more legislations that were removed back on the agenda when we don't even know if they're ARPA eligible. But the one legislation that has gone through the process that is ARPA eligible, we're not willing to consider. So I guess the only way that I'm going to know for sure, and the only way that the people out there are going to know for sure about where we stand on the statements that we make, is to motion at this time to add my legislation back onto the agenda, since it has gone through the proper vetting process. And this is legislation 0059-22. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, just to clarify, on amendment number 3, go back up. Amendment number 3, we, the council or the committee deleted legislation 0043-22, 0049-22, and 0059-22 with a vote of 14 in favor and 5 opposed. In that, amendment number 4 originally was to add on 43-22 and 49-22 back on the agenda. There was a modification to that was accepted by the motioning party, which was Vice Chair Smith, and that modification was just to hear a report on those 2 legislations. So at this time, that's what was voted on amendment number 4, Madam Chair Charles Newton, is just to hear a report on those legislations by a vote of 14 in favor and 4 opposed. So, Madam Chair Charles Newton, the legislation 0043-22, 0049-22, and 0059-22 are still not on the agenda at this time. So those 43 and 49 are not on the agenda.
Thank you.
Just for clarity.
Thank you, Speaker, for clarifying. When you got on, I did see the language for amendment number 4. I am listening in online so that I can see what the language states. So I do apologize on that. I do see the update report from DOJ on ARPA eligibility of legislation. So I apologize for that. But just for clarification, legislation 0043-22 and legislation 0049-22 is not being added under the legislation. It's still removed and just added under the report section. Is that correct? Because reading this language that's on the screen right now that is being posted out there, it just says add update report. It doesn't say that it's going to be under 7A or 7B after the report that's being provided by Chair Crotty on the sexual assault prevention. So that's where I need some clarification with the way that this language is being added into the agenda. Again, all it just says is add update report from DOJ and ARPA eligibility. From the way that I read that, since it doesn't say to add as item 7B under receiving reports, I see it still as being added on the agenda for new legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, just for clarity, there was amendment, go back to amendment number 2. Amendment number 2 was what you sponsored, Madam Chair. You motioned to move new business in as a new 5, and then to receive reports, and that was seconded by Honorable Otto. So that added in a new item number 6. So all reports are under item number 6 now. So if you go back down to amendment number 4. In there, it says new item number 6B. So this amendment number 4 that was voted on by 14 in favor and 4 opposed is only a report that's going after the report item number A, which is referring to Naabik'íyáti Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee. There is no legislation 0043-22, 0049-22, and 0059-22 that has actually been voted on to be put back onto the agenda under new business.
Thank you, Speaker. And then just for clarification, did we also in that amendment remove item number 6, old business? I thought we just flip-flop item number 7 and item number 5. So technically it should be under item 7B, not 6B, unless it's considered old business. And if that's the case, then what is 6A old business? Thank you, Speaker.
6A old business is the Naabik'íyáti Committee Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee. If the legislation is approved, if the agenda is approved by itself, when you motion to under amendment number 2, when you motion that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, you said to put new business after before the reports. So we put new business and then reports, and then ultimately the last order of business would be old business, which there's none.
Thank you, Speaker.
So, Madam Chair, let me go back to your amendment then. Are you motioning still to put legislation 0059-22 back on the agenda?
Speaker, I'm willing to sit down or to try. I mean, I'm willing to sit down and hear other legislations. So I will just keep it off the agenda at this point.
Okay, so withdraw that motion then. With that,
Point of order, Speaker.
going back to the main motion on the review and adopt the agenda, point of order, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Chair Damon. I was just accused by my colleague of trying to jump on her or something like that. And I don't understand what Delegate Charles Newton's infatuation with me is, but I am sick and tired of this harassment. And you know that it precedes me even being a delegate. So I really need something here from you, Speaker. I don't understand what's going on. I was stating factual information about what was stated on the record in a Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. It had nothing personal and nothing to do with anything other than the facts of the matter. And I laid them out very clearly and coherently. And because of that, now I'm being told, I don't understand. I need you to uphold the decorum and the dignity of this meeting. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, as indicated, well, not indicated anywhere. Again, working together with this Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti committee or even with the council, if there's any type of information that has, or any type of approach to inhumanely or even harass or even try to break any kind of I don't know, action towards one another that is not coherently collectively working in the outside the order of care. I think honestly, it really has been understood that we can still try to work things out. In this case, I will work together with you in knowing to understand more of what I think you're saying. And I will sit down together too with Madam Chair Charles Newton collectively. And if there's some kind of information that can be heard together, compromise, or collectively talk about these things outside of this realm right now. And I have had those discussions with certain delegates off collectively outside the scope of not only the council, but just to sit down with one another and talk these things through. I think that we can definitely try to learn from each other and grow to understand where each and every one come from, whether that be our own personal attributes or our personal opinions or our understandings for understanding everybody outside of our internal bubble, I guess I could say, in us trying to collaboratively work together. I have had numerous different meetings in the beginning of this council to try to work together with each other. And if that's something that we need to do to come back together and sit down amongst each other, I have no problem scheduling those kind of in-depth meetings. Again, just from what Madam Chair Charles Newton has indicated or recommended, or what you might have think she recommended, is something that I can definitely work together with both of you outside of the council in order for us to make sure that there is that continued responsibility upheld, not only by yourselves, but myself as the individual who needs to guide this council or this committee in order for us to really try to make sure that we continuously work together for the betterment of the Navajo people. Thank you, Honorable Slater.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So, request to speak.
With that, I am back on to the main motion. And at this time, go to Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker. Chairman Damon, Otto Simmons, aye. We just got an email respective of legislation 0058-22. And the final authority is Naabik'íyáti Committee. And I'd like to motion to add it to the agenda. And then at the same time, add it to the consent agenda. That would be my motion. It's respective of supporting the confirmation of Ms. Rosalind So as the Director of the Indian Health Service. Thank you.
I'll second Freeland.
That is a motion, colleagues, back on the main motion, add amendment number 5. This amendment number 5 is adding on legislation 0058-22, which, do we have that? You can read that. Let me see. We read the heading. Legislation is action related to the Health, Education, Human Services Committee and the Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting United States President Joseph R. Biden nomination of Rosalind So to be confirmed by the United States Senate as the Director of the Indian Health Service. Sponsored by Honorable Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Kiel, co-sponsored by Honorable Halona. That there is a motion by Honorable Chairman Daniel So. Second is by Honorable Edison Winika. Colleagues, at this time,
the second part of that motion is to add it to the consent agenda.
Speaker, did you get my second, Freeland?
Thank you very much. Just to answer your question, Honorable Chairman Daniel So. First, the item it needs to be added on to the agenda. That's the way we have been done this in the past. And then I would need a second motion after this item is added onto the agenda, because this item has not been added onto the agenda or was not posted on the agenda. So 0058-22 can be motion put onto the consent agenda, but it just needs to be done on a separate motion. Second, Honorable Mark Freeland, I did accept the second from Honorable Edison Winika on a motion to add this on as amendment number 5. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 5, adding on legislation 0058-22? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board. Yeah. No, second is Winika. And then I'm going back to Chairman Daniel. So
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kiel votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable
Malone
Jamie
votes green.
Henio. Excuse me, Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy
vote green.
Yellowhair votes green.
I'll vote green.
Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay votes green via text.
I'll vote green, yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, 18 in favor. For amendment number 5. 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. That, let's go back to the main motion. Chairman Daniel So.
Yes, Tilly, others and I, colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Others ke sedene kezena da inostragi kodoi sato. Machines kedoli. And I'd like to motion to put 0058-20 on the consent agenda. And it's a timely manner to make sure it's available to our congressional delegation as well as to the balance of the United States Senate. Yeah. Oh, that the nation is only a motion Isla.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So that adding on with the addition, what this motion is doing, colleagues, is to add on legislation 0058-22 to the consent agenda, which would be item number 5A. That would join legislation 0033-22, 0047-22, and 0014-22. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, second. Colleagues, any comments, questions? Going twice. Only 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
So,
I'll vote green.
agenda.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Key Allen votes green, thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Chan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Excuse me, Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Excuse me, Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, Chad, hold on, please.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on amendment number 6, 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Moving on, colleagues, back to the main motion on our agenda. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Are there any further comments, questions on the main motion? Only twice. Only 3 times. Let's go to second reading on our agenda.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. You have 6 amendments to the agenda. Amendment number 1 is to include a consent agenda, and legislations to be included on the consent agenda are legislation 0033-22, 0047-22, 0014-22. Amendment number 2 is a modification to the agenda to hear legislations first. That would move new business up to new item 5 and receive reports as new item 6. Amendment number 3 was to delete legislation 0043-22, 0049-22, 0059-22 off the agenda. Amendment number 4 was to add a report from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice on the ARPA eligibility of legislation 0043-22 and legislation 0049-22, report by the NNDOJ, most likely will be Mr. Rodas or Ms. Kristen Lowell. Amendment number 5 was to add legislation 0058-22 to the agenda. Amendment number 6 was to include newly added legislation 0058-22 to the consent agenda. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, on their main motion with 6 amendments. Let's go to board, vote on our agenda this afternoon.
Almer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Chairman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Dan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote God is okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Cynthia Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates that voted in favor, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Let's continue on down onto our agenda as we have approved it now. Item number 4 is review and adopt the journals. Colleagues, we do have 3 specific identity, well, 3 journals. One dated March 10th, 2022. Second one dated March 17th, 2022. And third one is March 24th to 25th, 2022. What is the will of the committee?
Motion, Keelan.
Motion
Second, hello.
Honorable Keelan Begay, second by Honorable Halona to accept these reports. That, colleagues, are there any comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. Go to board. Vote. Accepting these journals.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Keelan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati votes green via text. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Tim votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene
I
So.
vote green. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable
green.
Otto So, votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates that voted in favor, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you. That, colleagues. 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries on the journals. That, let's move on down, colleagues. Item number 5, new business. We are on item number A under new business, which is the consent agenda. Mr. Rico, could read those 4 legislations into the record.
Thank you,
Speaker
Speaker.
Damon,
Members of the
Delegate
Navajo
Nez,
Committee.
present.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
New business A, consent
Thank you.
agenda. Tracking number 0033-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development and Naabik'íyáti committees supporting the Arcadian Infracom partnership with construct and operate a broadband fiber optic communications network across the Navajo Nation. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Ricky Nez. Tracking number 0047-22, an action relating to the health, education, and the Naabik'íyáti committees supporting and approving Diné College's application to the Bureau of Indian Affairs Living Languages Grant. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So, and co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Juanica. Tracking number 0014-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees, supporting and recommending the passage of United States Senate Bill 1740 titled Schools and State Budgets Certainty Act of 2021. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So. Tracking number 0058-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, and Naabik'íyáti committees, supporting United States President Joseph R. Biden nomination of Rosalind So to be confirmed by the United States Senate as the Director of Indian Health Services. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. These are Naabik'íyáti final authority per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, there's a motion by Chairman Daniel So. Is there a second?
Second, Malona.
Second by Honorable Halona. That, colleagues, let's go to board on legislations 0033, 0047, 0014, and 0058-22.
Speaker, question and privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, everybody.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I just need for our legal counsel regarding legislation 0033-22. Is this supporting resolution? Is this for a grant, or is the intent to give exclusivity to the Arcadian Infracon partnership? I just need clarification on this legislation before I move forward. Thank you, Speaker.
With that, let me go back to Chief Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Crotty, I am going to defer your question to Mariana Khan as the drafter and also more familiarity than myself. Thank you, Ms. Khan. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Bobroff and Ms. Khan, I actually drafted this legislation. This is Laureline from Office of Legislative Counsel. If I may speak on this to answer the question.
Yes.
Thank you. If you take a look at the legislation, this legislation supplants previous legislation by the Resources and Development Committee in legislation or resolution number RDCAU-32-20. The Resources Committee did approve a right-of-way grant and appurtenant leases to Arcadian Infracom for this very big, huge fiber optic project that will cover 2,800 miles of communication lines across the Navajo Nation and states of Arizona, Utah, New Mexico, and Colorado, many, many miles. So the right-of-way has already been approved for the Navajo Nation lands for this project. So this is simply the Navajo Nation Council giving its full support to this project for bringing more bandwidth capacity to the Navajo Nation and creating jobs. And there's going to be a sharing of project revenues and services as compensation for the company's grant of the right-of-way for the use of Navajo Nation lands. So that's what the purpose of this legislation is for. There's already been a grant of right-of-way, and this just expresses the council's support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes.
Point of order.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Hold on, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Audible auto so.
Speaker, I guess the realm of the consent agenda, can we get back on track on this? I believe we all had a chance to speak on this when the consent agenda was proposed earlier. Thank you. That's all.
Point of order, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you. With that, the question is, colleagues, while the consent agenda was put together, at that point there should have been the discussion to put the items on for the consent. It's been precedent that when we do put the consent agenda together, we just go straight to immediate vote. So with that started, let me go back to the floor. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, your point of order.
Yes, thank you, Speaker and my colleagues. If I could have Legislative Council refer to what rule or what section of the law that requires a consent agenda to go direct to vote. I'd appreciate that citation. Thank you.
You got it? I know that you did the request for Office Legislative Counsel, but I do have Office Legislative Services standing by. Office Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker. I had to step out of the room, so I did not catch that last question. If you would repeat it, please.
Where in the code does it reference the consent agenda items go straight to a vote once they've been approved on the after the vote was taken on the no, that's not right. But
Okay, I
do
understand
the
the
consent
question.
agenda items go straight to a vote, or are they debatable?
Give me just a second. My understanding was that they go straight to the vote, that that's the purpose of the consent agenda, that there does not need to be a discussion. That's why they were put on the consent agenda, but let me just double check and find that site for you. 1 second.
You have it.
CJY 2619.
Let me get Mr. Rico on. He does have some guidance. Mr. Rico.
Speaker, if you could also put that on the Zoom so I could read that document. Thank you.
Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. In 2019, the council passed CJY 26-19, which actually added a consent parameters for standing committees. One of the modification was to rule, let me see. Rule 8, item B, paragraph B, and what was added at the end of that paragraph is the following. The agenda shall allow for the inclusion of a consent schedule, which is a listing of resolutions that will likely be approved by unanimous consent of the delegates in attendance. The consent schedule shall be developed by the chairperson upon request by any delegate with appropriate exhibits, reports, and other matters available for review prior to the meeting. Items shall be removed from the consent schedule on the request of any one committee member for any reason without debate. Items not removed shall be adopted by unanimous consent without amendments or debate. Removed items may be taken up either immediately after the consent schedule or placed later on the agenda at the discretion of the committee. Mr. Speaker.
With that, going back to you, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. That is exactly what I just pulled up, CJY 2619. And as Mr. Rico read, that there is no debate or amendments to items on the consent agenda.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, in doing so, we have voted on this at the agenda for putting these 4 items on, and per the approval process that was adopted back in 2019, go straight to a vote. So with that, colleagues, going straight to a vote on legislations, the 4 that were read into the record.
A point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
What a privilege, Madam Chair. Karati.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate Legislative Council's response in the Office of Legislative Service. Let's be clear on what was, I asked the question through a point of order or a question of privilege or a point of privilege. And so I'm looking for information in this language that does not allow a delegate to request information on any legislation. That's the information that I'm looking for. I'm not looking to debate. I'm looking for the opportunity to ask a question and get answers. That's the language I need to see. Thank you, Speaker.
Ms. Barboff and Mr. Rico, just to clarify, at the committee level, there is no point of privilege, but historically that has still been utilized over time, not only during this council, but previous councils. There is only a point of order. At Navajo Nation Council level, there is a point of privilege. At that point of privilege level, that even whether we're debating, whether we're on a vote, we're ready to vote, at that time, that's when a delegate could raise a point of privilege in order for us to have continuous answers to the points they're trying to understand or make in reference to the legislation. And in this case right now, I think, Madam Chair, what you're asking for is if there's any further questions or anything that you would like to add on, I think that it could be said that that is done at Navajo Nation Council level, but not at the committee level. So when they're asking, when we have voted on this item as a consent agenda, the consent agenda then goes straight to a vote. We did get a motion, we did get a second, and then that's going straight to a vote. But in the reference of asking additional questions, I don't see where that would be. But I don't know, Ms. Barboff, if you see that any different.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate that.
Okay.
I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
All right. With that, colleagues, go to the board, vote on 4 legislations.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote?
Yeah, they said this is Delegate Amber Kines Bakrati, and I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes red. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pranal Halona, how do you vote?
One votes green.
Honorable Pranal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Dane votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
What is what you have?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Delegate Otto So votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates that voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposes, and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. 18 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries. That, colleagues, let's continue on down on our agenda. Item number B, under new business, legislation 0013-22, sponsored by Honorable Helena, co-sponsors by myself, Seth Damon, co-sponsors by Chairman Edmund Yazi. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read in legislation 0013-22 into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0013-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $540,528 in supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance to Rehoboth Christian School to fund student transportation costs, a Navajo language teacher position, summer school expenses, and other needs. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon, Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Edmund Yazi. There are committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that has had it under consideration, reports saying that with the recommendation that it do pass with no amendment. However, with the stipulation that the sponsor submits completed FY 2022 budget forms and according to the Appropriations Act, Title 12, secure a written analysis from the Office of Management and Budget and from the Office of the Controller, analyzing if the UUFB request is a reoccurring expense. Legislation moved on to the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended consideration and reports the same with the recommendation that it do pass without amendment, with the stipulation that the sponsor will submit corrected exhibits when this legislation is considered by the Naabik'íyáti Committee or the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, on legislation 0013-21 is, or -22, is there a motion?
Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Smith, is there a second? Honorable
Delegate
Monica,
yellow hair. Oh, okay.
any comments, questions?
This is
Twice.
Charles Newman. I've got a question.
Be with that, Madam Chair. That, we'll go back to the sponsor, Honorable Helena, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and good afternoon, colleagues. And thank you for bringing this legislation up for to be heard here today in Naabik'íyáti. I do have my agent, Mr. Ippo, is on as well. If you have any other questions, further questions, this legislation is to assist Rehoboth Christian School with some funding so that we can continue to have a top-notch Navajo teaching class, also to expand their education in Navajo teaching, and to continue with their program with the school there with having bilingual Navajo teaching class, as well as other projects they're needing. The elementary school there needs an HVAC system. The students there in the elementary school are having to bear hot weather and also some especially during the summertime when they have summer classes. And so we have some associations there to help the students pretty much to continue with serving the Navajo Nation. 75% of the students that go to school at Rehoboth Christian School are Navajo, and they come from several communities around the Navajo Nation, as far as Crown Point, Chitultla, to here in St. Michael's, and other surrounding communities, Tohatchi, Coyote Canyon, as in different communities around within a 3,000-mile radius of Gallup. So that's what the legislation is about. I have Mr. Ippo on the board. Mr. Ippo, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ippo is my agent. If you could, Mr. Ippo, elaborate a little bit more on the process and what we're looking forward to for the school there. Mr. Ippo?
Yes, thank you for the time. You know, I'm really excited. I've been at Rehoboth for 29 years, and I really see Rehoboth as a partnership with the Navajo Nation in providing for students and families. And it's so neat that there's so many different kinds of ways that we do that in our community. And as the Honorable Council Delegate said, we serve kids from a 3,000 square mile area. So we bus in a lot of students, and we really feel that education is extremely important, like you do, and we want to encourage kids to either, you know, consider college or trade school or military or whatever. But however, what the important thing is to be preparing them for the future. And the resources that we're asking for are never to ask for somebody to do it completely for us, but it's always in partnership with others. We solicit donations from donors from around the country to help us, but it's always awesome to be able to say to them, yes, it's not only people in the Midwest who care about our school, but it's also people in our own community. And so we bring these resources together to be able to make Rehoboth possible for our 425 students. So I'm very happy to answer any questions. I love Rehoboth. I love being here and serving the Navajo Nation. I feel like I say it's much more of a partnership than anything else. We just hosted the Peshlikai Memorial Basketball Tournament. And in fact, I remember very well when the funeral was at Rehoboth for those girls. And we've hosted some Navajo police, law enforcement folks' funerals, and some of those tough times, but also just some really beautiful partnerships. We worked with the Navajo Christian Response Team in providing food and that sort of thing during the beginning of the whole COVID pandemic. So again, I just see it as partners. You've already blessed our school with Chief Manuelito scholarships for our students. I think we had 3 this year. And then also the ODY scholarships for families who have students who are scholars at the high school level. But yeah, I'm very happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Speaker Damon, that concludes our report right now.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other questions?
With that, you can go back to the floor then. Colleagues, at this time, let me turn it over to Madam Chair Charles Sutton. Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and also thank you for this legislation. I guess I want to know, number one, what kind of school is Rehoboth Christian School? Is it a public school or is it a religious school? Number 2 is, do you get state funding for these positions? Number 3 is, how many Christian or Catholic schools are on the Navajo Nation? And I'd like to know, Speaker Damon, how much money does the Navajo Nation give them? We have been talking lately about being equitable. So I think that this, we need to know, because I know that we do have Catholic schools that are on the Navajo Nation. If we're going to give to Rehoboth, I think we should be giving equally to all schools, and we should all be looking at the funding that's coming down from the federal government and then the funding that's coming down from the state. And then my last question is, this position that you're requesting funding for, are they going to teach Navajo culture, which would include ceremonies and I guess prayers, everything that deals with the culture, or is it only specific to the language? Those are the questions that I have at this time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. I will try to remember all of them. And if I skip,
hold on, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on a second.
With that,
Speaker Delegate also.
just to clarify that, I'm having staff not only do some looking up some of that information, Madam Chair, but I'll go back to Honorable Helena here shortly so he can clarify some of that. Honorable Otto, so floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you can. Okay, one thing is that I guess with the fundings that are coming through the pipelines to the schools across the nation, I heard transportation earlier, and I know that through the budget formulation, Indian dollars makes its way down to the school levels in forms of Indian dollars and education per students, and regarding to relating to transportation. So I'm just wondering if Rehoboth receives some of the Indian dollars that is usually formulated in the Bureau of Indian Affairs budget formulation each year, because a lot of the services that's generally provided for education and transportation should be covered through those resources through BIA, whether it's funneled through the government to the state, then down to the state to the school level. The other is during the time of the COVID, schools across the United States received funds during the Title V dollars and now the ARPA dollars. I'm just wondering also what type of figures did Rehoboth receive on the ARPA and the Title V dollars pertaining to the CARES Act. Thank you very much. Be my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. So with that, we'll go back to Honorable Holona at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. And as far as I know, I'll start with Auto. No, there's no funding coming from the BIA and their funding formulation. And Rehoboth Christian School is a private funded school, mostly from donations that are been donated around the country. And as far as the ARPA and CARES funding, they have not received any funding from CARES funding or ARPA funding that I know of. I'll get with Mr. Ipple if you could go ahead and answer the rest of those questions. I appreciate that, Mr. Ipple.
Yes. So we are a private school, but we do receive Title I, Title II, Title IV funding. We have special education, some money. It's based on the number of students that we serve in the Gallup-McKinley area. And so that is money. We use the federal food program. That's how we determine our low income percentage, that sort of thing. We did end up with being really blessed by the CARES Act. This helped us both with all this PPE stuff. It also has allowed us to do some extra assistance in classes this year. And we have put in an application for the CARES ARP, which that has not come out yet, whether we've gotten that. That is for additional funding for staffing. What we're trying to do is use any of that CARES Act money to really address the whole learning loss issue. And unfortunately, with this kind of thing, as you know, you kind of throw things out there and you aren't sure what you're going to really get from who. And so that's why, we put these requests out there, hoping that somehow we're going to be able to serve the kids. We do not receive any special money for transportation from anybody. That's all paid through, through our own funding. We were able to get new buses, and we did that through a grant with the Volkswagen Foundation. They took care of 25% of it, and then donors gave the rest. Obviously, we can't put that on the back of our parents. So yeah, let me know if that answers questions or if you have other ones too.
To answer your question, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, there's been no allocation to any schools, either public or private, off the on or off the reservation, except for in 2018, there was an allocation of funds that was to St. Bonaventure School in Theroux, which is a parochial school. And that was to purchase buses too as well. That was the only funding that has ever been given. The only other dollars that go to any off-reservation schools is to Navajo Prep, but that is set up through its annual trust fund, and it's been the trust fund is through Navajo Prep, or I think it's still considered Navajo Academy under the Navajo Nation books, and they utilize the derived income off of that to give to the school on an annual basis for that. Other than that, I hope that answered your question, Madam Chair Charleston. So let me go back down to the floor. Honorable Keelan Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker Yate, good afternoon, Nana. Ado Kodo legislation Ziki regarding funding requests in the amount of $540,528. Yesterday, we had a RDC meeting. I raised a point of several areas, and I'm not saying that we should abide by it, but all I'm saying is that the president of the Navajo Nation issued a statement saying that the advisement of not getting funding out of the UUFB or the citizen funding while we try to resolve some of the funding for the opera budget. I believe that was to some extent the statement that the president had made. So what is the guarantee that the president will be signing off of on this particular request and all the other funding requests that's on the agenda today? That's one thing. And then the other one, I commend the delegates who continues to submit funding requests to UFB or citizen funding, but it comes to a point to where I try to and want to drop legislation, but it's pointless if I know that the executive branch will not be supporting it, and then we always put ourselves in a situation where we utilize the kids and the need and the justification at the local level. And then we get ourselves in a situation where we get backfire of why we didn't support or why it wasn't approved. Coco, I know I've been on the council. There were so many times that I've supported Rehoboth Christian School in appropriating a lot of fundings. And I believe that's the only school that has come to the council for support. But I believe that, myself, I have several schools in my region, and they do have needs in terms of broadband for them to learn and continue to seek education from home. Cool. That's where we continue to, I guess, line up of how we need to get these infrastructure out into the Navajo Nation. And I believe some of these funding could be beneficial to some of these young kids that don't have access to internet on the Navajo Nation. Some of these administration, if you're asking to establish a position of a Navajo language teacher, what's the guarantee that you'll have the salary for this particular position in the coming years? And then what are the other needs that's listed on there specifically? I mean, what is the other needs that you're requesting through this legislation? Because we always talk about accountability, and we always talk about funding not being utilized for its intended purpose. So if other needs funding, I mean, if the word is there, it tells me that the school, when they receive the funding, could be utilizing it in any way they want. But nonetheless, I mean, will any of these funding to be utilized, if it does establish certain position or something recurring costs, well, is the schools getting themselves in a situation where they'll be coming back to the council to say that, well, you've helped us establish just now, we're coming back to help us pay for the O&M. That's an unhit don't need so ban sas case dida. Ko halet au jo ilyagu yat shinant ano linigi dida. Yan halchinet do I don't have a question on what type of school it is, but the only question I have is that, I mean, why isn't that we treat every school the same across the Navajo Nation? We have a lot of public schools, community schools, and the BIA school across the Navajo Nation. Funding coming from the state, funding coming from the BIA or the BIE. Date one school in a way they're benefiting the school and the students that's going to school over there. But what about my school? I always say that. I mean, yeah, no matter what, I mean, I always say my chapter, the 5 chapters that I represent. I mean, I mean, if they know and if they hear that I've been supporting giving money to a school, but I'm not even giving my own chapter schools any, not even a penny. I mean, what do you think that the response will be when I get to a chapter meeting, when a parents say that we have these type of equipments lacking at the school, or they don't have any sports equipment, they don't even have updated computers or software or whatever. I mean, why? But yet you support school that's not even within your district. Should the donate or you from the 5 communities that I represent. So maybe to justify it, maybe if you could be able to provide us what is the average enrollment there, and how many of them are Navajo people, and how many of them are non-Navajo or other tribal members of enrollment. I don't know if I need to apologize for not having a full knowledge about the school. But I mean, I think those are some areas that I think we need to think about. I don't know how many teachers are Navajos, how many administrators are Navajo, and how many of the staff, the workers are Navajo. I mean, I think that's the thing, because we always say that this is the community, the public funding, the Naabik'íyáti peso at the I mean, again, that's where I don't want anyone or even my colleague to misconstrue my statement. But all I'm trying to get is an answer of why we really kind of just support a legislation where the better the higher is needed in the rural part of the Navajo Nation. I believe Rehoboth is just right outside of Gallup, and I believe all the infrastructures are available. And then I know that, and I've noticed when I go travel by the facility, they're improving their the sports venue outside the school. So if they have improvement for their sports facility, I mean, I believe that that's a higher priority. I think, I don't know, but yet maybe their expansion is wanting them to add additional staffing or additional purpose for this 540,000 that will be given to the Rehoboth School Christian School. So akut shanant ano lindagi hajo shabit o thashi da tse akoko halne la tanen lindagi daily nisto hane la tanne no khachenen da aj. I mean, how many students have graduated? Navajo have graduated, and how many is the enrollment? And how many and then how many BIA school do we have on the Navajo Nation? How many public schools do we have on the Navajo Nation? And how many BIA school we have on the Navajo Nation? How many other private schools do we have on the Navajo Nation? And I believe that's one thing that I know some of our students go to school, a private school off the reservation called Arden. What is this a Rehoboth school, Christian school? Is it on the Navajo Nation? If it's on the Navajo Nation, I mean, a lot of times when chapters or senior center or anything, when they're asking for funding, usually chapters based on chapters based on because I know, like I said, this is not the first time that the school came before the council, and maybe the staff could provide, maybe the school can provide us the information of how many they had received from the Navajo Nation Council, because I know what I've supported several times, them receiving a certain amount of funding get in. I may not be correct on that one, but nonetheless, I know that several times that they came before the council. Especially, I always bring up Little Mountain that they don't even have a cell tower. I sure would like to have this amount of money to establish that cell tower. But again, what comes to mind is that will it be approved? Because I already know that once or twice my legislation was vetoed, requesting for electricity. So if any clarification, just let me know, Chairman.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go to Chairman Naabik'íyáti.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. On the legislation, I wanted to do an amendment, but I'll go ahead and wait until all the questions are asked. To the legislation sponsor and agents, and then to my colleagues, and to everyone else that is listening on call. I know this legislation has gone through all the committees, and there was a lot of good questions that was brought up. But I just would ask, my colleagues that we support the legislation. As a parent, we always want good things for our kids, and I've heard St. Bonaventure's, mention. They all there was a private school here in Peru, and they had donors from all over out of state that was donating to the school. But we, as Navajo parents, we talked and decided that, why don't we ask the Navajo Nation for help because of the services that the school has done, for the kids, education purposes. And so, and that all went through, and we're very grateful. Now, from preschool level all the way to the 8th grade level in Peru, our kids are going into brand new buses. And so this is the same way, that we like to, I like to advocate for Rehoboth. The buses go to Crown Point. They go to Window Rock. To every day they transport students just because of our students being from the area, Peru, Crown Point, and then I believe up to Sanders too as well. And so there is a lot of our Navajo kids that go to school there. And the success of them going on to college and military is in high numbers. And so my colleagues, let's just support, this legislation. And so I'm asking again, that we all vote in support of the legislation. And I don't know if it's appropriate, but I'd like to go ahead and add the time to do an amendment. But I'll go ahead and wait. Let me go ahead and wait till all the questions are being asked. Speaker, I'll reserve my time for that. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to you, Honorable Helena, for any response.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Thank you for those questions, and they are well thought of and asked. The answers to some of your questions, Delegate Kialan Begay, is that this school, Rehoboth, had approached us to ask for assistance. And so if the other schools in your district, in your area, would want to come and ask you for assistance, that's up to them. And it'll be up to you to decide whether or not you're going to move forward to assist them. And so, but the school here in Rehoboth is a high percentage of Navajo students that graduate from that school and go on to college. And there are even our Speaker of the House, Ed T. Begay, had gone to that school and graduated from there, and other council delegates that had also gone to school there and graduated from there. So Rehoboth is producing a lot of decent educated individuals that will come back to the Navajo Nation to assist us here. And it's been going on for several years now. And so to answer your question about the amount of people, schools that they're going to, students, I would like to go ahead and refer that to Mr. Ippo. Could you give us a number on how many students you have there that Navajo, Anglo, other nationalities, as well as how many teachers you have there that are Navajo as well? Mr. Ippo?
Yes, thank you. So we usually have about 425 students K through 12, and then another 50 or so in our pre-K program. And it's about 78% Native American, and of the Native American population, that's mainly Navajo. We do have students coming at the high school level from Zuni. Also, we have a bus coming from Zuni. And the goal again is to prepare kids for the future. And I'm proud to say that a lot of the kids do go to college. I also will admit these last couple of years have been really, really hard. And that's what we're trying to do, is to figure out how do we step into these kids' lives and make a difference. We are always striving to hire, and if you look at our job descriptions, we do prefer to hire Native American staff, because if 75% of your kids are Native American, you want the staff to reflect that. And we are far from that. I'm excited because we have alumni coming back to teach and that sort of thing, but you have to be willing to teach for a lot less money than you would in another school. But we are seeing people coming back, and we want to raise people into leadership. My colleague, who's usually with me on these meetings right now, her father-in-law passed away, but I'm so thrilled. She's going to get a PhD in educational leadership. And we're even trying to create a program. In fact, I was working on that this morning, where we are taking students who are interested in possibly going into education, high school students, and through some of this, hopefully CARES Act or whatever money, that I could hire some high school students to work during the summer and after school and before school with children and get them excited about becoming educators or counselors or therapists or whatever. So it's all part of the long-term picture. We have a long ways to go with that. And I totally understand, this whole question of like, well, how do you sustain things if we're asking for money this year? Does that mean we're going to come back and ask next year? And so much of what I find with a private school is, we basically every year are trying to find new ways to help the program. But some of the things that we ask for are basically seed money to help us to try something. So for example, we tried a special education program. We really felt there was a need for it. I even have students coming from Window Rock who need special education, and we did not have that service. So we threw it out there. We got a grant to try it, and now we have donors who are contributing to that designated fund to keep it going. With the Navajo language, we already have Navajo language, but the question is, can we expand it? Can we do things in the summer? One year I tried to have kids go out to live with grandparents, and we just so they were immersed in the language, and we tried to use some money to be creative with that kind of thing. So some of this is just funding things to try them out to see if we can get this to work, and then we'll find other ways to fund it. We're not going to keep coming back to you. So with the Navajo language and resources, that's exactly what that is. And with our transportation, we already do this transportation, but every year there's no way we can charge kids for that transportation to Window Rock or Crown Point or whatever. So every year we're trying to figure out creative ways to help with that funding. And if this legislation passed, that would be an answer for this coming year as a way to help with that ability. And the whole summer school piece, I mean, obviously that's a very unique thing for Rehoboth to be able to bus kids during the summer. But if this legislation happened, then I can have that Window Rock bus, Crown Point bus, and that sort of thing happen. And then the student support classroom, as I said, we are really blessed now to be able to have this special education program. We want to hire more special education teachers, and we need special education classrooms. And so there's that need for that one-time investment into a classroom. We don't need to do that every year. And then, I guess the last one, which is on the list that I'm looking at, is this HVAC. And in some ways, I think people probably think that is a total luxury. And in some ways it is. In some ways that maybe, when you look at all of the different needs in the world, HVAC is maybe off the top. But when I look at both climate, I mean, it just seems warmer than it used to be, but also that we're trying to do more with our students in the summer to be able to have an HVAC system in the elementary like we do at the mid school and high school level is great. And then the final thing I want to say is, my heart breaks when I hear about these communities that don't have broadband, that don't have electricity, and don't have water. But I know those communities because that's where our kids go. And so we've been providing, the hot spots. And I had parents that would drive to parking lots and go up higher in the mountain to get internet. And, we spent lots of money through our CARES Act on technology to get computers and all that sort of thing. So I totally concur with the fact that these communities need help. And I know that because our kids come from those communities. So my heart resonates with all that you're talking about. And I've listened all morning to your discussions, and I just know you have a lot on your plate. And I just thank you for all of your work. And I do think that we're all on the same team in terms of loving these kids and families.
Mr. Speaker.
Could you add me to the queue? Again, this is Delegate Charles Newman.
This is Mr. Norman John of Twin Lakes.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Holona, does that conclude your response?
Yes, that concludes my response. I do also have another agent on, Mr. Norman John.
Okay.
If I can get him to have him.
So that doesn't conclude your response.
That concludes my response, yes, right now. And if there are any other questions, I'd like to have Mr. John come on to give his viewpoint as well. But for now, it concludes my response. Thank you.
Thank you. That let me go ahead and, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, add you to the queue. Right now, I do have Chairman Henio, then Naabik'íyáti, then yourself, Madam Chair. Chairman Henio, floor is yours on the main motion.
Speaker, Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, 24th Nomination Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, Nanta, Delegate Pernell Halona for sponsoring the legislation here.
Most over.
Speaker?
Yes, Chairman. If you're on the line, please mute your phones. We do have Chairman Henio speaking at this time. Chairman Henio, floor is yours.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think one of the biggest questions I had was asked by Che, Delegate Keelan McGay, where Navajo Nation allocates funding for a position. And certainly that position would have to be funded again the following year. And transportation costs, the same thing, they're recurring expenses. And so that question was the same question I had. So does that mean we'll be seeing Rehoboth Christian School standing before council again asking to refund that position? But I think that was pretty much answered by the agent. And so just thinking about Rehoboth, I remember back before 2010, I had coworkers that were scrambling every year and even borrowing from their 401k just to pay the tuition for their children to attend Rehoboth Christian School. And I don't know what the tuition rate is, but I understand it was high back then, according to the parents I worked with. And they were concerned that the tuition was just increasing. And they were, like you said, they were scrambling to find funds to keep their children at Rehoboth. And this was more than 10 years ago. So I'm sure the tuition has risen, inflated. And so right now, that's what I'm thinking is how are they sustaining their operations? Is it through only tuitions, or I did hear private donors. And so now it becomes, we've become a donor too, Navajo Nation. Navajo dollars are being infused into a private school. And so it kind of makes me think, well, if this is the case, then maybe we should have some sort of oversight from Navajo Division of Dene Education to be the oversight for Rehoboth to check up on their Navajo kids. And maybe if that's an amendment that could be made, maybe that's something that we could entertain too also, because it seems like, as listening to Delegate Keelan McGay Jr., that there's money that has already been infused into this operation here. So maybe if that's the case, then I understand I could still forecast that there'll be more legislation for Rehoboth again. So maybe we should have that oversight provision from the Division of Education to have an oversight over some sort of oversight over Rehoboth Christians, since we are putting some of our money into the operation. And then the other one is the fact that listening to the agent respond, he kept saying trying. We're trying this, we're trying that, and we're going to see if it's successful, if it works or not. So it kind of makes me believe that are they gambling on Navajo money to try certain things as an experiment and not using their own money to try this and that. So that kind of bothers me when I heard that statement, that they're just using our money to experiment for certain areas. And so I'll leave it at that for now, for the Speaker Damon, and go back on mute.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hugh. That we're going down. Honorable Kiambige, floor is yours.
Chairman, yeah, although that not all of my questions were answered, but now the other tribal membership, have they also been asking other tribal members for a similar dollar? I've heard that Zuni kids are going to school over there as well. I don't know, that's basically because now what though. Although any other location that they have been asking for funding on this particular particular school. Now, I do appreciate your leadership for success of our students or young kids going off into the real world. I always say that the real world, once they finish high school, becoming a certain position, giving back to the society or the nation of their schooling. These are some areas of maybe a credit to the council or the nation, because we've been in part in providing finance support to the school. So I guess that's my point there. Some of our school in other areas are in dire need as well. So we probably need to look to them so that we also be able to provide some success stories of the schools that are struggling to get funding for for our kids in the other part of the Navajo Nation. That's my point right there. They're struggling, especially not having enough supplies or resource. Out of the internet, a lot of times they don't have internet connection, because I believe that Rehoboth is in the prime location because everything is there, all the infrastructures. In some schools, they had to go through during inclement weather. And then sometimes snow days. So that's the struggle that we're having on the Navajo Nation. But if we're not investing in our own Navajo schools, maybe that's the reason why we don't have success stories as such for Rehoboth. And maybe somehow a reach out of how you're running your school would be more beneficial if it's being illustrated on the Navajo Nation. Again, don't get me wrong. Especially for, I appreciate your thought of establishing the Navajo teacher, culture teacher. I mean, that's a good, in a way, Navajo language teacher position. But kiki, koko hot ego ko don latte an he has on and hat finishing to job which yale to open na sto hot a koko again. Non-Navajos will be benefiting in this particular position. The non-lineage between children lineage to the age ko ishin to bakai jeshin halin sto. So a quack should this but I think we got to have a better solution. And also, what is it the our Navajo Nation school system, the superintendent on the door confirm not daily on it. Ko ilahit out that can not jaco what dash on behalf of our kids. Aja dasto yal linigi dao kidigita ye kaiche ko gosh stop on because it's very easy in a way to give them funding, because like I said, they usually use these funding however they want, because like I said, other needs bakaki is not really being provided to us right now. So I believe the teacher position you're talking about probably only 45 or less thousand of that position, and the transportation cost bakaki and then maybe what was brought up is the tuition. I mean, how much is being paid? How much do they pay? The tuition, if you have about almost 500 students, what's the tuition, and then how is that budgeted out? I let all the budget, but like I said, if you're improving your sports venue, I mean, with this, could these requests for be more of a priority than just having an open field where, like, our kids in the rural part of the Navajo Nation, all they have is like a backstop to do just to play basketball or utilize a rim to play basketball over there. Improve it that you love. Don't go base about that you need like so if you have a high-end sports facility, that's, I'm sure it costs several $1 million to improve that, but now they're coming over to ask for more funding for additional areas. So because again, everyone's tempting me now to disrupt maybe over 500 different legislation for every area that's needed in the community that I represent or across the Navajo Nation. But yet again, the question always is that is it being supported by the president's office? If they have a position already says that they're not going to approve any funding for funding from the UEFB or CESN funding, unless also there always questions that, well, if they've already agreement based on prior actions, maybe that's another reason why they don't have a problem moving these legislation forward. So it would up a seat of chairman.
Thank you very much. That will go to Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then I'll come back to you, Honorable Helena. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. So I guess I'm falling in lines with the arguments that are being made at this point. My understanding is that Rehoboth is a private Christian school, which means that there are certain requirements that your school has in place in order for an individual to be admitted into your school. And my colleagues have brought up, the tuition. My understanding of a private school is that the tuition, is usually set and it's paid by individuals who choose for their children to attend this school. And I had that on my list of questions is, what is the total cost for tuition for each student? Because you did give us a rough estimate, 425 students for K through 12, 50% is in pre-K, 78% of that is Native American population. And you said a majority of them are Navajo. And then you also mentioned that a high percentage of students graduate and they go on to college. I graduated from a public school and, we also had a high percentage of graduate rates, and then most of them go to college as well. So since you brought up Delegate Halona, since you stated, quote, high percentage of students graduate and go on to college, end quote, I want to know how many of your Rehoboth students go on to college, and then how many of them have returned back to the Navajo Nation, because that was the argument that was made, and I'd like to see numbers for that. And then, the question has already been asked with the tuition, but what I want to know is, why can't the tuition fund money be used to pay for this position? I do support, our students getting an education, but there are many of our students that, go to charter schools or grant schools or public schools. And I feel like as a delegate who has always, supported students and supported, getting an education, we have to be fair in that if we're going to open this door for one school, we're going to have to open it for all schools. And the fact that this is to, to pay for a position, for funding for only 1 year, that is a little bit concerning to me. I also, I also saw in there that Vice President Myron Lizer is the board president for your school. Have you guys spoken to Office of President and Vice President on this issue, and where do they stand? And then I also want to know, if the Navajo Nation, if we were to vote in favor today, that means that we become a donor to your school. And that means that we have a say-so in the way that you educate our Navajo students. I'd like to see that in writing, because, if we're going to give school, we become a donor. That's my understanding of how private schools operate. And as a donor, I would like to see Rehoboth Christian students participating in ceremonies or attending ceremonies, so that they get a really good idea of Navajo culture. And then the language is so important at these ceremonies that, they can get a firsthand look at, or firsthand experience with being engaged in the language. I know that many Navajo traditional people consider the Navajo language to be so sacred in the way that we pray and the way that we communicate with our gods. And we do have several gods. We have our wind god, we have a water god, we also consider our son Johanae as a god, so I know that that goes against your Christian beliefs. I was just now reading the articles that you have submitted as your exhibit. So I think as a donor, we should have that say-so in the way that our children are taught with Navajo culture and language. And then I did notice that it was recommended by OMB that your school go through DODI for a grant. And so I don't know where, how that has come about, but perhaps we can get some input from DINA Education, from Division of DINA Education, to get some information on how we can assist in this case. And it is, I think that the questions being asked, concerning the tuition really will help to put things in perspective, because I was looking at your budget form, and I noticed that on your budget form, you do have the information, but you don't have on here, which is usually a requirement for budget, how much money, external funds, is the school getting? Usually that's included on a budget form. I don't see that on here. I'd like to know how much money your school receives that way. And then also, if possible, because you're asking us to be a donor, I think that this is, financial questions that should be asked. As a donor, I would like to know what the breakdown of your funding is, because you are asking for a lot of money from the Navajo people. And the Navajo people, deserve to know, in this case, because the Navajo people will become the donors with the $540,798 per budget form 1. We're going to become the donors, and we want to know, how much money does the school receive and what is the breakdown of costs. I'd like to see that for your school, so that will help me to make it better, I guess, a choice, or to put in my vote here, based on what you have provided to us today. And again, I did go on to the New Mexico, just to be clear, I went on to the New Mexico state regulations for the U.S. Department of Education under the private schools accreditation, registration, licensing, and approval. And I'm looking at this based on the state of New Mexico and the way that they work with private schools. And again, I think that the questions pertaining to tuition become valid, and then also becomes very important that we know how much money Rehoboth School gets, so that we can share that information with the Navajo people. And then the last thing I think that Delegate Keelan Begay stated, in terms of the schools that we're seeing, I currently have a charter school in my community. I am trying desperately to find them a school so that they can get better established, with no help from Division of Community Development, no help from Division of Economic Development. This school has been in our community, and the chapter has been trying to chase off this school. Off land that they don't even own. The chapter house has not withdrawn the land in which they sit on, but they feel the need to chase off this school in support of Division of Community Development. So I'm really trying to help this school, and all I keep thinking is, if we approve this funding for Rehoboth, I will be dropping legislation to help assist this charter school. To build a school, and then to also help with some of the educational, shortfalls that they're currently experiencing. And as a charter school, it becomes really difficult because they can, there's certain fundings that become available to them, but this charter school does not charge individuals any type of tuition. Everything that they are doing by through assistance through, whoever can provide them assistance. I try to make donations to them when I can, because again, they're a charter school, they're barely starting to get off. But with the private school, you guys have that tuition, and I just don't understand why that tuition is not used to, for this position. I think it's a very important position, and I think the education of our Navajo students are very, very important. But at the same time, this is a Christian private school. So people make the choice to send their kids to this school. They pay, it sounds like per Delegate Henyo, per the 2010 co-workers paying tuition to attend Rehoboth, they are paying a hefty amount for their tuition. And if I do vote green as a donor using the Navajo people's money, I will expect to see how much money Rehoboth receives, and then a breakdown of their costs. And again, that is kind of a requirement that we usually have in place when we ask for this budget. And I'm looking at the amendments that have been set out. The only thing that you have is the budget request. And the breakdown, personnel expenses, $125,177,000, travel expenses at $24,818. You also have supplies listed at $15,169. You have repairs and maintenance at $362,634. Contractual services, we look at that as consultants at $5,000, and then $8,000 for special transaction And you do have your breakdown provided here, but what I don't see is the external funds that you receive, namely the tuition and how that funding is used. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll go ahead and wait, and hopefully my questions will be answered. And I do apologize, Mr. Is it Ippel, who presented to us? I don't have your email. Usually I try to email the questions ahead of time so that you know what they are, but I don't have your email address, so I do apologize, and I hope that you're able to get all of those questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That, let me go ahead and go back to you, Honorable Hona. Honorable Hona. Honorable Hona, are you on the line? Can you hear me? Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie, your co-sponsor.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you.
Speaker, this is
Go ahead,
Alona. Oh, go ahead, Alona, sir.
Okay, Honorable Hona, floor is yours. Response.
Okay, sorry about that. I was, somebody muted me. I had to star 6 there. I thought I was unmuted. Okay, so thank you, colleagues, for your questions. I understand everything you are asking of us. A little bit background as far as the Rehoboth is concerned. I know Rehoboth is not a rich school. And each year, Rehoboth receives a little over $2.5 million in donations to help with operating budgets, and also to help them raise funds for projects like special education classes and new buses that they might have to purchase. And the parents also pay a tuition, yes, and that tuition is based on a sliding scale according to their income. And so at this point, Rehoboth gets about $1.8 million in tuition, and that money is all spent within the school to pay for the electricity, the books, and different stuff like that the school needs. And so, but I would leave it up to Mr. Ippel to continue to answer the rest of the questions on what budget they have. And if you need more information, we would be happy to produce it. Mr. Ippel?
Thank you. Those are really, really great, insightful questions. Yes, so Rehoboth does use tuition, and basically the range that a person would pay for a child to come is from $3,500 to about $8,500. Additional children are less, but it is like Delegate Purnell said, it is based on your income. Now, what we can't do with that tuition is, well, first of all, most people do not pay the full tuition. We have a lot of staff that basically raises money to make it so people can contribute something, and then there's tuition assistance that's giving. I think the average tuition assistance that we give is, I think this year is like $4,700 per child. And so we put a lot of work into that because we want parents to be able to choose a parochial Christian school as an option if they think that is something that's better for their family. And we all know that every kid is different. Some people want Montessori schools, some people want classical schools, some people want BIE, some people public. But the point for us is that we want kids to be able to come to a school and families to be able to choose a school if that is their desire. And we do not want money to be an obstacle. And I know that that's been kind of a tough thing, because sometimes people who do make more money, they do end up having to pay more. But like even yesterday, I just hear so many stories of parents, and to be able to talk with this grandma and say, basically, you know what, don't worry about it. We'll take care of it. To be able to be in that position, because we have all of this extra money being donated to help just with tuition. And tuition and those donations that help fill out the tuition that's not being paid basically covers operating costs. So it does not cover anything different. So it does not cover the soccer field, the basketball court, the new high school. And, I think in some ways for many years, we started in 1903, and it was easy to have a high school that was slowly falling apart and that sort of thing. But it was like, you know what? No, every kid, no matter what their economic level is, they deserve to have something that is beautiful. They deserve to have something that is going to be encouraging them in their learning, in a place where they're going to feel safe, in a place where they're going to feel, welcomed. And so again, a huge gym, is that extravagant? Or is it really allowing every kid the opportunity, and not just rich kids, to be able to experience things like that? We want excellent teachers. We want excellent facilities. We want to do that. And I love your passion to say, you know what, this should not just be for Rehoboth. And I think you're totally right. And I hope the Navajo Nation would end up coming and looking at the private schools as really awesome partners that they should support, and charter schools or whatever. We just do not have the tax base or whatever, the government money in terms of facilities and that sort of thing. But I think if we could step along private schools, parochial schools, and then in terms of where, do we how do we present culture and language at a Christian school? Well, you know what? When people come to Rehoboth, they just have to know that we are a Christian school. And we have people who are traditional. We have people who are, I think 15% of our students are Catholic, different Protestant denominations. We have non-Christians, but they just have to know where we're at. And then in terms of how our Navajo language teachers present the culture, really it has a lot to do with their perspective. And, even probably within your council, there are so many different perspectives on faith, integrating different aspects of faith, Christianity, traditional or whatever. And so I can't say that we have a specific thing to say we're going to make sure everybody is able to participate in X. But I know I have a student who's going to be gone for a couple days now because of her Kadalta ceremony. So it's just part of life and part of who families are. And we just try to walk alongside families and want to make this a legitimate experience for everybody. And, I think some states like Arizona, actually, they do a lot of help to help families be able to choose a private school. They have some scholarship things that are available. And that does not cross the state line, when those kids come to New Mexico. And our New Mexico state government has not gone that way. And that's something we're working on. So do we need to always be reaching out to others? If we're going to make Rehoboth or a private school accessible for everybody, yeah, we can't do it alone. We're always going to be looking for partners. And I totally agree in terms of accountability. And I think we have a very good reputation with that, because, like, for example, if that money would come from you all for these designated areas, we have designated funds. And then with each of those designated areas, you'll see, the Navajo language teachers being paid out of that, or the bus driver, whatever, So we would take all of that money, and that's the way we would handle that. And I totally understand that's crucial. That would be not wise if you were not asking for accountability. So I think I'm trying to keep track of all those good questions, but if I miss something, let me know, okay? But thank you.
Thank you very much. That, Malone, does that conclude your response?
That concludes our thoughts right now. Yes, Speaker.
Thank you.
Any more other questions?
We go back to the floor then. I do have Honorable Elmer Begay. Good afternoon. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, this is Doug Begay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I we're all the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. I don't delegate Alona. So yeah, I have a question on this legislation. I think members of the Navajo Nation Council, we all know, that I've been listening to all the appropriations, and just sitting here and then visiting and listening to my community here, and we're in dire need of help. I don't know when we can really actually start talking about the people's need today. We're talking about infrastructures. So we should be focusing on recovery. When do we can start actually working on recovery? When are we going to start actually say when are we going to start working on that concept? People are hurt, and we should be focusing on that. I've been seeing all these legislation coming in for requesting legislation requesting for appropriation. Actually, we're looking for to help the people. I've been talking to health, and then talking to 638 organization, talking to them is that all this time we've been giving vaccination. Now this is our second booster shot. We'll be getting soon. We'll be getting it, trying to decide on it. But we're not doing nothing to the mental health. In the child case, could the Sazaki, a Jado, could the Sazaki or heart? People are hurt. People are still missing people, their family members, loved ones. I've been going to places, homes, where saying that one of the spouse is gone. And then in some places that both parents are gone, just only kids are there. So where are we going to start concentrating on that? How do we help them? We're a government. Do we have some type of a cure for that? Do we know how to cure that part of the nation? In this case, today is like that. No matter what we do, no matter what we think that we're going to come up with the preparation money, an idea, but hey, we're still in this. People are still in this shock. People have anxiety. When are we going to actually start talking about that? When are we going to start actually appropriating money for that purpose? So that's really my question today. So with this, going to this legislation is that what's the plan on it? The whole idea of this. Are we trying to educate a child to read and write in Navajo? What's beyond that, Sean? Beyond that, what's the school's mission? To become a Hatasi? To actually come back and go back into poke on and explain this to elderlies about children, about healing. What's the goal? Or we just that day, that year, just to read and write, that's it. What's the main idea? If we're going to start using money for this one, we only have a few Hatatis today. When are we going to actually start talking about this? The Navajo language, the Navajo sacred language that we have, and start using it towards the people that are still utilizing traditional ceremony, traditional medicine. If we think we have an idea to talk about healing, my gosh, that's something that we think about. As a delegate, I think we start any legislations that are coming, how explaining this, how is it going to help our people, our nation that are hurting today? Water line, infrastructure, backhoe equipment, putting up another building is we all did that. But when are we going to start concentrating on healing mentally? Now, this is my thought today. So that will be my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Brigade. With that, go back to the floor. Honorable Vince James, floor is yours. Honorable Vince James.
Okay, yeah, it's Nala.
Oh.
Ado Naabik'íyáti committee. This one's an Kliniki. Ado se ekahasi so iknoskai. Kodo yata sinal. Honorable Panel Halona Quaggy. Not so sneak so the call. Not the kitten the Niki Ishikodo the Nihe Nihikahot so Nihe Otka. But Department of the Net Education, Ajibanat Lenny Superintendent. Nobody dish Kodo late budget season to end the Haljish. Ado Nana Kodobe, the Ahos the Niki. The unmet needs, indeed, Niho the Hanate this leco. Oko Quaikila, Ahot Ella for our Navajo Nation schools. So I'd like to hear an answer pertaining to my question from Department of the Net Education Superintendent to give us the dollar amount of unmet needs for Department of the Education, which would cover majority of the schools throughout the Navajo Nation that they're requesting. So if I can request that respectfully, requesting to hear an answer from Department of the Education Superintendents regarding the unmet needs for the Navajo Nation school throughout the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. We'll reach out to Mr. Begay. For that. Moving on down. Honorable Keelan Begay.
Cease debate, Speaker. Mr. Delegate Yellowhair, or you got no hold this. Let's vote on it. Oh, yeah, that request for cease debate, Speaker.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. We can put you in the queue to speak, but just to let you know, this is Naabik'íyáti committee. There's no such thing as cease debate at Nabi.
All right, okay.
Honorable Keelan Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, maybe allow the other delegates to have him speak to go before me. Speaker, go ahead, go back up in the queue.
Honorable Keelan Begay, there's nobody else in the queue. I'm gonna go to Honorable Ottoso, and then I'll come back to you, Honorable Keelan Begay. Honorable Ottoso.
Okay.
Thank you very much. One thing is that, yes, with the tuition rate coming from $3,500 to $8,500, and the sponsors, the presenter or the sponsor's agent says it's not based off of income, or it's based off of income. And I guess what is the average amount that these the parents pay to this private institution average? Number two is that very concerning that you have a school near the Navajo Nation that is not even implementing any type of Navajo studies to our children who goes to school there. And it really, really baffled me that it's not part of your curriculum. And now you're saying we're going to do a test ride on Navajo language, and we're going to fund a teacher position, and we're going to see if it works. That part really gets me thinking. I myself is a ESL protege, English second language. Whether I went to a public school and we had Navajo class there. And it's really troublesome to hear the agent say that there is that they're going to test drive the Navajo language. Yes, it's going to be a program, a department, or a position. I would think that your school would already have this Navajo language provision or this program in your school curriculum. Ako to be so na hilento the next how ajid at to that yata that but ninde wala. Maybe they were told that we can't provide Navajo courses for you. No, number one. So off of that, why is it that your school is not providing Navajo language courses at this time? Because according to what that document is brought to us, you're finally wanting to fund a Navajo language teacher. And it looks like just by how the presentation is made, it indicates that you never had a Navajo language teacher employed with the school. So that is just something that really, really got to the back of my mind and thinking, you know, maybe is there internal policies that Navajo language is not to be taught there? I don't know, because it's a private school. The Navajo Nation doesn't have jurisdiction or any sort of oversight on the school. And most likely, if that is entertained, I think the private school would not want that, even if the Navajo Nation Department of Education were to intervene. So that is just some of my thoughts to the dialogue here. Because if there was a, you know, there's a private, sort of like a private school called Star School near Loop. My golly, sort of a school that's in like yours, but they go out and teach Navajo to those students. Not as a choice, but it's just, you know, it's there willingly for them. So it really, really makes me think twice now that the institution there is not providing Navajo language, and it's not a priority on the administration, which you are the administrator. And you know, I thought the never not intendo. I thought be salado lihne adena ade ol kahid de take at ned la ishano ni ek ate inna internet ho inna hiniki kodo ya ito yesne. I mean, this is just based off of what's been presented. Maybe prior years ago, there may have been a Navajo language teacher there, but according to what has been provided to this body right now, it indicates you are finally funding a Navajo language teacher. And before I move forward with my decision on this, I really, really want to see what the body, the school has for their response, because you're bordered by Indian tribes, the Zuni. You're bordered by the Navajo. Bordered by, you know, other native people who live along the school boundary there. And it should have been already something that's in the curriculum and something that should have been funded every year in the tuition payment that these parents make. The next one is that maybe we can work out an agreement where we appropriate these funds and you divide that amount, $554,528 into 425 students. And it roughly comes up to $1,271. Maybe that's where you could deduct tuition to the Navajo families that scramble to try to meet tuition payment. And that way, maybe that's another route that we could go, and create an MOA to make sure that these dollars go to that source so that the parents can be relieved of these tuition payments. Because as an administrator, yes, you're saying, yeah, you need to pay between $3,500 to $8,500 based off of your income. But if you have a parent that's only that's getting by, trying to scramble around, but chooses to bring his or her student to that school, you know, maybe this could be a relief to next year's students that, or parents that enroll their students there, so that they can have some sort of tuition relief. That way they don't have to rate their 401k or other savings account or try to borrow money from other people to get their child enrolled. And these type of solutions are something that we really need to have with this institution, because right now, the Navajo Nation, we don't have any type of oversight on that school. So maybe if we move forth, create an amendment so that these dollars are offsetting the tuition payment of the student, of the parents that they pay, that is something that I would support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So then going back to Honorable Kiamge.
Speaker, it's really a disadvantage of a Navajo family that can't afford to have, I believe it's $3,500 for tuition. It's only advantage for a family that are able to have extra funding to pay for a school. But yet we're adding additional fundings for them. Family, they're struggling to make their ends meet. Improve our schools. That's my whole argument. I'm sure I'm repeating what I had laid out earlier, but I just want to make sure that everybody understands that I'm not against the school, I'm not against our young kids. It's just the fact that we have a bigger need of improving schools across the Navajo Nation, and why is it that we only be improving for one school? We're leaving them out. In a way, a child is probably standing beside us in a way saying that, okay, what about me? Why aren't you funding me? Give us more resources, give us more funding to improve our school. I guess the reinvestment by the school, a private school, I mean, how much are they reinvesting in the broader area aside from education into the Navajo Nation? We're generous enough to help give you almost more than $500,000 to improve your school system, but yet we're leaving out almost 99% of our young kids without any additional help by the council or by the government of the process that we're going through right now. I'm not sure how I'll be viewed if because that my own justification will be is that I got to help my own schools as well in my region. All 5 chapters that I represent have going to school in different areas. Mom or dad would say that why you're giving funding to a private school that pays tuition, but yet we're still asking you to improve our school in our area. They need playground, they need after-school activities, they need other necessity to go to school. Again, the biggest one is broadband or internet service for our young kids. And this is how much I would need to even establish one in the community of Blue Mountain.
ko ela khit ela ko na ko kwa ki shaban so case to the national town or any other legislation that's asking funding from the UUSB. I got to get a response directly from the office of the president to see where they stand on these legislation. The Department of the Department of Education, I should like to hear a response from our division, even the school board members. And they have attached all school board members, Navajo nationwide, and House Kane. I let us don't hide in the other Sadiqa for Jordan, indicating us in the back. I call a quacky sheet of the door, request a slot of a report or response by the Navajo Nation Board of Education speaker.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to you, Honorable Helena. Response.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me? I just want to make sure I'm on.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. And I understand where all of our colleagues are coming from. To address the part about the program they have there at Rehoboth High School for Navajo teaching. This is they already have a program that involves the Navajo teaching and then as well as culture. So what we're trying to do now is to expand this program. So part of the funding for this program is to expand the Native American teaching as well as culture within the school. And then to Delegate Odo So, yes, that would be another idea, another avenue in which we could pursue, but Rehoboth already has a program for the students that go to school there that want to be enrolled in that school, to where they do get assistance within the school for the tuition. And it's all from fundraisers that they have, that they get, go out and the parents, they do fundraising, the school does fundraising, and that helps supplement the tuition for some of the Navajo students there that can't afford to pay the whole tuition fee. But if you want to appropriate that way, I guess the amendment can be made that we can use the other dollars for that. But right now, the biggest thing that we want to do is to increase the Navajo teaching facility and program and culture. That's what a lot of the money is for, and then also to assist them because the elementary students there need a new HVAC system, and this would help them to be able to go to school and to learn and be more attentive to learning, because when you got the windows open and the classroom is hot, students don't learn as well as they do if they're in a different environment. So those are some of the things there I have. I also want to bring Norman John on to answer the question for Delegate Elmer Gay. Norman John? Mr. John, you need to get to a better location. He can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
It's better, but you need to keep your everybody quiet in the background. I'm in a meeting. Okay. Is that better? That's better. Thank you.
Mr. Elmer Begay. That's what you get. Based on your questions about the need of the people, the reason why we selected this, what we did with the resolution is that it came from Untitled Chapter, and the parents were really concerned about the students because some are living in the remote areas, so we had to the need of students and the parents' requests. There's probably over 60, 75 parents are still asking questions about the need of the students. How much will it cost for our students to walk on the highway? We're just going to let it go. And the heart of these parents are concerned about these kids to get education. All the way down to primary schools, elementary school. But this is a good indication of what the education is going to be taught in the students. Now, all parents are concerned because, like I said, there's too many parents who are still concerned about bus routes, why we're not building any roads, better infrastructure. Some of them are going to, after this high school, some are coming back to the Indian Health Service to provide service to these local people. And then not only that, they're trying to do entrepreneurs out there. No, that's what the students are learning more. And I have my grandkids over there, and this is what we need at the school, and we're lacking that. No. And then it's a Christian private school. So based on what Mr. Bouquet is questioning, that the need and how because Rehoboth Christian Schools is one of the schools that is asking for help because of not only to help individually, but the buildings. You have to be up to standards. Buses are up to standards. Classrooms have to be up to standards so that and then these Native American bilingual teachers, they have to provide languages that are a lot easier. If you can go to any activities in the nationwide, we utilize our own Pledge of Allegiance, Star Spangled Banner. In the military service, when we took the oath of office, the only national anthem we listened to is the English version of the Star Spangled Banner. But if you listen to Peter McDonald, Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the council.
Thank you, Mr. John, for that. And Speaker, I'd like to have bring Mr. Ipple back on again to again touch upon the enrollment as far as the tuition that's been paid and how the tuition gets paid for. Mr. Ipple?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to qualify a couple things. So yes, we have had both Navajo language and government also at the high school level. At the high school level, it's by choice. Our elementary students, whether they're Anglo or Navajo, they're all learning Navajo because that's one of their specials that they do, and we think that's middle school is it's a optional thing again also. So the goal with this money is not to start a Navajo language program, but to add to it. So at the high school level, you know, our dream is to, and I know this seems maybe inappropriate to say it's a dream, but we don't know how many kids are going to be able to pull it off. But could we add a Navajo language 3? Could we add another section of Navajo language 2? You know, so it's more of that sort of thing. Can we expand what we can offer at the middle school? It's more expansion, and then the resources to do that. And even the, I think it's called contract or whatever, those experts that come in, we really want to get people who know culture in terms of weaving, in terms of food, to in terms of art, to be able to come in kind of as resource people to help us just to improve the program. As I said, we are mainly a Navajo school in terms of the population, and it's also the whole school board by our bylaws must be at least 75% Native American. And that is never a problem in terms of our leadership. We have an incredible school board, and I wish, you know, obviously they're all working during the day, so I couldn't have them join me today. The other thing I want to say is that, you know, you are so right in saying that it's an amazing thing that these parents who are struggling with just the day-to-day expenses of life are choosing to spend money at a school for tuition. They don't have to do that, but there's obviously something in their lives that they really desire. And so they make this sacrifice. But the thing that hurts us or hurts me personally is when that sacrifice just is way too much to handle. And that's why we want to step in as much as possible. And I think even these things like transportation help or HVAC help or Navajo language teacher help or whatever, does that end up impacting tuition costs? Of course, it helps us to be able to not do such big increases or whatever. Right now, we're all dealing with inflation that is just huge. And if we had to pass that on to parents, that would be impossible. I can't even pass that on to our staff. We can't give that kind of an increase to staff. So, so we're all in this together. And like I said, we're not trying to say this is for Rehoboth only, but I would love to see, again, this reaching out to help parents be able to make choices about their child's education, no matter what community you're in. I hope you're fighting for those schools, you know, and trying to figure out how to best support them. Rehoboth is not on the Navajo Nation, but our kids come, many of them live on the reservation or live in the nation, or they live in the border town areas. We're very much checkerboard. Our property actually borders Gallup City, County, the Navajo Nation. We're totally surrounded. So we're kind of, that's kind of our neck of the woods. Just wanted to see if I had anything else here. Yeah, I think that answered. And I wish I could give you, because I know the one delegate had asked really good questions about the whole financial structure. You know, in general, I kind of say that about 1.8 million we hope comes from either tuition or tuition assistance. 1.8 million comes from donors. And then we have other money that would come like through the Title I, Title II. And on the other one thing I wanted to clarify was that our student population K through 12 is 425. 75% of those kids are Native American. Our pre-K program has another 55 children. We don't usually count those in our numbers because that is a state-run program. There is no tuition for the pre-K. They are on our facilities. They feed into our school. Many of those kids choose to go to Rehoboth, but they are not tuition paying folks. So just wanted to clear that up.
Thank you, Mr. April. Speaker, back to you.
Speaker Freeland, can you put me in the queue box? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lona. Let me go back to the floor at this time. I do have colleagues, just for clarity and understanding. We have been on this legislation for 2.5 hours. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more legislations to go. The colleagues, just to clarify that, colleagues, let me go. I do have Honorable Eugene So, and then yourself, Honorable Freeland, that are in the queue at this time. So let me go back to the floor. Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. There's no Honorable Eugene So, then let me go on to you, Honorable Freeland. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, I'm here.
Go ahead and take my chair. Then come back to me, Speaker. Thanks.
That's
Honorable Eugene So.
Hey, I'll ask something I know in regards to Christian schools. I would like to just a comment. Some of us went to school to Santa Fe Catholic Christian school over there, and there is a jurisdiction. There is a prohibition. There is a standard how they teach. We can't push them to teach our own language and tell them to just teach our kids to be medicine men. This is a Christian school, and my only question is what kind of Christian school is, what church is it? There is jurisdiction, like state and church and our nation. There is a fine line there, so we need to understand that part of it. We can't push them around or tell them this is the way we want it. If they're going to ask us for some funds for our own kids that chooses this church to go, this school, Christian school to go to, their parents put them there. If they need help, we just need to help them. That's it. That need to know there's different kind of church. And we got all kind of church on the reservation now. Used to be just a Catholic, Baptist, Presbyterian, then LDS. Now we've got all kind of churches all across the Navajo Nation. So whatever we can't tell what they're teaching over there, what kind of sermon they're using, etc., we can't change it. It is all about the Joshua School. Maybe that's over the open discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene So. With that, let me go to Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, presenter, Honorable Halona, and your agents at Rehoboth Christian School, home of the Lynx and Lady Lynx. Good afternoon. I'm from Crown Point, and we have a lot of students from this community and surrounding communities that go to Rehoboth, and I usually pass the bus going down 371 in the mornings. So I know that you guys are out there. Definitely appreciate the legislation, Honorable Halona. Going to a very important cause, and also appreciate Rehoboth taking up this initiative to put such a program that, of course, not too many parochial schools have in place. Just thinking about that and thinking about how many parochial schools do have this such a program in place. I guess the importance for myself is understanding that, especially when our kids are in high school at the junior and senior age levels. And I know that in our public schools, through Gallup-McKinley especially, they are offered the opportunity to take Navajo language and culture. They also have to take Navajo government to try to qualify for Chief Manilito. I was fortunate my daughter applied for it, and she had to go through that same regiment. I hope this can be used in that way to help propel some of our kids to secondary education and give them that opportunity for advancement and opportunities for Chief Manilito. It's a very prestigious honor. It's a very prestigious achievement. When they get the stoles or whenever they get the credentials, it's very it's an achievement for the child, especially for them to understand and study in that way, in form and fashion. So I just want to acknowledge that part. My questions relate to state of New Mexico policy and state of New Mexico law through public education department. I know that since Rehoboth is not a part of under the jurisdiction of PED, but knowing that recently, the governor signed a law to increase teacher salary and teacher wages, that would not apply. Last year, we had a very big fight on impact aid. Now, it would have been nice to have impact aid help in this situation. And then going one step further, Yazi Martinez, if that's a situation that could be brought up, how could that case help cases like Rehoboth or other schools that are trying to put a program in place that will help our children in the growth and development on Navajo culture and language. You could be setting a model of precedence here for other parochials to establish and to really model and emulate. So I really commend you all for trying and to put something together. So I guess my questions really pertain to impact aid. I know I probably already know the answer, but impact aid wouldn't be of assistance to you. Yazi Martinez probably would not be of assistance to you. And then I'm glad you mentioned pre-K, the Early Childhood Education Department, Early Childhood Education Fund. 1% of the permanent land fund was to be taken off for pre-K and early childhood. Is that a program that you all have established from that legislation? I believe was passed last year in the legislature. I was really hoping that we could get our Navajo Head Starts and involved with that, because that permanent land fund amounts to about $400 million a year for pre-K programs in the state of New Mexico. So I don't think PED or the newly established early childhood agency, state agency, has put forth any of that money as of yet to start these programs. Maybe I'm wrong, but knowing and working with the state government and working with people in Santa Fe, especially in education, was I was very keen to following a lot of what's been going on. So those are my comments and my questions related to impact aid, related to Yazi Martinez, and of course related to the permanent land fund. How does that all imply, and does it even affect, or does it even help you all in these types of situations? So thank you with that, Speaker Damon and my colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, as well as your agents, Honorable Holona. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to you, Honorable Holona. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. And I would like to go to Mr. Ippel to answer the questions that Delegate Freeland had asked about impact aid and Yazi Martinez. Mr. Ippel?
Yes, just want to respond to Honorable Delegate Freeland just about the Navajo language and government program that we do have. And yes, we have both of those going, and that's why we were able this year to have, I think it's either 2 or 3 Manuelito scholars, and that is a huge, huge help. And that's, you know, having that out there is also a very good incentive both for kids to do well in school, but also to take their studies with Navajo language and government seriously. So we're excited about that. And no, the impact aid, you know, and that's a real problem for small schools that are not connected with the public funding, is that gap between what you can pay somebody just gets bigger and bigger, right? So the huge salary increases that have happened in New Mexico, that does not impact us. Because our pre-K is not connected with the school in terms of the Christian umbrella, we can get government funding for that. And we struggle with that. We'd love to have a pre-K that is actually Christian-based, but so some of that money is coming through, that does come through the state. I don't think it's from the land grant issue, because we've had this money probably for about 10 years. So yeah.
Speaker Damon?
Yes.
That concludes it, our questioning right now. Any other questions, Speaker?
Yeah, thank you. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Are there any further questions on the main motion?
Speaker, this is Delia Charles Newton. I did text request to speak and ask to be added back to the queue.
Okay. Sorry. Our request to speak, Jalissa's not right by me at this time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. So I was just double checking my email to see if there were any other documents that were sent out regarding this legislation. Specifically, I did ask, you know, for how much external funds, and I want a breakdown. That's number one. Number two is as a donor, because you did state that that you are receiving, I believe, around 2.5 million from donors. So technically you guys are asking for about $500,000. I'm pretty sure that there's not one donor out there that has donated about $500,000 to your school. So the Navajo people then become donors, and they have a say-so in your school, in your education, you know, the way that it's being provided. Unless the contract with the Navajo Nation specifically states that this money is only for the purposes and the intent of the Navajo cultural language class. And that's why I had asked, you know, where does Dodie stand on this issue? And we haven't got Dodie on the line yet. So I guess I'm just trying to look in terms of, I would like a say-so in the way that the school is run. especially since I will be voting on behalf of the largest community on the Navajo Nation, the Shiprock community. I don't know how many of our Shiprock students attend your school, but I have to make it known that this money that we're talking about, right now we have a religious private school that's asking for government money, that the people, the Navajo people, it's their money. And so, when we're talking about being equitable, when we're talking about our communities, we're thinking in terms of the schools that we see in our community that do need help. There was a comment made about the school not being up to standard. I can promise you, there's a lot of our schools in our communities that are not up to standard right now. So that argument that our school is not up to standard, like, to me, it doesn't carry any weight because a lot of our schools are not up to standard. And then, the comment about, that this was actually came from the chapter. I think if the chapter there and the community, and Speaker, I believe you represent this chapter, if the chapter is concerned about their kids' education, perhaps it should come out of chapter funding. And then funding that they don't come back to council for. I know that our chapters provide scholarship to schools. So perhaps, Speaker, you can help assist your chapter in setting up a scholarship fund so that students or so that parents who want to send their kids to a private religious school will have that opportunity to do that. And I think as a matter of being equitable, not everybody can afford, even if it's at a sliding scale, a average of $4,700 per child for tuition. It just, to me, is it is a lot of money. And again, we are using the Navajo people's money to fund a religious private school. And so I think there should be some give and take. And I think that part of that is that we should have oversight over this school. And that should be part of that give and take. And we should have a input on the way that the school is run. What really concerned me is the comment that was made when I asked, how do we, or the comment that was made, how do we present culture and language in Christian schools? They have to know where we are at. That was the comment that was made. They have to know where we are at. So I guess my question is, where is your school at? How do you currently incorporate Navajo culture? And I'm thinking specifically about our most sacred ceremonies, some of them being, the fire dance, Yebiche. Do you encourage your students to attend those ceremonies? Because, when you're asking about Navajo culture, when you're asking the Navajo Nation, the Navajo government, when you're asking the Navajo people to fund your private school, to teach your students about Navajo culture and language, we need to understand where your school stands in encouraging and supporting students to take part in these most sacred ceremonies. And I say that because, Kenalta, it is a ceremony. It's a rite of way. It's a rite of, passage for our Navajo young women, and a lot of our young women of, all religion, they do take part in that. But I do know that some of the most sacred ceremonies that Delegate Elmer Begay was talking about when he was asking that question, are you guys teaching your Navajo students how to be Navajo medicine men? I want to know that because, again, this is the Navajo people's money, and not all Navajo people can afford to send their children to a private religious school. So I appreciate I didn't get his name because it was a little bit muffled on my end, the agent who was talking about, that this is for the schools, the buses and the roads. All of our schools across the entire Navajo Nation, we have issues with transportation. We have issues with roads. And all of our students cannot afford to go to private school. That is a choice that is made by parents to send their kids to private school. And so at this point, I do plan to vote red on this legislation because I believe that we should not be mixing, what is the separation of church and state. In this case, the questions that have been asked by some of our most, our leaders here on council who are respected medicine men, it seems like the question, has been asked, but the answers have been evaded. And then looking at this from a legal perspective, I can say that I know, and I've been researching this, what can a donor, for a private school, what can they ask for? And they can ask to be part of the curriculum. They can actually have a say so in the way that the curriculum is created and the way that our Navajo students, would be taught. And so, I haven't heard at this point, I did read through all of your amendments. I read through your exhibits. I don't see anything on here on what donors are allowed, in, I guess, in as far as, in exchange for money, how they can be a part of that education system. And that's why I think the question that keeps coming up by delegates is, the oversight. So the way that I'm reading what you guys are saying is give us this 500,000 plus, and we're gonna try it out, but you guys don't have oversight over us. You guys can't tell us how to spend this money. You guys can't tell us how to teach your Navajo kids, but just know that that 500,000 is going to be used, for a teacher to teach your kids. We don't know what our kids are going to be taught. And I'm looking at the guidance right now of some of our delegates who are traditional practicing medicine men, who have come out and who have asked those questions in a roundabout way. And I just want to be very straightforward. And I want to ask you on the record, Rehoboth Christian School, when you stated that culture and religion, that the people who attend your school, they know where you are at. I'd like to know, what is your stand on, your student encouragement and traditional ceremonies like Yebiche, like Nda, or like, fire dance, or maybe going and attending, ceremonies where, our sand painting ceremonies. There are a lot of ceremonies that, that are out there. And I'm no expert at identifying every single one of them. But I can tell you, I do want to say so. If I vote green, I want to be able to go into your school representing the largest community on the Navajo Nation here in Shiprock and be able to say that the students should be taught this. Because really, in essence, that's what you're asking us to do. You're asking us, council, to give government money to a private religious school. And again, I know that that Speaker Damon said that precedence has already been set, but this is a new council. And again, I worry that if I vote green, I can't tell the students here in Shiprock, that I voted green to give a private religious school money when my own high school, the students in my high school, my former high school, or my old high school, Shiprock High School, is now, trying to find funds to do activities. And then also, I guess if the argument is raised that this is a good way to create, wholesome individuals, I could make those same arguments with the activities that are being raised across the entire Navajo Nation. So I just feel like if we open up this can of worms, for one school, we have to do it for everybody. And I do really think that, if it's the chapters that are requesting funding, the chapters are always saying, we want to be our own government, then maybe we should leave it to the chapters to come up with the funding to help their students raise money. And perhaps out of their own chapter budget, they can give money. to help assist with this. If it was to purchase buses, I think it would be a little bit different. But you know, the fact that you guys are charging tuition, you're charging kids to go to school at your school. And as was already stated, you know, there's some parents who are having to divvy into their savings or 401k in order to pay the tuition. And granted, you did state that tuition is based on a sliding scale, but I don't know how much money your school receives. I know that on the record, you did state that Rehoboth is receiving 2.5 million and it's not a rich school. Tuition is based on a sliding scale and Rehoboth receives 1.8 million on average for tuition, which to me, and this doesn't even include other fundings that you guys are not reporting, which is why I keep asking, I need that report in writing. I need to be able to see it. I need to know how much external funds are you getting, how much goes to operations and maintenance of your facility, how much goes to transportation, how much goes to personnel, because a proper budget provides that type of information. And right now, I don't think that you are providing that budget to us. And again, so based on my math, and I guess I should be asking Health Education, Human Services this question because they probably would have the answer, or maybe Dodie. How is the funding formula divided among students today? We know that when our students attend school, that the state and the federal government give a certain amount to the school, which is why attendance is very important. I don't know the funding formula, but I do know that if you were to take that 4.3 million, which was reported on the record, 2.5 million, and then the tuition of 1.8, you take that 4.3 million and you divide that into the 425 students, that's $10,117.64 per child. And I believe that that may be a lot more than what our students in public schools are receiving. And it certainly is a lot more than what our charter schools are getting right now. So at this point, because you're not answering the questions, and because you're not showing me a full budget, I don't have the justification to take that back to my community to say that I voted red. And for that reason, I will be voting red. If you can present me a full budget, maybe I'll be able to change my mind. But until then, as we hold with every delegate, when they present a budget, a full budget has to be presented. And I say that because I remember with Navajo Transitional Energy, we asked that question, give us your full budget, give us your full budget. And I know that I voted in favor of closing the coal industry here on the Navajo Nation. I voted it down because they were not being forthright with their budget. And so I will hold you to that same standard and say that a full budget hasn't been provided. You are asking, but you're not sharing information with us. So with that, Speaker Damon, thank you very much. And thank you staff. And I'm sorry, thank you colleagues and staff for listening.
That, thank you, Madam Chair. Let me go ahead and I'll just, well, let me just go back to the floor at this time. I do have Chairman Hino and then Honorable Yellow Hair in the queue at this time. Chairman Hino.
So let's Speaker Damon, Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Ado, listen on that 24th Navajo Nation Council. Just listening to all the conversations regarding this legislation, and Ashini, we've spent so many hours on the legislation, but there is a lot of the comments are valid and questions that are being answered, and documentation. I'm right on point with Shadeja, Madam Chair Charles Zoom, when she's asking for transparency when it comes to full funding from the Rehoboth School. At the same time, I do share her point as far as Navajo Nation becoming a donor, a very good donor. It's just probably in the past, according to Delegate K.L. McGay Jr., that Navajo Nation has supported the school and funding requests. And so we just need to get a count of how much money the Navajo Nation has infused into the budget of Rehoboth School. And now another hefty 540 million is being requested for. And so therefore, Navajo Nation, like I said earlier, if we are infusing money into the budget, then there should be a seat at the table for Navajo Nation when it comes to a board position or something. And therefore, that's something that we need to look at too also. But one of the things is I was looking at through the supporting documentation, and when it comes to student transportation, all the Navajo communities are listed: Crown Point, Theru. But then again, Zuni is also listed. So does that mean that Navajo money will be used to go down to Zuni to pick up Zuni students to be taken to Rehoboth? Have you approached Zuni Tribal Council yet? Maybe if that is part of the mix, then Rehoboth should be down there at Zuni Council requesting for some money also for transportation costs, transportation O&M money, and so forth. And so it seems that we're an easy target because we have the UFD money that's just sitting there, and figured, well, let's just develop some budget forms and infuse Navajo money into their annual budgets. And that's the way I'm seeing it right now. At the same time, looking through the Form 2, and you're talking about Navajo language, Navajo culture, but then on the Form 2, it states a strict ministry instruction. So, given the history of Indians across America, how they were infused into Maine society, first one was to take away their culture and school them in Christianity, make them forget about their culture, so they become part of mainstream society. So that's the history I'm aware of. And so it kind of bothers me when I saw that on Form 2. And now using the guise of Navajo language and culture as a selling point to get this legislation through. So those are some comments I have for right now. And it's just the fact that one question I have is has the school approached the Zuni Tribal Council for funding also, as it looks like they will be using Navajo money to go down to Zuni to pick up Zuni students. Yeah, that's a Speaker Davis.
Thank you very much, Honorable Henio, Chairman Henio. Let me go on, moving on down. I do have Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair.
Good afternoon, Speaker Yates, in the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti. Pero yeah, it is I give money to residential school out in Rehoboth. The money, Navajo money, must be a benefit to Navajo. Navajo land, which is very important, needed today. And we need a good teacher, a teacher that can teach Navajos to how to write Navajo language and how to read the Navajo too, and how to write language together. Those are very important to Navajo.
Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair going twice. The Yellow Hair going 3 times. That we move on down. Chairman Yazzie, floor is yours.
Yes, Speaker, members of the council. Speaker, I know earlier I spoke on behalf and asking for support on this legislation. And then I indicated that when everyone is done with questions, I'd like to add that amendment, add a amendment to the legislation. So I would like to do that this time, sir. The amendment hopefully is being emailed by our legislative council. And so I'd like to make that amendment to this legislation. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Yazzie. I do think Office Legislative Council through Mr. Pahi sent that request out to the entire Naabik'íyáti committee around 12 o'clock today. So let me turn the floor over to Mr. Rico to read that into the record, and then I'll come back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number one on page 1 at line 13 and on page 3 at line 7, 20, 22, and 25. Delete $540,528 and insert $540,798. 2, replace the current Exhibit B with new replacement Exhibit B showing the revised funding amount requested of $540,798. 3, replace the current Exhibit C with the new replacement current Exhibit C showing the revised grant amount requested of $540,798. 4, on page 3 at lines 11, 12, 13, after the word controller, delete the rest of the paragraph C and replace it with new wording as follows. New wording will be underscore has provided a memorandum in accordance with 12 NNC section 820L, which memo is attached hereto as Exhibit E, end of new language. 5, add as new Exhibit E, the memorandum from Robert Willie with the Office of the Controller dated March 9th, 2022. 6, on page 3 at lines 14, 15, and 16, after OMB, delete the rest of the paragraph D and replace it with new wording as follows. New language underscore has provided a memorandum in accordance with 12 NNC section 820M, which memo is attached hereto as Exhibit F, end of new language. 7, add new Exhibit F, the 2 memos from Dominic Biel with OMB dated February 16, 2022 and April 14, 2022. 8, on page 3 at line 19 as a new paragraph F as follows. Paragraph F, new language underscore paragraph F RCS has provided its current articles of incorporation attached hereto as Exhibit G, end of new language. 9, attach as new Exhibit G, the Rehoboth Christian Schools Articles of Incorporation dated April 16, 2018. 10, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language in any other committee amendment, which language shall be revised to conform to the intent of this amendment. Mr. Speaker, also attach our new exhibits B, C, E, F, and G. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That Rico on recommended for amendment number 1. There's a motion by Chairman Yazzie. Is that correct, Chairman?
Speaker, yes, sir.
Okay. And now I'll ask for a second. Is there a second on this amendment to legislation 0013-22?
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith. Any colleagues? Any comments, questions on amendment number 1?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
I'm Chair Charles Newton. Floor is yours.
Okay, so I'm looking at what is on the screen right now. So it's just the increase 540,528 to 540,798. And I believe I have been looking at the the email that was sent out along with the exhibits, which is what I have been referencing. But in terms of this increase, I know that somebody could argue that it's not much.
Yes.
It's an increase.
No.
Thank you. The exhibit B shows that the revised funding amount is it justified within there what that increase is going to be used for? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, on amendment number 1? If not, let me go back to Chairman Yazzie. There's a question.
Okay, Speaker, thank you, and to the members of the council on Amendment 1. This was requested in the previous testimonies that was done through committees and through the office of the controller and also by the main sponsor to just make the correction because of the numbers that were incorrect at the first time it was brought up. So this is just to get everything up to par on the legislation, Mr. Halona, and if you could help me out on this question too as well for Madam Chair. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Halona.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Yazzie. Yes, this is the first paperwork we all went through the system. It was OMB who caught the discrepancy in the numbers that were not added up right. And so that's where the increase came from. It was because OMB had added the numbers up again correctly. I guess they found numbers weren't right. And so this was the only reason why we had to resubmit the budget forms, is to make all the numbers match up. Speaker.
Thank you for that response. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. At this time, colleagues, are there any other comments, questions on amendment number 1? I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. Twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board on amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kealan votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon, not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, Dr. Schiff.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Oh,
I
excuse
vote
me.
green. I'm sorry.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote
Honorable
green.
Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhead votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 12 delegates who voted in favor, 7 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much for
Speaker,
that, colleagues. On
delegate-
amendment number 1, or amendment 1, 12 in favor, 7 opposed. Motion carries.
Speaker, I think there was somebody trying to speak up. I believe it was Chair Daniel So.
Yes, Speaker, since it's an appropriation, will it need 16 votes?
Council. Thank you. Chairman, just to answer your question, uh, at the Naabik'íyáti committee level, this does not need 16 votes. It's a simple majority to continue on. Or even if it was voted down, it would continue on. But once it gets to Navajo Nation Council, this legislation 0013-22 is a 2/3 legislation. So it would need 16 votes at council. Who was on it? Ocean, the last amendment.
Speaker, this is Miss Fabra.
Yes, Ms. Barbara.
I am not sure it needs a 16 vote once it gets to council. Supplemental appropriations, UUFB supplemental appropriations need a 16 vote if one, we're dipping below the minimum fund balance of the UUFB, or if there is a waiver of the Appropriations Act, and I have not identified that there is a waiver. So as far as that question goes, I will get you the final answer before council on whether it needs a 16 vote. But at NABI, it just needs a regular vote, or as you said, it will pass to council either way. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for the clarity, Ms. Barbara, and I will definitely get that information to, as soon as Dana gets that out, make sure everyone gets that information out. No, who was the one that motion? No, remember one. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm gonna go back to the floor at this time, colleagues. On the main motion, I do have Honorable Otto. So,
Thank you very much. Speaker, do you hear me?
yes.
Okay, thank you. I got a I guess a concerned parent who was I guess who had children there, and one is that Rehoboth has a policy not to allow other religion and other than Christianity to go to school there. So meaning, I take that if the family believes in the Mormon gospel and they choose to go to school there at the Rehoboth, it shows that they're not going to be able to be admitted because of the different denomination factor of believing. And I believe the only way also students are admitted also is through recommendation to someone who is a part of the church. And that's sort of raised concerns for me. The other also is that there was a funeral service there, and the Navajo family wanted to play a Native American church song out of respect of the DCC. And a family was a Native American church, and staff of Rehoboth Church cut the song off during song recording, saying they didn't allow Native American songs to be played since. And things like this really gets me to think about schools doing that around the nation. It goes back to the issue of saving the man and taking the Indian out of them. And it's troubling to see that maybe this type of practice still goes on around around the nation here, around the great Navajo Nation. Nihizato nihigin da kodo neyen da zine do ye da kodo oyo hata pa hanne from the parent level. And it's troubling. And I want to see how the school's going to respond to this because it's troublesome. We're Navajo, however you want to say. We'll always be Navajo. Maybe that's their mission, but according to this parent, this is what is going on in a border town at this very school. And I would like to see if other student parents out there have the same stories. Those of you listening on social media. To be turned away because you go to another denomination or you believe in your own religion, whatever. That shouldn't be the factor. I'm voting red on the main legislation because it's really troublesome to hear these type of things coming from parents out there who actually had their student going to Rehoboth. And I thought these type of things would happen in the South, where you had a form of racism. And in this case, it's more of a denomination of a religion. Really troublesome. And I'm going to vote red again on the main portion. Yeah. So.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So with that, we'll continue on down. I do have Chairman Nez, and then I'll come back to you, Honorable Juana. Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Aroshanan no Senegi Beshwahasa Anna. Yet Ado Honorable Halona, as well as Rehoboth School, just Nahara Altraki. Yet Hushin Hatsahodos and Apenda. We have on the agenda all the time invocation because it's what is committee meetings do ahut is in Behat Elibet Sadils and Lako. In Jesus' name, the not Sadils and Sasate, Hojona Hustling, Hojona Hustling, Hojona Hustling, Hojona Hustling, Nisa. Didn't share or Lagishi Bahastiki it ego. That Behanate Insa. Dolado Hachinya and Santa. I wish I was really wise to render some sort of verdict and to tell you all to vote green or vote red. At the assistation and I know Senegish begin benasted. Kishol Lela yet here any and send that at this case go at this case go that she's all over the Hata hashed carla. Other neck I should have hashed carla. Belganic I should have hashed carla. And that his illegal on this case than any clinicy are not so. As she boys does, I thought, she boys does, is a cuddle again, the boys does, she boys does, get boys does, got Ella. A core, the coronal source are better than Hadid, Ahiki. Church she don't hit either. Though she ebony on his. So bohos after Ada Buddha House, Ashido, Doshin Hilnida Church, those Christian schools. Ashin Hido Beneath, Hagiben Nat, do Ashin Fete, Mother Jedani, Clinici, and Hido and Hashin, the Nebazard, baby, Yale Hitta. And Shibelakana Bazard, baby, Yatel, and here not at the Yes, when le old Hakotana, the Lacana Bezra Bohish, Ahiego, beaten Hotin eat. Also, see this being Diego eat this. What the old Haki this beast of a din? So that what I had a other din non Hashin than it hind. And here not it, and I know Senegi. Dila, are your religion, Benina, are your arjudes kid? Portland and not Senegala, church has arj hot on that not tin. Though chin hot about don't, neither hot nego. The anils for hot date, the wheat, that deal, when the hunt at a hitting. I could end at sort of indeed. She had hit on not or cast 11 Yahutin, 11 Nashahot Ahas, Zilla Koto, a touch on the committee meetings, the response Anya Natjata. Digging between sort of sooner, I is there. Alla iPad never names then go yanana stico go shido shabe eda hosto. Shibna dibar has tigi del a jo Naabik'íyáti go shiado what era. Obe Khanate ego di church what era or tlan hada just nenigeda best era. Khala anil scho. No kat and any tlido anil scho. Da il zito atan da I kagishin benina bar hasthe a ishi be khoshashigi ben khandish iso do hot eda do atsgeda do nen hidesh neli obigata bala shitte hot za go shizzinki ye go shichin hotis na go ay chika ochjen hidesh nel anosko Portland is a card or Jahed or the Deshnissa. Arnold was a cow Jane here the Deshness. Chite hot zago. Nishish are on Ashenosta. Queen of Sunchido let me hit their hot zago. The Portland that you learn dog as a card all over the shade or the don Nista. At the any carco, Beshmas, and neat Linnigan hidden there. A in his nessa. Na chat sort of station and I hit it. And his letter. Then sort of zendo neither thought of it neither. A share all of those by sharing Sunday. That's so that was an English nisha. And so the zendo neither. Oh, you should know in the husk here, so that's the leader of the dish neither. But that's just here. Yeah, got that's just here. I wrote down the given nation or yes, it did. A late I had a deal, Nisla did. And Shin Hasela, and I, just I down. What I had asked the cheetah dot was done Ninishi, both of us are cut the hashing. The Heggy Dale, and did. And I not Senegi. Beda sort here, Shore, and Hashin Basort here. Pay the pay or Lape Banjit order on Hayat Eta. Joe Winston, what Abisha, how it's given a chance. In this case, I asked could never so deals and Hinand I asked but for deals and Lake and the Nalka, Washington, D.C., we pray for our leaders there. Anil, pray as you wish. Quite a lot out settles and a Haitian to not settles and Edo, Shanand Irish Nita. Our DC members, Anil, Sunda deals, at the end I can't begin between charges and what our ebe a hasi tia. Ishi Hurat, Egate, Shanand, no Seneki, don't harsh Shan, ne are just at us, Hato. La nadans and do ishi the horse I gishin up the banazla. Nasco is twiro sani does never up the put a hadley. Wait, ocean banana shit, neither hate ocean pay out the holonike up the banaz lashi le ado. She had the old down hinged out of her. Just a go, this though. So I'm just ready to vote here. And Honorable Speaker Damon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for those words. That we go back to Honorable Helena if there's any further follow-up.
Thank you, Speaker. And yes, I would like to get a follow-up from Mr. Ippo. But first of all, I thank Delegate Nez for your comments. I appreciate that, Delegate Nez. And I do agree with you 100%. Mr. Ippo, Bob Ippo?
Yes, first I just want to say a huge thanks to all of you because I know this has taken up a lot of your time and I'm just humbled by that. I just want to clarify a couple things in terms of the Zuni Pueblo, the Zuni Nation. It was interesting. We had never asked the Zuni Nation either for any kind of support for busing. And after our parents saw that we were going to ask the Navajo Nation, they suggested we do that exact same thing. And it's interesting too, like we have, today I got an email from a parent saying, why don't we teach Zuni? And the issue is we have about 11 kids right now that are coming up from Zuni at the high school level. But again, that's maybe something we could explore with them. And then in terms of our commitment to people of various faiths, our openness to that, you know, it used to be that Rehoboth did require a pastoral recommendation, which had to come from a Christian church. And we realized that there were a lot of people who wanted to come to Rehoboth who did not necessarily have that pastoral connection. And it came from a lot of different viewpoints. So now we do ask everybody to fill out a spiritual, kind of a spiritual reflection piece to kind of explain where they're coming from. And we would never say to somebody that they are not allowed because they go to a certain denomination. We've had Hindu, Catholic, I mean, all the different Protestant churches. We've had Mormon, traditional people who just say that they're nothing. And so Rehoboth is a very different kind of a Christian school. You know, a lot of people have come to volunteer or to step into our setting. They really say it's different. It's very much kind of an eclectic group, but we do definitely proclaim Christ in all of our classes. And, you know, the question was, do we promote ceremonies and that sort of thing? No, we don't do anything like that. I mean, that's something that families would do with their children at home. And, but that is not anything that we would do in any of our classes. A lot of the cultural piece besides language, which is so crucial, and that's our big passion, but is much more of the things like the clothing and the weaving and the, and even we have teachers who've gone to NAU and are looking at revamping their curriculum based on the Navajo or Diné content standards. And what's so beautiful when you even look at those standards that are part of the Diné education, so many of them just fit so beautifully with all cultures. You know, it's about respecting one another and respecting the earth and being kind to one another, and that whole sense of cat, that sense of community. I mean, that is just so ingrained in the whole Christian teaching that we are a body. We are living together in community and harmony. So you know, it's not exactly the same lingo or whatever exactly, but hopefully you get a sense that we want to have a posture like we know the history from which we come. We know the baggage that we carry. And because of that, we want to be different. And we're not perfect for sure, by any means. We're not perfect, but we're trying to make an attempt to do better. And so when we do things like put Navajo language in our curriculum in a school where Navajo language used to be discouraged because it was a boarding school, you know, that's a statement in saying we want Navajo leadership in our staff. We want Navajo leadership in our board. We really are trying to make a difference and be different. I know we have a long ways to go. I also know that the parents that come to Rehoboth are parents who are choosing to be at a place where they know the Christian message is being offered. And like I said, some people are making huge sacrifices to do that. And I just think that the Navajo Nation is such a beautiful example of people supporting people in their different ways of connecting with God all over. I mean, the way that you see on the Navajo Nation, so many different kinds of practices of different denominations and churches and the tradition or whatever. It's a very pluralistic society, which I think other societies could learn from. So again, I just want to say thank you. And this whole thing about not having a funeral or whatever, that there is Rehoboth Church, which is on our campus, and a Rehoboth Cemetery, which is on our campus. And those are different organizations. And it very well could be they were told that, but that was not at Rehoboth School. So anyway, I thank you again so much for all of your time. Appreciate it. And I did, oh, by the way, I did send the budget. I didn't know how to share it with anybody, but I think I sent it to delegate, oh, I can't remember, but the delegate that was asking for it. So I sent it to her email that I found online. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Speaker, that's our response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hona. That, colleagues, at this time, we are on legislation. Just for those who are just joining us or been with us, we are on legislation on the main motion of 0013-22, sponsored by Honorable Hona. At this time, I don't have anybody else in the queue. And are we ready to vote on this legislation, colleagues?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton, and I'd like to call.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton?
Yes, Speaker, I don't know if this is actually a point of order, but I'm looking at our standing committee rules of order. But I will say, Speaker, that you are a co-sponsor to this legislation. On 3 separate times, 3 separate occasions during this discussion, I have asked for Doty to come on and to get their input into this. I believe Delegate Vince James also made that request as well. And as Speaker, you know, you haven't called upon Doty. Normally you recognize that the request is being made by an entity that is not agent to this legislation. But you have yet to recognize my request. And I believe Delegate Vince James also made that request as well to get input from Doty. We are now at the end of this debate. Speaker, I think that in the future, if you are a co-sponsor and you cannot be equal or you cannot be fair to the requests that are being made, then maybe I would suggest that you not be speaker during that time or not be the chairperson in those events, because it does kind of taint the way that we do business here at council. And again, we're at the end of this debate. I was hoping that you would call upon Dodie. I haven't heard that yet, and perhaps it's because you're co-sponsor to this legislation. That's the only thing that I can think of, Speaker. So you're not conducting this in a neutral fashion, and I just want to call you out on that, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I take that with some green, but I appreciate that, your comment. Madam Chair, we have reached out to Dodie. Unfortunately, they haven't responded back to us. And I have asked the staff to reach out to them. I hope I'm not trying to be any bias on this legislation. Just to let you know, Madam Chair, as any legislation, I am willing to co-sponsor any legislation as I'm here in Window Rock. And majority of the time, the reason why there's a co-sponsorship on myself is because I would say 9 times out of 10, colleagues call me and say the legislation's ready to drop, and Speaker, can you co-sponsor? And I, without any bias or anything, I have never said no to any one of my colleagues who have stated if I could co-sponsor that. Just for clarity too, as well as Madam Chair, this Rehoboth school, as stated before, you indicated that this was in my delegate region. This is not in my delegate region. This is actually in Chairman Edmund Yazi's region. But I do have numerous, probably, I don't know, probably from all sectors of my chapter who probably are members that do go to school at this Rehoboth. So thank you again. And I am sorry if you feel that way, Madam Chair, if you feel I'm being biased. But again, I have not, hope I have not indicated that to anybody else on this discussion. And we are trying to get them on the line. Unfortunately, they have not responded back, Madam Chair.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to speak. This is Assistant Superintendent of the Navajo Nation Department of Education. My name is Dr. Moffett. I believe Dr. Begay is on the phone. I saw him earlier today and he was on call. So Dr. If possible, I don't know if he could be given the floor so he can speak, but he is online.
Yeah. Dr. Begay, are you online? We haven't had a response from your email or from text message. Dr. Begay?
I'm not too sure if he's having any difficulty, but I will go check on him. It's just a few doors down the hall. And let me go check on him real quick.
Okay.
Speaker, this is Delegate James on the queue, please.
Yes, Honorable James, go ahead. Everybody else in the queue at this time, floor is yours.
I can't have another speaker. Thank you very much. If we can't get Dr. Begay on the line, our superintendent, then I would request that we hear from our chief of staff, Office of President, Vice President's office, Mr. Paulson Chaco. They should have the documents in regards to the unmet needs. Unless we can hear that information from HESI Chair, Honorable Daniel So, or any of the HESI committee members, if they have that information. They should have that information of the unmet needs that was requested from Department of Education. So kindly requesting that if we can get the superintendent on the line. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. I think Assistant Director, Miss Moffett is trying to get Dr. Begay on the line, Honorable Vince James.
Honorable Speaker, we have Dr. Begay.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Begay. Good afternoon.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, I don't know if you were, we did email and clarify some questions that were identified to your. I don't know if you have time to respond to that at this time.
Yeah, I can go ahead and reply. I apologize that I was not able to link into Nabi meeting today. There's no notification from any of the staff regarding my need for attendance. And again, I offer my apologies, but go ahead and with the questions.
Let me go back to Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Kaya nalit ado members of Naabik'íyáti committee based on understand arno tenido isinokagi kaya ado the Dr. Begay superintendent kaya for getting on the call earlier. My question was in regards to the unmet need funding balance request from your department for all of our education institutions throughout the Navajo Nation due to the fact of the legislation being before us. I wanted to know what budget was submitted on your guys' behalf on behalf of all the schools throughout the whole Navajo Nation. So that was my question. Thank you.
Dr. Begay, get that? I know there was a lot of background noise in that.
If I could reply to that?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Begay.
Yes, the question on the unmet needs. Let me just emphasize that's a long, long list. I think with the approval of this request for the school, we are now looking at over 100 schools who will submit a list of needs that they have similar to Rehoboth, and in some cases more than that. I have right now on the table a request from a community school construction for an additional $3 million to finish their construction, where the BIA did not cover, with their money, could not cover the whole construction. And with this money, they were requesting from the ARPA funds, but I can say for a fact that the needs are great at all the schools, and we are now looking at all the schools submitting, similar to Rehoboth, some assistance in different areas. So that's my reply.
Thank you. Madam Chair Charles Newton, do you have additional questions too as well?
Yes, I do, Speaker, and thank you so much for being on the line from Doty, both Ms. Moffett and then I believe it's Mr. Begay. Thank you for being on the line. So I did ask, there was OMB did submit, and it is on the exhibits. They did submit a request, and they did ask, whether the school should go through Doty for a grant. Based on your information that you just provided to Delegate Vince James, I'm guessing that there's not very much grant money available, since 100 schools will be submitting a list of their needs. So I'm wondering whether there's any grant money available, and then how Doty is going to be the oversight of the school when or if those funds do get released to this school. Because as we know on council, we give funding to various programs, entities, even chapters, and there's always some type of mismanagement of funds, and there's always a question, every delegate I think at one time or another has asked, whether the people or the company or the organization that we're giving funding to is going to be accountable. So what I want to know is how is Doty going to be part of this in making sure that those funds are spent properly? And then how is Doty going to be a part of the curriculum there at Rehoboth when the funds, if the funds are released to the school? So at this point, those are my questions. And then in terms of what you just now stated about the schools that are needing help, I can say that we do have programs that I'm sure Doty is aware of, like the school clothing program that could use this money. We always run out of money for school clothing program. And so I just want to know, in terms of how involved Doty will be if these funds are distributed to this private religious school. And again, I do want to clarify, colleagues, that this is nothing to do with churches or the way that we pray or how we believe. It's Navajo people's money that is going to this school, and we just want to make sure that there's accountability in place. And part of that accountability is sharing, the financial information of the school. And then again, being a donor, I would say we have a very large voice at that table if the funding is granted. And so I want to know again, Doty's involvement in getting this legislation through the process. And I do want to clarify again, in terms of what we're looking at with this legislation, we do know, based on the information that has been provided to us through these documents, we do know that the school is asking for these funds. We know that Vice President Leiser is the board president. I don't know if he's had any influence on this legislation. I know that that Vice President Leiser, I know he's a good guy, but we just want to make sure that that's also on the record, that he has no involvement or he has not had any influence on Doty to push this legislation through. And then the last thing is, again, the budget forms that I have been requesting. I'd like to see the budget forms for Doty and how this private school fits into that budget form. Thank you.
Honorable Damon, if I could respond.
Thank you, Dr. Begay. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you again for that very important question. One, what I need to do, being here now after 3 months, I need to research if there has been any precedent in this type of essentially a donation from the Navajo Nation to the schools, and what process have they used in conjunction. Anytime monies are involved, all this has to be done in conjunction with the Office of the Controller. So any type of any entity who has money offered to a school, of course, they are given the money with parameters clearly established. And this is one thing I need to look into right away. And if none, then I need to get together with the Office of the Controller on how to best approach this, and also along with that, even with the auditors. So the financial oversight on all of this is critical. In addition to that, we need to also look into a IGA, intergovernmental agreement, or a MOU, a memorandum of understanding, which has to be developed by the DOJ, the legal counsel, in this process. And so we have yet to sit down to answer, again, these very important questions that you have, Honorable Delegate, on this. And as I mentioned, if it's approved by the full council, I can assure you there are over 100 schools who will now submit the unmet needs for their respective schools in all areas. And so we are, if a precedent has not been set, we are certainly looking at that in the event that this is approved. I hope this answers your question.
Speaker,
Thank you very much, Dr. McGay. That colleagues, let me go back to the floor. This time, are there any other further questions or comments?
Speaker, can I just get a follow-up clarification?
Yes, Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Begay. So just to clarify, so the whole process hasn't been completed is what you're saying, right? That research still has to be done and proper documents still need to be put in place. Is that correct?
Exactly, yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Begay.
Thank you. That colleagues, this time, again, I don't have anybody else in the queue. I almost said nobody with a reserved time, but we're at Nabi. Is there any further comments or questions at this time?
Y'all can hear you?
Chairman, floor is yours.
Untitled Chapter, Speaker Damon Lado, 24th Navajo Nation Council. I believe that an amendment needs to be made as far as the expenditure plan. And to go back to Rehoboth School to make that correction or recalculate their figures. And that's the reason why I voted red on the amendment, because this figures do not add up, in my opinion. As where the correction needs to be made is that we need to infuse Navajo money for our Navajo students, and that's where on the transportation cost, the bus driver cost maybe, is to where corrections need to be made to where it's all Navajo bus routes instead of having a bus going down the Zuni. Unless if the Zuni tribe's agreeing to help us with funding the full $540,000, then I can all vote green on it. But I mean, and right now the way it is, I really can't support it. And so unless if there's a corrections that are made, and that council this amendment could be brought forth, that's a request I'm making to Rehoboth School, Mr. April, to readjust your numbers, and then that way an amendment could be introduced to this legislation, and I'm sure it'll go down by a percentage. And so that's my request until that amendment is produced, and then I'll rethink my green vote. But right now I have to vote red before the way it is because of that what I saw in the budget forms, expenditure forms. And the other concern I have is more than half of this money going to one company here in Gallup to install a new HVAC system. And it kind of makes me wonder is, I mean, what relationship does this company have with Rehoboth School? And I'm just thinking we're just hopefully we're not being used, saying that, hey, Navajo, just go ask Navajo for money and have them install a whole new system for us. And let's use Navajo language as one of our disguises here. I mean, that's my concern also too. And so if it was I don't know to what extent I could ask for due diligence as far as procurement, because I'm sure Rehoboth, they have their own procurement system and they follow their own rules. But at the same time, for me, I just have that question and lingering in my head right now is that to what kind of relationship does Rehoboth have with this HVAC company, along with the other companies that I've seen in the exhibit with their price quotations, and they're high. I mean, they are high. And so that kind of also swayed my vote too also. And so with that request to Rehoboth School, and if it does become before council, if they could have these figures ready so we could get an amendment moving, then I would be keen to rethink my vote. But in present time, the way it is, with all these concerns I have, I would have to vote red. Thank you, Sister Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That, colleagues, at this time, well, I guess a response will go back, but is there any other further comments or questions?
Yes, Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, then Honorable Yellow Hair. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate my case really being observant. The way the legislation coming out with this, if it goes to the council, it's like we're appropriating monies to a contractor. And for me, we're basically bypassing the Appropriations Act, and we're also, in this case, trashing the Business Opportunity Act. And I just feel like this legislation needs to be recrafted. Inappropriate. With that, will be, I will be voting red if there is no changes, like Chair Amy Hino has said. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. With that, Honorable Yellow Hair, floor is yours.
Yeah, Speaker, yeah, and the 24th Councilman. Should not do that, as I have a concern about the how this budget was put together. But my concern is the Navajo Nation funds must address related to the benefit to our Navajo students, like learning like Navajo language, or fund may be used for Navajo language teachers. I believe in that one. And our language is very important at school, that we need those. Just like here, I lost my brother Marvin Yellowhair just last week. He was a teacher of Navajo language, teacher of all time for 28 years to Rough Rock School. He wrote a dictionary as with teachers working with Fort New York City to put up land dictionary together. Then he wrote another one with a these 4 books are related to Navajo, our histories, our cultures, which means that with an academic course right now, we need these for our Navajo language. If this is not related to this legislation, I'll just go red, because we have to put our money, put it in the good use, relate to anything to do with our Navajo language, especially with this Christian school. I'm not talking against Christian school. The Christian school must provide something like a language to the teachers. That's what they needed. I know these religions up there, they teach Navajo language, how to read in Navajo and Bible, Navajo language. They're really good. So therefore, the budget the way it is, it's not calculated. So therefore, I vote right now at this time. Question short about this. Yeah, la hotel by his house nay. So yeah, could he speaker? So you go back on mute now. Hello? Everybody there?
Yes, we're here.
Oh, okay. Chief, yeah.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Halona, if there's any response at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Abel, I would like to have you respond to the request made by Jamie Haniel. If we could get that information together for council next week. Mr. Abel?
Yes, can you hear me? Just to clarify, because I think it's already in the information that you have, that the 3 buses, we have 6 bus routes, and the 3 buses that we're talking about funding and that the calculations are involved in are the ones to Window Rock, Towhead, Crown Point, those 3 buses. And then in regards to the HVAC, we have no commitment to anybody. We needed to get an estimate for this proposal. And so that's the estimate that we get. But obviously, there could be more people to bid or whatever. So yeah, we just need. So just wanted to clarify those 2 things. But thanks again for your time.
Mr. Abel, you cut out there on your last your transmission. Could you repeat that again?
About the buses?
Yes, and also the HVAC.
Okay, sorry. So in the documents that you have, it lists all of our information for the various buses. The 3 buses that we proposed were the ones that were really serving the Navajo Nation communities of Window Rock, Crown Point, and Tohatchee. Zuni's listed there, but that's not part of the funding that we were looking at. And then secondly, we needed an idea of how much it would cost to do this HVAC project. And so we got an estimate, but we have not made a commitment to anybody for that. We just have to find out, if there's funding to actually work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abel. Back to you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. At this time, are there any other further comments or questions? Twice. We're on the main motion, colleagues. Going 3 times. Second reading. I'm going to vote.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, there is one amendment, amendment number 1, on page 1 at line 13 and on page 3 at line 7, 20, 22, and 25. Delete $540,528 and insert $540,798. 2, replace the current Exhibit B with new Exhibit B showing the revised funding amount requested of $540,798. 3, replace current Exhibit C with new Exhibit C showing the revised grant amount requested of $540,798. 4, on page 3, lines 11, 12, and 13, after the word controller, delete the rest of the paragraph C and replace it with new wording as follows. New language underscore has provided a memorandum in accordance with 12 NNC section 820L, which memo is attached hereto as Exhibit E, end of new language. 5, add new Exhibit E, the memorandum from Robert Woolley with the Office of the Controller dated March 9th, 2022. 6, on page 3, lines 14, 15, and 16, after OMB, delete the rest of paragraph D and replace it with new wording as follows. New language underscore has provided a memorandum in accordance with 12 NNC section 820M, which memo is attached hereto as Exhibit F, end of new language. 7, add as new Exhibit F the 2 memos from Dominic BL with OMB dated February 16th, 2022 and April 14th, 2022. 8, on page 3 at line 19, as a new paragraph F, add new paragraph F as follows. New paragraph F underscore F RCS has provided its current articles of incorporation here attached here to as Exhibit G, end of new language. 9, attach new Exhibit G, the Rehoboth Christian Schools articles of incorporation dated April 16th, 2018. 10, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be revised to conform to the intent of this amendment. Also attached are new exhibits B, C, E, F, and G. Mr. Speaker.
Hear me? Can you hear me? Thank you. With that, let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kealan votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vincent James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So.
Lord, please show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Juanica votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green. Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Red. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes red via text. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 8 delegates that voted in favor and 11 delegates that opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, 8 in favor, 11 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion fails. That, colleagues, legislation 0013-22, according to our rules of order, though, continues on and going to the Navajo Nation Council. That, moving on down, colleagues. Item number C on our agenda, legislation 0038-22, sponsored by Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison Juanica. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0038-22, an action relating to health, education, and human services, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees, approving and accepting the Navajo Nation Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services Award from the Federal Emergency Management Agency in the amount of $944,900, approving a waiver of indirect costs. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay Jr. and co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Juanica. You do have committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment, and also a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. This legislation is final authority here at Naabik'íyáti. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Wanika.
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for that. On legislation 0038-22, motions by Honorable Slater, seconds by Honorable Wanika. That, any comments, questions on legislation 0038-22?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I just want to know, when was that legislation sent out? I can't find it in my email, and I went on to Dibs. It's taking forever to download.
0038-22. We're resending it out, Madam Chair. 0038-22. That there's a Honorable Vice Chair Smith with questions. So let me turn the time over to Chairman Daniel. So, Chairman, floor is yours.
Thank you, Shannon. Members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. I appreciate the motion and the second, and to speak to the issue. It is a grant that Dr. Michelle Branson prepared, using the opportunity to access funds with the Federal Emergency Management Authority. And with that, I will call on, and it's a straightforward ask: accept the money, waive the indirect costs. It's very straight, the ask that we're asking of the NABI committee and the council. With that, I'd like to call on my agent, Dr. Michelle Branson. Thank you.
Hello, Ayat. This is Dr. Michelle Branson. Hopefully y'all can hear me okay. Okay, so I am the Health Services Administrator. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yes,
so I'm the Health Services, okay. For Department of Health, I'm the Health Services Administrator for the Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services. And so with that, as our sponsor stated, Honorable Chair and delegates and everybody listening in, an opportunity to work with FEMA. As we know, the pandemic, with our disaster declaration, it became opportunity for us to work with the crisis counseling care grant, and what that looks to do. It's a short-term type grant. This application had some challenges, mainly, again, this is why it's coming for legislation for the waiver for IDC or indirect cost, is because for FEMA, they have their own rules and regulations, so indirect costs are not allowable under their program and how they provide the funding for like the crisis counseling grants. And so we did inform working with FEMA, because they did award us with special conditions that we work for this waiver, because they do see the need for this grant, and to utilize it for crisis counseling care, like phone line across Navajo Nation. And so with that, that's why, again, we're coming for the waiver. It's a two-part waiver due to the fact is the Office of Budget Management and Budget, OMB, was also assisting us with DOJ and how to work with this, even though we got the special conditions award, how do we move forward so we can utilize the funds that we've been awarded, though, with the special condition. And so with that, if you look in our Navajo Nation's budget instructions manual, it does state, and that's why we got more clarification and consultation with DOJ and OMB, that it became aware that we did need to go through the committees up to Naabik'íyáti, the NABI committee, for this approval to waive the IDC or the indirect cost. And so with that, they have in FEMA, their regulations, it's a IAPPG, Individual Assistance Program and Policy Guidance that they have stated. So what we'd like to do is, get the waiver so we can go ahead and start implementing. The grant's purpose is for crisis counseling care. And what we're doing is working with both approaches, if you will, the traditional spiritual component with the Diné Medicine Man Association, as well as Community Bridges, which is a more, I guess, Western-based counseling model. And FEMA did recognize this overall project is really unique. They haven't awarded a grant to other tribal nation except for here us at Navajo. And so they, in a sense, are working with us, even though it's a short-term grant, to help that we can partner up and really provide that emotional support, because it will be a 24/7 type phone line with the two entities. And it is at the, if you've ever seen those hotline numbers or helpline numbers, it's like the first step in, helping somebody that's reaching out. And then it goes to further resources if it's with DBMHS or IHS or 638. So really has, brought together even more partnerships within the main healthcare entities here on Navajo. But in order to do all that and to continue to work with this grant, we are seeking the waiver. So the waiver would be the two parts. So the indirect cost is for that conditional award is $43,095. And that also, because we as DBMHS are a federally funded program, 638 contract, we cannot offset that cost ourselves as well. So that's why we're asking for that waiver, again, according to their budget instructions manual. So I can take any questions if you like, but that is really the reason why we are really hoping we can get this approved and then continue on to create this Navajo Crisis Counseling Care phone line. Thank you. Yeah.
Priscilla, Chairman Damon, and colleagues, that would be our presentation on the legislation that is before you, and we stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That, colleagues, we do have a motion to second on legislation 0038-22. So let me go to the floor. Vice Chair Smith. Oh, sure. Can't hear you.
Thank you, Chairman Damon, and also Naabik'íyáti committee members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and those listening on board. I'm looking at the legislation, and it's saying that $944,900 is a grant and waives the indirect costs because FEMA disallows the indirect costs in this grant application. My question on that is this just for counseling program? Is that basically counseling for COVID-19, or what counseling is this grant for? That is my question on behalf of this funding. And is there a time frame for the use of this grant? Is there an expiration date? Do we have to amend anything to ensure that we don't end up reverting the grant back to FEMA on the, I appreciate the fact that we did get grant funds, and I appreciate the fact that we do have the ability to utilize this funding. The question is there a time limit? Because usually there is a time limit, and if we don't fulfill that time limit, then what happens to the grant that's my question, Chairman Damon. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. That, Madam Chair, do you want me to add you to the queue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, go ahead, Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. So I'm looking at my BIM booklet, and I apologize, colleagues. I'm not the smartest when it comes to the budget. I always have to go back and make sure that I get the indirect costs correctly in terms of the definition. I only have the BIM booklet for 2021. Has the new BIM booklet been released? And if so, has the definition changed with indirect costs? If not, can somebody just remind me again? And I apologize, they call me the idiot delegate, but I cannot remember what the definition of indirect cost is, Speaker. And this is really important, especially for this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Let me go back to Honorable Chairman Daniel So for response, and then go to if there's no response about indirect costs, I can definitely go to Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Chair Damon. Thank you to Cecilia, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith, and to Honorable Chair Charles Newton. I will refer to Dr. Branser, the agent on this particular grant application, the grant, and also the administrator for the Department of Behavioral and Mental Health Services. Thank you. Dr. Ranser?
Yes, sorry, I was trying to unmute my phone. Yes, so thank you for the questions, Vice Chair and Madam Chair. So I guess I can try to answer both questions, or by both the, chair delegates. And for the Crisis Counseling Care Grant by FEMA, as you know, FEMA is a federally emergency management agency. And so really in times of like COVID, that's where this grant came to be, us being aware of it. However, we know on Navajo, there's been a lot of phone numbers or helplines, if you will, DDMHS. We also have a mental health helpline. So really, as I was explaining, and I guess in more in depth, it is a helpline, meaning there is that first level of counseling support wise if someone is going through grief, loss, stressors, any other related problems that could be causing a crisis in someone's life. It may not at this point always be to COVID, or may be related due to the fact is, we are still in the pandemic. And so, yes, it is providing counseling, and it's because FEMA is also a, like I said, emergency kind of disaster type agency. It is a 9-month program. So as I mentioned, we had our award notice for the grant, and that was in December of last year, and it will go until September 20th of 2022. So that's this year in September. And so that's what I meant by it is a shorter term grant. However, we are working on the back end while we're waiting to see if the waiver is going to be approved, with those contracts with, as I mentioned, community bridges, as well as the Diné Medicine Man Association. And so, as I mentioned with FEMA, these grants are offered due to the fact that they're, in response to a major disaster declaration. As I said before, Navajo Nation, we are still under our disaster declaration as well. And so with that, since, conditionally we've been awarded, we want to get this grant going as quick as possible. And as I said, with reversions of funds, that really just means we need to get the grant moving so the funds do not have to be reverted. However, in my meetings with FEMA and the federal partners in kind of explaining our process here for our budgets or procurement, the BIM, and how FEMA, it's a disallowable cost with the indirect costs, that we would be looking to see if they would work with us for a no cost extension, since it has taken time. This application was turned in April of last year, and again, going through these processes, and then also making sure we get the guidance from DOJ as well as OMB, how to go about doing this, because we really feel it's a need here on Navajo that this grant could help with. And so I'm also looking to see how else, we can continue to support this, as, we have not had that, as far as I'm aware, on Navajo crisis counseling helpline for the whole nation. And so that would hopefully answer Vice Chair Smith's questions. And then for Madam Chair, Delegate Charles Newton, so I myself had to learn a lot about, again, indirect costs, especially for Navajo Nation. But my understanding of indirect costs, and I think speaker said we can also defer to legislative services, and I might call on them too to give a more in-depth explanation. But from my understanding, indirect costs in the grant is related to like overhead expenses. That could be like if a contractor, like if we get awarded the grant, a contractor has to have certain administrative expenses themselves, other personnel costs or department costs. That's really what that is for. And even again on Navajo, that is written in our budget instructions manual. So when we took it to getting clarification through this time frame to see if we really do need this waiver, and talking to Department of Justice as well as legislative services, and how the interpretation of the BIM was, yes, we do need the waiver in order to work with this grant, or to is not just have the conditional acceptance or letter of award. So that hopefully answers some of your question, but I can defer, to legislative services, or who else, if that's not a sufficient explanation. Those would be my responses. Thank you.
Chair Damon. This is Delegate Daniel. So that would be the response to the question by Honorable Vice Chair Smith, and then again, partial answer to Madam Chair's question, but we defer back to you at this time. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, auto put me in the queue.
Thank you very much. With that, Madam Chair, or not Madam Chair, Ms. Barbroff, I don't know if you want to clarify any further on indirect cost.
Thank you, Speaker. First off, this is Ms. Barbroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. Delegate Charles Newton's question was whether the definition for indirect costs in the 2021 budget instructions manual was different from the definition in the fiscal year 2022 manual. I've compared the two manuals and they are the same. I can read the definition for indirect cost that's in the manual if you'd like. Indirect costs are a fairly complex issue, so I think it might be beneficial if I did read the definition, but up to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barboff. With that, let me continue to go back to the floor. At this time, Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council and presenters. Really, it's a good thing that we got a grant from FEMA, federal agency. And it's very troublesome to have a federal agency tell us that, they don't, whether to some of their costs that's in the grant is supposed to be utilized for indirect costs, them saying you can't use it for it. Federal government has set precedents on many other grants where indirect costs is already calculated into the grant. So you're basically allowing someone to absorb that cost. And as we talk about absorbing the costs and with the waiver language, what is the cost that is projected to be wavered? What is the projection of that cost? And who are you going to allow to absorb that cost? And with that absorption of that cost, are you going to be coming back to the nation to ask for additional funding to fund the overhead for the IDC pertaining to this particular grant? So, I think that the federal government and these grants should be able to cover the IDC, and especially with COVID. Families lost loved ones. Some families had loved ones come back from a bad situation. Some of them came back from the sickness with little effects. IDC Washington the grants up if you're gonna come to the nation, you're gonna basically rob Paul to pay Peter. Where do you plan to get the additional IDC from? Because certain things in this grant cannot pay for something. And if you cannot pay for overhead pertaining to this grant, how are you going to cover the cost of overhead? And I see the language of Department of Health, Department, Navajo Nation Division of Behavioral Health and Mental Services. Are you going to utilize maybe unused allocation of this year's 2022 comprehensive budget passage? Are you going to utilize some of those dollars to pay for that cost? And if that's realistic, you would have to come back to reformulate some of those dollars. Oh, I should not. Just kidding. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So that, let me see. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
I'll get yellow hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair, floor is yours.
Okay, out there, Nana speakers, Telekia, Nana. I don't know, I just want to work councilman. Though that is not trying. With this grant is one-time grant. It will be dependent on if there is no office equipment. If there's office equipment only, there was no indirect cost to be charged. But you get no grant, and then you get no indirect cost to just a grant. They will be really up to the councilman. And they can do without it if the councilman says, okay. Like you said, still honorable the order, so where can he resort this money? Like if there's this grant has special personal positions and there because it costs money to operate the machine. That's where the money goes and direct costs. I'll be hard. I'll get the bigger. I think this is not very, but they're trying to benefit what they will recover on their program. It is not done. So if in the cost in there, they maybe have less funds to operate for the direct cost operation. Sales is big, I think. I thought in the jail. Yeah, because it happened, like President, it happened. So it's okay to do it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. Any other further comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Speaker. Otto colleagues, Naabik'íyáti committee members, Otto to my honorable, distinguishable Che. Good afternoon, Che. Otto to your co-sponsors and to your agents and to the Navajo Department of Health team, Dr. Jim and your team. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to say thank you for applying for this grant. Of course, you had to apply. Sounds like it was competitive. Anytime money is given to us from FEMA, I always think of in the case of reimbursements. In this case, it's a grant. Very importantly, to provide crisis counseling, regular services program. So that tells a lot right there as we continue to recover from COVID, COVID-related services. I hope this this grant will touch and enhance a lot of our people's lives. Mentally, a lot of our people went through a lot of uncertainty, a lot of anxiety. A lot of our people turned to substance abuse, unfortunately, whether that's drugs or alcohol, that ran prevalent in our communities. And we hope and pray that everyone that's been affected finds a path of recovery, a path of healing, a path forward to recover and move on with their lives. It was a hard time, and whether they're young or elder, middle-aged, everyone was affected in some form or fashion. So I hope that, and I appreciate the behavioral health department for, looking at hoping to address a lot of these needs on the nation. I wanted to make those comments today, Speaker, because intervention is everything, and intervention, especially when you have substance abuse involved, or when you have other issues involved, especially when it involves cases of dealing with high mental health issues. And there was a lot of anxiety, and everyone was scared because prior to the vaccinations, I remember how challenging it was. And after the vaccines, it seems like it's kind of changed, but we still got to keep our guard up. I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Jim, to your team, for bringing this grant back to the nation and putting it forth, putting it into action. Our people need it. And I really hope that you can reach every facet, every population that needs help. Every individual that needs help should benefit from this grant. And we have a lot of people that are still trying to recover, mentally, physically, spiritually. And I hope it's cases like this that we can bring some hope to them, a path forward and a path of healing. So I just want to make those comments today, Speaker Damon. And we will continue to pray for all of our people. We will continue to pray for those who are battling ailments, physical, mental, spiritual. COVID really took a lot out of us, a lot out of our people. And, we have a lot of healing to go through. So I just wanted to make those comments today. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the sponsor at this time. Chairman Daniel, so if there's any response, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, Chair, and colleagues. And the people that are listening on the Zoom teleconference call. Basic to this is it's a service, and we're going to utilize the services that are available to us. And so, again, the one aspect that I really appreciate is connecting with the Naabik'íyáti Association to help in the council and to offer necessary prayers and ceremonies to get people back in balance in mental health, and even it affects the physical health. So I will defer to Agent Dr. Michelle Brancher, and then we do have Dr. Jill Jim available to also speak to the issue at hand. And after Dr. Brancher answers the specific questions and comments posed by colleagues, I'd like to give Dr. Jill Jim an opportunity to address the committee also. And again, with the one correction, in the opening statement, I said it needed to go to the council. That was a slip of the tongue. Naabik'íyáti committee is the final authority on this particular legislation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable So. Thank you so much for the questions and comments by Honorable Otto So, as well as Jimmy Yellowhair, and then the comments So for that indirect cost, as was mentioned a little bit earlier as well, it is $43,095, $95. And, that is when we did our budgets. And just to reiterate a little bit more too, we are contracting with the two entities, which is what I mentioned with Community Bridges Incorporated, providing more of the Western or counseling side in that way. And then also the Diné Medicine Man Association will be contracted with to work with more of our traditional healing and our aspects and just what makes us Diné. And so those two are the ones in our budget for the $944,900. So our budget, we did have to kind of refigure it due to the fact is FEMA, as stated, delegates, so that it's not allowable to have that indirect cost. And I believe some of the reasons they gave FEMA, it is a different type of grant, if you will, because it's a federally emergency management grant. So that's why it's short term, and it's supposed to help, get us going in this manner to, really see what the needs are and how we're going to do that. So that's how we're going to utilize the funds, that $944,900. So we have, like I said, fixed that budget. But for the IDC, that's where it is challenging for us within DBMHS, as we are federally funded ourselves and have some state funding, for the REBA program we have. But also what that means is, our costs aren't necessarily, allowed as well to pay for the IDC as far as I am aware. So that's why we're asking for the waiver as well. And with that, again, I'm open to more input from the DOJ side or OMB, because this is the direction that we were given. And as I stated before, we appreciate support because, we do know the needs are there. Just echoing what Delegate Freeland was stating, with the fact is we do see that we want to respond to that and just have this grant assist us at DBMHS for that manner. So with that, as in other questions, I can try to do my best to answer those, but really this is the direction that will, help us overall, I think, as a nation, as we have mentioned healing before, and then also seeing perhaps, depending on how the approval goes, that we will, continue those partnerships, because that's what I think it will take to continue our partnerships with other programs, other Hatathi associations or whatnot to really assist us. But those would be my responses to the questions and comments. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman.
Thank you very much. Yes, Madam Chair. I can go to you. There's someone in the queue. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I actually wanted to do a follow-up of Dana's. I'm looking at the BIM booklet, the definition. I did text her asking her in the BIM booklet, what page are we supposed to be looking at for the indirect cost? And I think that what Delegate Otto stated, that was also another question that I also had too, which is if the indirect costs are removed, then where are we going to be getting funding? And should that be included in this legislation right now so that we are upfront on what those costs are? Because I'm a little bit curious, and I think that that's going to also affect the budget as well. I was going back and looking at OMB's website, and I know that there was a there is a letter right now that was put in place, and this is with indirect cost negotiating agreement IDC rates fiscal year 2021 of 16.47% and fiscal year 2022 of 15.46%. And this is the agreement that was made with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So I'm just wondering why that the indirect costs were not allowed when we have a government agent that has accepted the indirect cost negotiation agreement. And again, this is on the OMB website. I was just trying to find out, what when we're talking about indirect costs, what does that include? And then, just getting an upfront cost at this point, whether that's something that can be done. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, let me go back to Ms. Barbara if there's a follow for further clarity. And I don't know if maybe to even clarify even further, if there needs to be Mr. Dominic Bial or somebody from OMB that might assist too, if there's need for further clarity. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. The definition for indirect costs is on page 24 in the 2022 budget instruction manual. Let me check on what page it is in the in the fiscal year 2021. That'll take me just a second, but okay. Indirect costs in the 2021 manual are on page 25. So 24 in 2022 and page 25 in 2021. Okay. Indirect costs, and I'm going to read a little bit from the budget instruction manual. And I'm looking under the definition for indirect costs. There's a lot in there that talks, so I'll just read it. It'll take a bit and then I'll explain it further. Okay, indirect costs. Generally, the majority of Navajo Nation externally funded programs receive funds for direct costs and for indirect costs. Direct costs are costs that are directly chargeable to the Navajo Nation program because the cost can be identified with an external award or other internally or externally funded activity, or can be directly assigned to such activities relatively easy with a high degree of accuracy. Indirect costs are costs that are incurred for common or joint purposes, benefit more than one cost objective, and are not readily assignable to contract grant objectives specifically benefited without effort disproportionate to the results achieved. Indirect costs are the costs of providing centralized governmental support services to all externally funded programs, including costs for governing body, accounting and financial management, personnel management, property management, records management, legal services, auditing services, building, rent and lease, utilities, janitorial services, repairs and maintenance, equipment, insurance and bonding, and depreciation. All Navajo Nation programs receiving external funds must include indirect costs in the contract and grant, provided that the funding agency allows for recovery of indirect costs. That's what's in the budget instruction manual. Then there is more explanation of how the indirect cost rate is negotiated. It's actually the requirements for it are under a CFR. It'll take me a little while to pull that up, but each year the Navajo Nation negotiates a indirect cost rate, and that gets approved by the NABI committee. The nation's, it's called a cognizant agency, and the nation's cognizant agency, which is who it develops, it negotiates the indirect cost rates with, has been deemed to be the interior business center of the Department of the Interior. So one of the things that I think is important for council to realize is that with your 638 contracts, the indirect cost rate is put on top. It's an additional amount. So let's say the direct services in a 638 contract were $1 million. So the nation would receive the $1 million for the direct services. In addition, the nation would receive the 15.47% of the $1 million as additional funds, as an additional indirect costs. That's the way 638 contracts work. Almost all other grants, and we see this most commonly with EPA grants, but almost all other grants coming from the federal government include a line item for indirect costs. So if a program was receiving that $1 million in a grant, instead of as 638 funding, then the indirect costs, that 15 point percentage, that would reduce the direct funding. Okay, I hope you're following me so far. The indirect costs get distributed out to those what are called central support services. And those central support services are things like the Controller's Office, DPM, Department of Justice. I believe that the council gets some indirect costs. Office of Legislative Counsel, Office of Records Management, that whole list. Those central support services offices of the nation who provide services to all programs, or relatively all programs. That's what the indirect costs funding primarily goes to. There is a small amount of indirect costs that will go back to the program, to the programs who are getting the grant, but essentially those indirect costs go to the central support services offices. So it's not necessarily going to reduce what behavioral health has to spend on these services. Who's going to take the hit for the lack of indirect costs will be those central support service providers. And as far as the question, not all federal grants prohibit indirect costs, but some do. And that's certainly something that the nation takes into consideration, or should take into consideration before applying for and accepting the grants. I think that's what I can say. And if OMB is on the line, or Cordell Shorty's contracts and grants section, they may want to elaborate more. Also, DOJ may wish to add something. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Vice Chair Walker and then Honorable Elmer Begay in the queue. Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Speaker, when neta is I don't hit بالكاوي إنك تدار نقص يات إنجليني دولة دي history بيجي أدوشنا honorable so شنا legislation sponsor in لاجي أدو agents تو نولتا كوي إيا نالسوس بتنهديت ناتونين سوزو كون بنشبه يلكي ko hehe ko yal dan de hi de nit ko adoshin chuidong isigit shin ben has ado hashit chuidi isigi kwege ba wen ko he shuna he did earlier mention was the Naabik'íyáti Association sponsor, Honorable So had mentioned that. Then the agent mentioned the Medicine Men Association. So those are two different organizations that we know of. Although there are medicine men, there are Tatis that are not affiliated with organizations. So I'm just wanted to know which medicine practitioners we're talking about. Is it the organized ones, or is it just in general those healers and practitioners that are in each of our communities? So just clarification there, so that when we report to our constituents, we're clear about this. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's late in the afternoon, but I did hear two types of organizations mentioned. The ones that are not affiliated with organizations, they probably outnumber the ones that are organized. This late afternoon, so that's my question to the sponsor, Chinado, is agent, chairman. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. With that, let me go on down to Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, the floor is yours. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good afternoon, Speaker, other
Yes.
members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. The legislation could I think like was mentioned that the Naabik'íyáti Association and I know that we keep saying that that every meeting as far as I go around these meetings, not exactly all these meetings, everybody says that we recognize people that they lost loved ones. We always say that. That baby need to go home. That so he's quite here trying to think about their mental health, Yeah, you just were Asian altogether. There's two different language. Actually, the wording. See, and no, hot Asian that it never from that. I don't know what's going on. No. It's a hot no, not yet. He's how to define those, describe those. How to let me do that. So, if on this case, I know that some of these they're more like hurting with James and some of these we put upon ourselves. There's different so you just add that people you just chat on no you that happen can also clear that I think we're going through that a lot. I've been to ceremonies at school that and go home. How to gosh they're already doing it. They're actually practicing. They're actually bringing people in there. They were tired. That non I see that chat. I've seen that. Oh, there's not, but now still didn't know. Yeah, I said, and that's the Sata on board the shop, don't know. Who's actually out there? We're talking about recovery. If we're talking about healing, if we start saying that, that I want to recognize the people that lost their loved ones, what the India is trying to put ourselves on so that we can recognize these people. Well, when are we going to actually start this? Because my question. The peso that no getting the high not the you could get down. Indirect cost you could get is what I don't know I don't actually don't know, but her cost is already doing that there. It's of a butter. It is that 8 of a butter. So it's about not those neither. So I think we need to consider these people. As they're doing that. It don't matter. So when are we going to recognize them to go over there and actually, as a leaders, to say that they can't let you again. I let them. I okay. I don't even give the opportunity to them. So could also not by yes kids even I'll be hold on. There's the one that's saying it to me. I think it's okay or on the Athena that has a cut I mean he on that in no. Don't the other daughter not that now the no they no half. Don't I got because shouldn't those go to never cut off was on the not add that when I go over there. So I do what I can to help them. What out here? So my question is, as a mental health and as a behavioral health, and there's contract out there with the Navajo Nation. Here at Telecommu, we have the Department of Behavioral Health. I've been talking about it and saying that over here, the gate are closed and the office are closed, and these clients have to call in. Calling this, that's the I couldn't know. I don't know. They how they check in that is. I know that that the Naabik'íyáti as that it isn't so let me share just I got today we're on the hotline of a Telecommu community. There's 2 persons that are missing 6K though. There were basketball players, there were sports, fitness from these families and their leadership. from this leadership called in there, conduct in there, because they're gone now. They have been cut or they're trying to say hundreds of police, I guess, and they're stationed out in 20 arrows. For what? And we're doing the investigation, I know. So right now, the people coming in, now they're on their own, doing their own search. People went through this. I said, cut the cost. They called it. The behavioral health, they should just do, if they can't do it, just put their poster, a flyer out here saying that, hey, you need help. There's a phone call away. Call us. We'll help you. Let you know and people get paid for it. And I'm very frustrated about it. Even I'm talking like this. Cut the cost in now. Okay, then I cut the car. Cut it. Jabe and Taki has been. They don't know their numbers. They're hurting. The life is to look forward is gone. What hey echo if I get all legislation now but non-legislative sponsor, non-legislative no question. So when are we going to actually do this? Maybe we could give us maybe a plan when you guys are going to start implementing some of these services. I think they were waiting here in Dalcom. Now the wellness is like that too. And all that they don't even come around and help the chapter here. Oh, hey, this health is supposed to be health. I just wrote the email again to Dr. Jill Jim. So I need an actual plan. Oh, not so could you not car? So that's not the we need direct services. What I have on this case, legislation not so I said that'll be my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade. With that, let me go back to Chairman Daniel. So for response, Chairman, floor is yours.
Speaker Damon chairing Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. Craigie Sadbib, Kadahizotzi, Craigie. Had isin hit Igi Behat, Sigi, Craigie. Sato, Hajo, a Dawan eats and Dole. So Hajo, Tutti, Peso, Benjen, so Zigi, Sato, not on Craigie. They check on the Shiki, the FEMA, Federal Emergency Management. In that aspect, what this grant is doing is responding and hoping to reach recovery for the clients that do use this service. Beso benjende so zigi to a quaggy. Beyond a plan but for what our sato pahastito listo This is facilitated through the Health and Human Services Department of the U.S. government. And the statutory authority isn't the 93-638. I think it's, as I recall, 93-288 section 416. That's out of the award letter. The first thing, the award letters to President Nez, that it's indirect costs are not allowable. So I quaggy. So when he got ego, so a waiver that they was in the 944 million you get on the pan will land only. I thought yeah, that they're waiting for that waiver. But our set up has state only. I don't tell Vice Chair Thomas Walker. You been approaching one of the elderly stages. Maybe it's time for a nap. On the snap, so yes, I too have made mental and verbal mistakes in presenting this legislation, and it is a very necessary service that Dr. Brancer and Dr. Jim have pursued. And we appreciate their dedication. So on me, this pandemic, as in so a government, the mother government was shut down. Nina Nishigi, I see, that's from the Dekodo Satoti Basobay, area recovery. So, Adot, a quaggy Sato and had Hagi there. Or put out a launch at Bihas Seat only. And I'd like to defer to my agent, Dr. Jill Jim, and then after that, if there needs to be more detailed responses, then to Dr. Michelle Brancer. But Ayla, Speaker Damon, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Jill Jim.
Good evening. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
Shana, Honorable So for sponsoring this and for all the comments that were given so far regarding the IDC waiver. I just want to just share that this was part of an opportunity given to us as we first declared a major disaster declaration, and actually it's quite delayed and when we needed to start this because of the grant requirements. And a little history with that FEMA has not worked with SAMHSA, which they did a pass through SAMHSA to the Navajo Nation. I believe we're one of the first tribes to actually receive crisis counseling funding. And the purpose of the funding, the way FEMA wants us to respond when funding is given, is they think everything's going to go really quickly, and then you have funding to use that you have and the tribe has it within 30 days, so that a mental health hotline and crisis counseling services are provided immediately. And this was all happening while we were dealing with the Omicron surge and of course the ongoing pandemic. So so that FEMA, I guess to me, we have talked with them and back and forth, as we mentioned before. I don't think they really knew what they were getting into when they wrote the funding announcement. And through tribal consultations before with Department of Health and Human Services and meetings that Office of the President and Vice President has met with the FEMA individuals, have expressed a concern around this particular requirement. And we have continued to advocate for a no-cost extension, knowingly that we're a little bit behind because of these requirements they didn't know that would impact funding, accessing funding. So I request that I think we need to continue to communicate with the federal agencies on this, and we have, and it's really needed services that we have in a Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services. I had asked Dr. Brancer to help in this effort as we are authorized under, I guess, the Department of Health to respond. And so most of it is contracted funding that we're not hiring, I think, a lot of personnel or supplies, and to some extent, like Dr. Brancer mentioned, that there's the CBI, and then there's also the Medicine Association. And this really hasn't been done. I've been hearing talking about reimbursing medicine men for a very long time, and CMS hasn't done that, where we reimburse them for services under, it's not allowable under Medicaid or Medicare. And of course, there has to be a process for that. So, so that's what we're establishing here. We're establishing for the first time a collaboration with an association. We did reach out to other associations, but they were not responsive during the time we were creating the grant application. It would be something that I think the division is wanting to work with other agencies going forward. Either if this goes through today or not, I think we'll continue to reach out and try to provide those services. I think this was an opportunity, and I hope that this kind of just sheds some light on the background of what we've been doing, that during an emergency, there's no emergency procurement. There's no emergency process. We've tried it during the pandemic. It worked sometimes, and then sometimes it didn't work. And I think this is one to show that they thought that we would have access to funding very quickly and we would be providing services. So we are collaborating with entities throughout the pandemic. I've heard from many delegates about saying we should work with this company, we should help the Medicine Men Association. And so I think that's what we're doing right now in this grant application. We're reaching out and putting money back into services and organizations that are local, and actually building that and strengthening the relationships with the association. So I hope that kind of gives a background to, I know that Dr. Brancer and we have been working with DOJ, and OMB has a letter in the packet, and it does state that this isn't something that we just put into the legislation quickly. We've actually been trying to meet all the requirements with meeting with Budget and Finance and HES with Shanad starting that process. But it's been a couple of months, so I hope we can push this through. We're at the very last bit of trying to get this so we can begin offering the services that we all talked about. And this is something different, having a hotline and having to reimburse individuals and for the services they provide. And I think that's going to be something that's going to be very needed, and we needed it yesterday. And thank you for all the other comments. I think in regards to the and we'll continue to do the best that we can. And the services that are offered there under Department of Health, we just lifted some restrictions. So just be patient with us in coming into this of this new normal, the next phase of the pandemic. And we haven't widely opened everything yet. The numbers are increasing on the East Coast, and CDC had to reissue out restrictions for masks and airlines. So that means they're saying technically that the pandemic's not over, so we still have to take precautions. So when we're continuing to operate at the Health Command Operations Center, and with all the different divisions and programs, I know Department of Health, they have played a large role. I can't thank them enough. I can't thank every individual out there, but I hope that they know that I am thankful for it. And they also know that all the tribal leaders are thankful for their services that they've done in helping out patients out there. So I'll end with that, Speaker. And I don't know if Dr. Brancer has anything else to add, but yeah.
Thank you, Sadeja, Dr. Diljan, Speaker, Chair. That would be our response, an overall summary to what we have presented through this legislation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So let me go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Otto So in the queue. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Can you hear me at this time? As with these,
Yes.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm in the area where phone service is not good, but what I'm getting to is that the reason why I brought up this IDC issue is that we're on the web, we're on the worldwide, whatever stream that's going on. IDC. So haish even na ya sapa gashin dan hotne. As this legislation came through the committee level, I'm sure people were on the line, and but I just wanted to make sure that the people listening out there are understand what we are talking about because of the indirect costs. And like myself and Dana indicated, that someone is going to have to absorb the indirect cost. And on the record, the way Department of Health is indicating that who is going to absorb the cost is the contractors, Navajo Medicine Men Association, and whoever is providing these counseling services. And I really hope that communication from Department of Health to the contractors is well communicated. Because, Washington, remember, it's not Navajo dollars. Federal dollars that is subjected to certain policies. Meaning that if there's certain policies that they have to follow, you have to make sure that they understand where these dollars can be utilized and for what. And Navajo Nation, so is it we are accepting responsibilities to these dollars. And if these dollars are utilized to personnel services or supplies, that may be an audit issue. Even peso Washington de no tahiki os best over den hikashinte. Even trabajo sande peso pihite chike ananta. Inda khanas ne le peso lapche koda do li khaninde beshmas ansa inzen khanas ne le doik has eda nisa sa. A Congo go ban sa kiso de peso igi bahas igi be at even na kodo sin jo be kot abahas sit or li. This yacht so I think so the nan lini yinne sto pinne which na hot to hat in a chic e kanaga ko di se hol di san kait go the pinne don da ban sa kis beche be sa an beche na beche neskaya hot the dos nicht even na hot ba yaski alcohol I see hot up even na they is not indirect costs. I wish that they could be conveyed to you guys so that the people that is listening, you understand why at times we have to ask these questions. Even na obaha sitting here. Don't that here kodo ya shina there's onion sauce. So did that echo Joshi Nasa up a bahan yat itoli. Hala ya. We didn't have a representative from OMB to speak about the indirect costs. Akoko epe koko even na koko ya. You aj epenan. Koti ya indirect costs is no behas onion. Behas onion. What lost the Navajo law indicates that you have to have an indirect cost in there that has any piece. So, they got other business and could ya it has any so ya no one the need over laho the need we're gonna overlook it. So even though this law applies, we're gonna waiver it. We're gonna look over it and look like it doesn't it was never there. But by law it requires an indirect cost. Not we are wavering a certain authority. Even na koto ya ade isno age koto na ha ade ba hono sen. It is stishi do hot aya ni hista hadneta. O ade si hat o even na jo koton le is not the none of sinin later than he ran than lo did it internet or phone be it's not this is for you so you understand what type of decisions we make. Ako even na see so do lesson kya
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman. Can you add me to the queue, please?
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Chair Charles Newton, I'll put you in the queue. Honorable Elmer Begay, your follow-up question. Floor is yours.
Speaker, other members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. I think I asked a question. Because I guess you don't understand. But to clarify my question, there's behavioral health here, I said. Aja ni other places on that data indirect service but there's a service here, but when we're going to start actually putting this service, the department to use. How does any plans of sorts? How do we get to these people now? The how draggy. So artist, or that niche people just goes in there, they close up and phone the object that people phone. But this kid they say that or checking in this year though they said but us in the home I call over there and there. They told me they're making an appointment. No. They are able to appreciate that the neck up none and day 2 is at the back. I did I don't know week what is a hard physical. What only never caught it. You talking to such a I call again. I height that I'll be what I think. I end up that's what I'm saying. How should that initial? I saw the because the indirect cost gave by yield to other reimburse that it's a hundred little card that we understand it or it add. But I did have the nice or hard not only than Robin yes he at the snake or has I don't but that was in the hot or recovery that don't know you do how does have Jesus where the recovery starts from. Once as ansi had to I don't know couldn't say that or the what that hard to that was that the car at skitata at edge data what does it sort? I said you're defining this recovery. How does how Jesus in talk is in it and how deal. I said, but that's what's the procedures? I guess that's what I'm saying. Or are they neither kiddo this? I'm so the speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. That move on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Can we have the presenter answer the question posed by Delegate Elmer Begay in terms of the procedure? Because I'd like to get that information, and based on that information, I'd like to ask questions, Speaker, because I feel like my questions may be similar to what Delegate Elmer Begay's questions are. If the answer, I mean, if we can get an answer, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any other further questions or comments, colleagues? There are none. Go ahead and go back to Chairman Daniel. So, Chairman, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Addison and Peggy, the CB. I feel like, and it is Naabik'íyáti. So, talking about this, the main topic is this grant application. But the question talks about current operations. And so, if need be, Hess will be willing to work, but to schedule a work session to address this matter on the current operations at Dilcon or at any other division of mental and behavioral healthcare services. So, in spite of that, my comments, I'd like to defer to my agents, Dr. Jill Jim and Dr. Michelle Rancer. Thank you.
Speaker, am I allowed to speak?
Thank you very much. Yes. Good evening, and Dr. Jill Jim, floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, and I'm speaker for that, and then Shana for asking that or referring to that will be fine with me in that way, because I think we also had talked about senior centers earlier this week as well. So thank you for following up with us on that. Honorable Begay, on that question, services are open and they have been open. So I don't know if there's an ease of mind for the behavioral health. If you could stop by tomorrow and just visit with the staff, I think that can help you, and they can show you what services are being offered and that they're open. So I think that will be helpful. So if there are any questions regarding services, and I'm not sure when community members have updated you but they are open. They have been providing telephonic services. And that's one thing that we're trying to expand on with the Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services. With your help with the third-party billing that you guys passed for the agreements for New Mexico and Arizona, that's what's going to allow us to continue to bill using alternative services as well. And I think that many tribes in Indian country are continuing to advocate to allow to be reimbursed for telephonic services and not telehealth, because sometimes telehealth is not available. And with Dr. Brancer coming in, they have, I know, have enhanced their electronic health record system and then begin offering telehealth services. But due to our broadband issues, we can't really do that. So as we catch up with technology, these are things that are needed in communities that we did during the pandemic. And so I would just request to see if Honorable Brigade, if you can stop by the office tomorrow to talk to the staff. I think that will help. In regards, so services are open across the Navajo Nation. In regards to the wellness centers, as I mentioned, they are allowed to reopen, but they're not ready to reopen. As I mentioned, they offered, the public health order was just issued last week to allow them to open. So it's only been about 7 days, maybe less than a week or so, that they're allowed to reopen. And that's when I keep referring softly and silently saying that we're not out of the pandemic yet. I did review, we do have a safety team under the Health Command Operations Center. During the pandemic, we work with them, and they're employees of IHS Risk Management and NOSHA. And we look at safety guidelines, and that's how those public health order guidelines are issued out with their assistance and their expertise. And we also receive requests from different divisions and tribal programs to review their plans. And that's how we've been working with them and providing them feedback, such as daycare and Head Start and schools. So we work with them during the pandemic to make sure that those safety guidelines are in place. For the wellness center one, we're still working on that. And it is up to 25% or less, depending on physical distancing. So right now we are transitioning the wellness centers to make sure that they still have some supplies for COVID. And there will be some limited services available just because we haven't offered all those services before. So I would say right now the wellness centers are not going to be fully open until I'm certain that their places are ready, because they served as pod sites during the pandemic and they still have supplies in there. And we're barely getting out of the woods with the pandemic. So just be patient with us. I know that the wellness centers have all been part of the efforts around wellness and our well-being. but the weather is warming up, so I hope we can walk outside and herd sheep and do other things for physical activity in the meantime that we have the luxury here on the Navajo Nation, across the Navajo Nation. So, but in the meantime, for indoor physical activity, I think what we'll do, like I mentioned, I will be meeting with all the wellness center staff, and I have met with the delegated person to give me a timeline because they have to make sure that their wellness centers are all cleaned out and ready to go. And I don't know if there are any repairs and maintenance that have to be done. But the special diabetes program will continue to offer activities, outdoors and walk-in events. And they do virtual events as well, where they encourage people to do physical activity and join different walks as well. So I know that was kind of long, but I'll end there, speaker. And just on behavioral health, they're open for services. So if you want to follow up with staff there and check with your area, feel free to do that as well. Yeah.
If it's okay, I'd like to add a little bit. This is Michelle, Dr. Branzer. Is it
Yes,
okay?
go ahead, Dr. Brenzer.
Great. Yes, I just want to say I appreciate everybody's questions and comments. And yes, I think I've mentioned in the other meeting before, I think that we are moving to see how we can do more services, as Dr. Jim mentioned, telehealth, but knowing that the need is great, and as long as we can follow health and safety regulations, we are, opening in a sense of more services, more in person, as long as, everybody can be safe and practice the physical distancing and, provide a good environment in that way. So yes, we appreciate any visits that may come, and we can explain more of that intake screening process, how services are rendered, the things we do ask people to bring, and we had to be creative during the pandemic because, as I mentioned, with the federal funding we do get, we still have to have, when we get audited, we still also have to have certain documentations and things in place. So we really had to be creative with that too as well during the pandemic. So I just wanted to add those things, but yes, you're welcome, delegates like Daniel So or someone else, I believe, I'm sorry, that would like to, know more. So thank you, Chad.
Speaker, Cecilia, that would be our response to the questions and the offering of follow-up meetings to address the current operations as well as other allied services that are available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. Is there any other further comments or questions at this time as we are on the main motion of legislation 0038-22?
This is Delegate Charles Newton, Speaker.
Yes, Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you very much for the information regarding the opening and then also the procedure. It's very interesting, Dr. Jim, that when you were talking, I was actually looking at the Navajo Times, the article on the fairs graduations get a go-ahead. And you're telling us one thing about opening, and then yet we're seeing that OPVP Nesleiser administration is preparing now to move forward with fairs. So on the one hand, it's like, okay, fairs are good. On the other hand, behavioral health, let's wait on opening. So they're kind of contradicting. And then the statement that you made, about how like everything is up to you. That's what I got, in terms of opening. And I think that the questions are really valid in terms of, when are you guys going to open? What is the procedure for offering this service? Because on its surface, it does serve a very good purpose. And it's one that I support 100%. But at the same time, I do worry because if we're talking about indirect costs, we don't know at this point, like what the increase in the budget is going to be. We haven't been given that full amount. And we just got done talking about Rehoboth school, and we talked about, budgets being transparent. And so when we're talking about the indirect cost, earlier, I was just trying to make sure that I understood indirect cost correctly before I could ask any questions. But based on the information that has been provided to us, that indirect cost serves a very important purpose. And I think that question was it's been thrown around, but nobody has answered it. And that is, who is going to be taking the hit for this indirect cost? How much is the indirect cost at this point? And then once that's determined, what I worry is, I know that a lot of people, they're going to expect services in person, but it sounds like that process or that procedure hasn't even started yet. So we're basically going to approve something, we're going to get money for it, but we don't have a plan for indirect costs. We don't have a plan for opening. We don't even have a plan at this point for how services will be provided in person. And I know that the legislation is very big and I'm still reading through it, but what I also want to know is, the traditional services that are normally offered for behavioral health, is that going to be covered? And I'm thinking in terms of traditional services like, the sweat lodge ceremony, because a lot of people get healing from sweat lodge ceremonies, or, other types of ceremonies that are offered that would require, a number of people in attendance. And that's what I worry about, again, is, we tend to, pass these legislations with good intentions, with really not a good formulated plan in place. And I just kind of feel like in this case right now, we don't really have a full formulated plan. I support the funding that's coming in, but with those other questions not being answered, I feel like the people are going to suffer from this. They're going to hear that money is available. They're going to want to go get services, but they're going to be told, our offices are still closed, or, we don't have any offices that will provide those type of services because, oh gosh, we forgot to include indirect services or indirect costs into this budget. And so that's what I worry about. And we do that oftentimes with a lot of our Navajo people. And in fact, I think that the best example that I can come up with right now is veterans' homes. All that money is sitting there and nothing is happening. Nothing is being built. And our poor veterans, each year they're the pawns. And we come up with these ideas and we say, this is how we're going to fix it. But to date, no veteran home has been built. And I don't want the same thing happening to the people on the Navajo Nation who really do need these services. So when you're talking about these services that will be provided to our Navajo people, I'm all for it. I'm excited, and I was ready to vote green. But then, looking back at the legislation, asking these questions, that's the only thing I keep thinking about is these other costs that haven't been showed to council. It's kind of costs that are that we should be taking into consideration, as well as your plan for opening, and then how you plan to deliver these services, and then what kind of services will be delivered to the Navajo people. And again, perhaps it's in your plan. I'm still going through it now, trying to read through I guess all of the documents that have been attached as exhibits, but I don't see anything in there specific to traditional, I guess, plans that could be offered to our Navajo people. And then again, with the statement being made about, I guess at this point, we haven't really fully opened for behavioral health services or certain services that are provided to our Navajo people. But yay, we're going to go ahead and we're going to move forward with, opening up fairs and letting that happen. To me, I just kind of feel like our government has, got it backwards. We should be opening up services to the people. We should be opening up chapter houses to the people, and not be so worried about the fairs. I mean, in my opinion, I wish we could just hold off on the fairs one more year. Because as you stated, Dr. Jim, COVID is still among us. And being there in Washington, DC last week, it was really scary because we had to make sure that our masks were always on. And I've had 3 tests since then, and they've all come back negative. But you know, in that same regard, we know that it's still there. A lot of people are saying that it's still there. Our government hasn't fully opened yet, our Navajo Nation and our federal government. But again, you know, we want to open up fairs that are going to attract tens of thousands of people because we can. And so I just feel like, you know, in respect to what this legislation is trying to do, the idea is great, but the plan and the procedure has not been fully developed or thought out. And you know, at this time, I just don't even know, you know, what the indirect costs are going to be, who is going to take the hit for it, and how, you know, if council is ready for taking on those costs. My last question, and this is probably geared towards Dana. I know that I was reading the legislation, but you know, can we use ARPA money for the indirect costs to help assist in the event that these costs are, you know, I don't know, over I don't know, $10,000, because that is going to impact our budget. So can we use ARPA money for the indirect cost to help cover with this service? Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time? Now, let me go back to Chairman Daniel, so your team, and then I'll go over to Ms. Barbara. Chairman, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Speaker Damon. In response to Chair Charles Newton, what is the plan? The plan is what is funded. The plan is outlined in the grant application, and the deliverables are spelled out in that application. And that is what is funded. And so in that aspect, we present this particular plan through the legislation, and the real aspect is the waiver on the indirect costs. And so that's, I guess, the main point that I want to emphasize. And the plan is funded if we waive the indirect costs. With that, I would like to defer to Dr. Gilgib and Dr. Branser, but on the aspect of who will absorb the indirect cost, I would like to defer to Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Dana Barbara. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. With that, let me go to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Bob Ross, and one of the things I want to clarify is that the indirect costs those indirect costs, they go to the central support services providers. So they're distributed annually to the Controller's Office, DPM, Office of Legislative Services, Office of Legislative Counsel, DOJ, Facilities Maintenance, et cetera, et cetera. So as to the question as to who will take the hit on the indirect cost waiver, it is not the Division of Behavioral Health. That hit will be absorbed by the Central Support Services providers. Essentially, they will not get any type of funding for administering this grant, so they will just have to absorb it into their normal funding streams. There also was an additional question, and I so apologize. I too am getting older because I can't remember what the question was. But Delegate Charles Newton, I believe, asked an additional question, and I don't remember what it is. I apologize. Back to you, Speaker, or perhaps Delegate Charles Newton could restate her last question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. If colleagues, with that, is there any other comments or questions at this time? Oh, actually. Oh, sorry, colleagues, there's two things going on right now. Let me go back to the floor. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, just to clarify.
Speaker, that was the only question that was directed to Dana, as far as I know. The other questions were specific to Dr. Jill Jim and also Dr. Branch. I'm sorry, I always butcher your name. Brancer.
The other, Madam Charles Newton, please be careful of the words that you use.
I'm sorry, what word did I use? I'm sorry, what word did I use, or what did I say that was offensive to anyone? Can you clarify, sir?
Colleagues. Here. Let me go back to the floor, colleagues. Chairman Daniel, so was there a follow-up?
Yes, there was some questions that were posed to Dr. Jim and Dr. Brancer.
Speaker,
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Jill Jim.
Speaker, I want to call a point of order on a statement that Chair So made. I need clarification on what I said, where I'm being told to be careful what I say. I think I made it very clear that there was one question that was directed to Dana and the other questions were directed to Dr. Jill Jim. And I also stated that I always butcher Dr. Brancer's name, and I tried to state it correctly. So I need clarification. If we're going to correct on the floor behavior, then I need to be aware of what I said that may have been offensive, or maybe something that I said that was wrong.
Okay. Well, there's a point of order with that. For point of clarity, Chairman Daniel, so was there something that was stated out of order?
I take the offense to the word butcher. And that's not appropriate in the discussions when we refer to our personnel.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Speaker. I did say I always butcher her name, so I apologize. I'll say that. I'll restate that. I always somehow say your name not correctly, Dr. Branster. I apologize that I used the word butcher with your name.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to now Dr. Jill Jim. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Adelsana, and to Honorable Charles Newton, and clarifying your questions. I think you mentioned about I think we need to keep the conversation clear. So I know that behavioral health services are open. I think when we started talking about telehealth and telephonic communication, I think there was probably an indication that we were only offering those services. No, we are offering in-person services. So just to let you know, and I was just explaining the different options for services that are being offered, as well as with the public health emergency order. And I think we need to keep the wellness center conversation different too. When you mentioned the FAIR guidelines. So these public health order emergency orders are here, and the wellness centers, yes, they're allowed. Any wellness center, any recreation facility and gym are allowed to reopen. And when they're ready to reopen, that's up to them. So the special diabetes program, as I mentioned, that we are still transitioning from them being as pod sites and cleaning the facility up to make sure it's ready for use. That's still happening. So that's for that reason that they're not open. But wellness centers, I know that health facilities have wellness centers, and schools have asked about gymnasiums. Like we have TMC over here that has a wellness center with a gym as well indoors. So those type of, so it doesn't only relate to governmental programs, but also everyone in the general public. So I hope that we can I hope that's clear enough, Speaker, on making those distinctions. But wellness centers will eventually be open. But as I mentioned, the plan for them is to make sure that there are any food or any PPE or that are in there, we need to secure them in a different room, and making sure that when a surge or when there are patients, because they still receive 213s for food. And I think on average in Chinle, we're still getting requests between 5 to 9 requests a day asking for food boxes. So there are people that are still exposed. So we have to keep those pod sites open. And that has worked for us here due to in their emergency response, that's how they function. Unless if we begin working with chapters, which we began that conversation to transition some of those responsibilities over there, but I'm not sure how that will work. But in the meantime, this is what how we've been operating. So that's the process, is making sure that the facility is cleaned up, it's safe, and making sure that they're ready to intake patients, and they do have a safety plan in place that I did review with them, and making changes to make sure that we cover all the components of physical distancing, wearing your mask, and then having the expectations when people go into the center, it's not completely open. There will be a limited amount of individuals going into the centers. So that's the process, is first of all, just ensuring that physically that people can exercise, and then also the expectation of how staff need to maintain the facility to keep everything safe, making sure there's good ventilation, and then also making sure that there's proper paperwork and notification when they enroll new, because everyone will probably have to re-enroll into these into the centers, and make sure that's in place. So, and then transitioning staff from actually physically putting boxes together to now going back to their normal job duties. So that's the process. I hope that helps in getting ready. And once that's all done, once the facilities are cleaned up and staff are reassigned to their duties, and then that we have all the paperwork and the posters needed, then we will open, and those opening of those facilities are going to vary across the Navajo Nation. So in the meantime, the program, like I said, still offer outdoor activities and online activities as well. So I hope that helps in explaining the process. But for behavioral health, yes, they are open in person. And as I mentioned, we do have telephonic and telehealth services as well. So I will complete my summary there, Speaker and Shana, and also Honorable Charles Newton. Yeah.
Speaker, that would complete the response from myself and our agents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Chairman Daniel. So that, colleagues, at this time, let me go back to the floor. If there's any further response on legislation's main motion 0038-22. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time.
Speaker, Otto So.
Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. One area is that behavioral health current program with the Navajo Nation has positions pertaining to traditional practitioners. And with these grant dollars, are you actually thinking about funding additional positions for that particular positions that are throughout the Navajo Nation? Because I know there's one here in Tuba City, and there's one that's in Gallup and Shiprock, and I think Chinle has that too. So I said that was just one of my thoughts on that. Since the Navajo Nation has practitioners, individuals called traditional practitioners, and I don't question them. But what I'm getting to is that they provide that service already, and they work with the Navajo Nation, and that's just one. The other is that I guess with the I'm not too sure which agency you're working with, the Naabik'íyáti Association or Navajo Medicine Men Association, but I know that there's individuals there, but you know how the tribal insurance is with the Navajo Nation. They have that traditional healing aspect, and that does not require individuals utilizing medicine men to go to a certain organization. And I really hope that this is not subjected to that, because each individuals that go to practitioners, medicine men, you know, some of them are not registered with that organization. So and it's their own choice. And thank you. I'm going mute.
Any other comments or questions, colleagues, at this time on legislation 0038-22? Going twice. Going three times. Let's go to the board, colleagues, on legislation 0038-22.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kiel, what's green? Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes green via text. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable,
Henio votes green.
excuse me, Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., and Honorable Charlene So are excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote on Twitch Torchet.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote. Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 14 delegates who voted in favor, with presiding chair not voting. Excuse me, 14 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, 14 in favor, they're opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. On legislation 0038-22. That, colleagues, continuing on down on our legislation, or actually on our agenda, item number D. Legislation 0045-22 is sponsored by Honorable Thomas Walker. Co-sponsors by Honorable Charlene. So on the lot, does that change it? Colleagues, before we move on,
Motion.
Honorable Vince James has not moved on to asking for a new motion. Honorable James vote green on legislation 0038-22. So that changes the vote to 15 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting on legislation 0038-22. Still moves on to council colleagues. That on item number D, legislation 0045-22. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record before we can go ahead and get a motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0045-22 and that relating to Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $4 million from the Unreserved Undesignated Fund Balance UUFB for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice Water Rights Litigation Unit to continue litigating and protecting the Navajo Nation's water rights, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, 820F, 820J, and 820L. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. and co-sponsored by Honorable Charlene. So you have committee reports from the Resources and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with one amendment. Amendment number one on page 5, lines 8 to 11, make the following changes. It's at paragraph O after OMB overstrike was asked for and insert has prepared. And after 820M overstrike the following. This analysis may be provided to the assigned committees and the Navajo Nation Council when this legislation is up for consideration. OMB did indicate on the Section 164 review sheet that this funding request is sufficient. Exhibit 4, end of overstrike and insert _ Exhibit 6. 2, add new Exhibit 6, the memorandum from Dominic BL, Executive Director of OMB dated February 10th, 2022. 3, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of the amendment. Also attached to this Budget and Finance Committee report is a new Exhibit 6. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much with that, Mr. Rico. On this, colleagues, sponsors by Vice Chair Walker, co-sponsored by Honorable Charlene. So is there a motion? Can you hear me?
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Motion
Second,
by
Freeland.
Daniel So, second by Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on legislation 0045-22? Goes on to council. And twice.
Speaker, Delegate So.
And so that. Vice Chair Walker, 20 minutes on the board. The floor is yours.
Chairman, Speaker Damon, showing other colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, although Sahasi Isanoki, Nike, Noseniki, a Koyat, Echo, the Andigibige, but a legislation she could Nihich Danil Sozole, Adoshi Nihchodot, As Edo. Edolis, Adoshi, Bayati, Naabik'íyáti, Edo Bahido, Ashindo, Ako, what Elako, legislation 0045 for a quite a Sozako, Ako, DDA Yan, Navajo Nation Department of Justice Aja Water Rights Litigation Unit Aja nan shidik ngin chega dit ahi e yar power kid e the maiden sagi e kwage e kodoshin re benit answer is Aja yil count Aja but the north art even yeah e kwad e yar they need kid only from the UUFB. Of course, what caution and that has done the Bahazan, yeah, then you get so Archie Bess upon Natadit, Nahako, Nichegadit, I did to Arjun, Yen Dadnish, or Bez Anik out a date, any caution and the Besso, Iban Nadat, do Abo or Hileado, it was the late Ahagi to a contraband, yeah, a that Susan Dasil, so Zoli, Shinant, or what AJ, what are the cities are quite other my agents are from the Department of Justice, Water Rights Unit, Michelle Brown Yazzie, attorney, and staff member, Cecilia Thomas, and the Ashindikwa, yen Yikodor Natida, Beso, and Yaki, Jinantako, Ako, Ado, Marie, Tache, Condedo, Bahadon, the Chohodo, Ishidanki, Ben Chohodnito, Akote, Kochanant, Ado, Chairman and Speaker. My agents are Michelle Brown Yazzie and Cecilia Thomas, both of DOJ's Water Rights Unit. Although there is a request for executive session on this legislation, but I leave that to you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. So I would ask that the agents also speak at this time, elaborate a little bit more on the need to go into executive session. Back to you, Chair. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. That any agent make a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Walker and members of the committee. This is Michelle Brown Yazzie. I am the Assistant Attorney General for the Water Rights Unit. And due to Navajo Nation law, in discussing this matter, we would need to go into executive session. This resolution is in regards to our litigation budget for the Water Rights Unit. And also, we do have Cecilia Thomas, who is the administrative legal secretary for the Water Rights Unit, and we are prepared to go into detail in regards to the budget if there are any questions. Thank you.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
With that, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, sir, the Speaker, for now.
Great, thank you. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0045-22, I have Honorable Otto So, then Chairman Daniel So in the queue. That Honorable Otto So. Honorable Addison. Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
Addison.
do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Somehow I got muted, so I thought it was out of that cause. But anyway, this legislation pertaining to 0045-22 is requesting for $4 million, and I know that a lot of work has been put to this issue. I also know that Honorable Elmer Begay has sponsored legislation to appropriate $2 million to the water rights unit. Well, I think that passed unanimously too. So I'm just inquiring on the reason why I say this is that Department of Justice, law and order is your oversight, and you did not come forth to inform us on something that your oversight should know. And I believe Michelle Brown-Yazzie indicated that you are the lead attorney for that unit. And why isn't it that any type of critical funding information was not provided to the oversight? And your oversight is law and order. And to hear this here at Nabi, and I finally got wind of it today. And Aro, Mrs. Queensnet. So hey, did now it's Koje. I hope that the Attorney General is on the line. And Madam Deputy Attorney General also. Usually they would text me or anything like that if they need to bring something to the attention of the oversight. Ako, digi kwagi yad nante gi this is the program experiencing funding needs that requires additional infusion into this into the Department of Justice. Ako APEG ako a session na dikit. I should ask out of in his internet. Ado ida aja has anje abe the pertaining to the litigation any water rights, because it's I'm gonna label this as abroad issues with the San Juan River settlement, the LCR, in even the main stem of Colorado. Adon the Ajit, we have the other tributaries and that's pertaining to water rights. But I really would like to have water rights unit really inform the oversight on your needs. You know that there's an issue on Title 17 where Department of Justice don't want to be a part of it. And how do we get you to the table? And your oversight needs to be aware of these type of funding requests. And the other, I believe, could be discussed in the executive session, because that's another area that I think that's where we need to have a discussion with the current leadership, because the need for funding for certain things pertaining to litigation, we could craft a law so that you guys can tap into that, so that you can utilize those funding for additional need of resources. So those are just some of my comments and my thoughts and some of my frustrations. So, Ms. Michelle Yazzie, and then also the administrator, Cecilia Thomas. So hey, go to the oversight. Let's identify. Let's let them know. We have budget season coming up. Oh, even bahashnet go hot be ishan ahad ziniki eite. No, ni ishan idado shikiego. We will support this legislation. I will support this legislation because it's very, very important pertaining to Navajo people. Nihi to kwabachan ke hat iniki peso yit but has anik ekoko e ade ya. You have an oversight. Not communicating with the oversight committee, standing committee, something that it is although the other is you know that the Navajo Nation President Jonathan Nez and Vice President Mr. Leiser has issued a letter indicating that he will be vetoing, line item vetoing and vetoing supplemental requests. And this is something that is very, very important and that relates to Navajo, to our people's rights, to water rights. President, what has the president have told you relating to his own moratorium on the UUFB? Did he say, move this legislation through and I will approve it? Because he has put a moratorium, his own moratorium on other supplemental needs that are very important for our Navajo people out there. What I'm getting to is that that's a legislative branch authority to push supplemental budgets through. Maybe I understood U.S. history wrong. According to how a three-branch government operates, legislative branch appropriates and legislate laws. That question will go directly to Ms. Michelle Brown Yazzie, because I really want to see what is the message from the president to the attorney general, because you're asking for $4 million. He's going to sign this legislation into law. Sat behind closed doors with Department of Justice. What about the other UUFB legislations that we have tabled, set aside? What about them? Department of Justice is somewhat supposed to be neutral, but the way I see a lot of the things that go through, it's not neutral. Thank you very much, Speaker.
It's on. I mean, it's not there yet. With that, thank you, Anabata. So let me go ahead and go on to Chairman Daniel. So, and then I'll go back to the sponsor for response. Chairman Daniel. So.
Got to get off mute. Thank you, Cecilia. I guess in reviewing this particular legislation, it's drafted with the resource and development and on to Naabik'íyáti. And in the water, the division of water resources, I think this issue emanates from them, from that aspect, and that's why it went to RDC. In spite of, the comments, but I would like to make the motion to go into executive session as requested and acknowledged, requested by Attorney Michelle Brown-Yazzie and as acknowledged by sponsor Thomas Walker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to Honorable Chair Walker for a response.
Speaker, thank you for time again here. I'd like to, okay, so defer the questions and comments because they're mainly for DOJ to respond. So I want to defer these questions and comments to Michelle Brown-Yazzie. Myself and the agent, we did request to go into executive session, Speaker. Ada, consider that. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Walker, you're saying that you're indicating for if there's going to be any response from you or the individuals, your agents, it will only be in executive session.
Speaker, what I said was two things. I defer, the questions to Michelle Brown-Yazzie. Secondly, we did request to go into executive session, myself and the agents, if that can be considered also. So those are two things. Thank you.
There.
Mr. Speaker, would you like me to respond to the issue of whether we need to go into executive session for me to respond to those questions and comments?
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Vice Chair Walker. It's getting late in the hour. Let me go ahead and refer to the agents and if you'd like to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Walker, and thank you, Delegate So, for your questions and your comments, and also Delegate Daniel So as well. In regards to the oversight, my understanding is that our oversight is the Resources and Development Committee. Since I've been in this position for a little over a year, this is the second time that since I've been here that we brought this to council, a supplemental funding request for the water rights litigation unit. And this is the process that we followed, is that we went through the Water Rights Commission and then to the Resources and Development Committee as our oversight, and then to Budget and Finance, and then this committee, and then to the Navajo Nation Council. So again, this isn't the first time that water rights litigation funding, that there has been a request for supplemental funding. I believe that even my predecessors had made similar requests for 2 or 3 years prior to my coming on board, and this is my second request. So with that, there was no intent to bypass law and order. As well, over the past few months, the Water Rights Unit, as well as DWR, we have participated in work sessions and had requested those work sessions so that we could keep members of the Navajo Nation Council, including our oversight. The work sessions were with the Resources and Development Committee to keep them apprised of what is occurring within our unit, the different litigation, the different settlement negotiations, and so forth that are happening at all levels within state government and federal as well. Courts is what I'm referring to. So as much as possible, I am trying to keep our activities, keeping leadership apprised of our activities. And so if I need to do more, I'd be happy to do so. If we are to talk in about the actual details of the supplemental funding request, we do need to go into executive session. When I say we need to, it mainly has to do with the current law that requires any water rights litigation funding discussions to be held in executive session. Now, in regards to your comment about whether I have had any direct communication and if I know how the president is going to decide this matter when it comes before him, I do not have an answer for you. We did put this request through the process. It also went through the president's office. It was signed, it was approved to move forward. And my job is to ensure that we are securing and protecting our water rights and to ensure that we do have funding, for the different litigation efforts, all of the efforts to fulfill, those responsibilities. And so putting together this supplemental funding request is part of that responsibility. The president has been involved in, as much as I try to keep the council apprised of activities, I do the same for the president and vice president. And so they are aware, I believe, in all of the activities that are occurring. And I think you do understand, as you stated, that our water rights efforts are a priority for the Navajo Nation. And so, that's where I'm coming from. And I believe that he does support and does understand where we're at on our various activities with our litigation, as well as other efforts having to do with water rights. I hope that answers both delegates' questions. And again, if you'd like us to go into detail in regards to this supplemental funding request, I would request that we go into executive session to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That response. Let me go ahead and go back at this time.
Otto.
I don't have anybody in the queue at this time, so Honorable Otto, floor is yours.
Yes, I'm going to like to go ahead and motion to go into executive session.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. what,
I second your chair.
what is the one of the reason, and then also for the determination of how long are we going to be in executive session and who's all invited.
Speaker, I would like to go ahead and give that timeline to the Department of Justice. Provide the timeline in executive session, since they want the executive session. Thank you.
Department of Justice timeline. How long would you need to present?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I believe, well, it really does depend. Well, if we're going to go ahead and go into detail with the supplemental funding request, I would say we would need an hour.
Honorable Otto, back to you.
Okay, if that's what the Department of Justice wants, 1 hour. Thank you.
Honorable Otto, what's the reason why we're going to executive session, and who is all invited?
Yes, what Department of Justice wants to present on the budget, and I believe Department of Justice did indicate that there's an issue with the law pertaining to the funding. And then also, I guess, Department of Justice can be at the table there. Navajo Nation, 24th Navajo Nation Council. And then also, Mr. Speaker, at your discretion of what staff, because of the need for your staff to be there when things need to be conveyed, or the directives that need to be done from staff if it needs the staff's help. So I'll leave that up to you from your staff, Speaker. But I believe it's this council, Department of Justice, and a few of your staff members, and I think that will be suffice. Thank you.
Okay. That going into executive session to discuss documents, whether they be budget or confidential information pertaining to the Navajo Nation's water rights, a litigation update or unit, in order for them to go ahead and procure funding. With that, time frame is no more than an hour going into that executive session. And then last but not least, having in, as indicated, Navajo Nation Council members, DOJ staff, in preluding to the recommendation from the speaker. I highly recommend that we have Office Legislative Counsel in there, and then members of Office of Legislative Services. Honorable Otto.
Speaker Freeland.
I am good with that, Speaker.
So that's your motion?
Yes, that is my motion.
Okay, there's a motion, colleagues, to go into executive session. Time now is 8:04 p.m. for 1 hour. That, colleagues, is there a
Speaker?
second?
So.
Colleagues, there's a motion on the floor. I know I heard Honorable Freeland, then I heard Chairman Nez speak, but I recognize the motion. In doing that, once I get out of this, I will go first to Honorable Freeland, then to Honorable Edwin Yazzie. I mean, Honorable Chairman Rick Nez, sorry. Honorable Otto motions on a second by Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours on the motion.
Thank you, Chairman Otto Shinata. Honorable So, thank you for the motion to go into executive session. Ms. Brown Yazzie and your team at DOJ. I wanted to ask Speaker if we could include the Water Rights Commission in executive session as well. Thank you.
It would defer that request to Honorable Otto So.
The Water Rights Commission, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Freeland asked the question I was going to ask, so I'm good. Thank you.
Great. Right, colleagues, any other comments, questions? If there's none, let's go to board. Going into executive session, voting to go into executive session until
Honorable-
9:05 p.m.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable
Speaker, I'd like
Eugenia
to call a
Charles
point
Newton.
order.
Honorable Freeland, your point of order.
Do we have a second speaker on this motion? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, okay, thank you. My apologies.
Continue voting.
Once more, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Canez-Bakrati, and I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati votes red. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Excuse me, Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., and Honorable Charlene So are excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy
Delegate
Yellowhair.
Yellowhair, vote screen.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kiel votes red.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Sorry, Speaker. Sorry, Liana, nature called. I vote red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Pernell Helona, how do you vote?
Long votes green.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 10 delegates that voted in favor, 5 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 10 in favor, 5 opposed. Motion carries. That officially end executive session until 9:05 p.m. Colleagues, Mr. Rico did send out a email with that executive session line. Did we send it to the water rights group too? Okay. Our commission.